Hello there and welcome back to PAUPERGEDDON Winter Edition 2025. I am Sapol.
I'm Pai, hello.
And this is day 2 of the greatest Pauper tournament of the world. I am very happy to be here.
Yeah, me too, me too.
On day 2 we have 158 players that that passed the cut of 15 points. And we have already a lot of data.
Yes, yes.
We will talk about the metagame and the conversion rate during all this day.
So I think like the most prevalent deck at the tables today will be John WILDFIRE.
Yeah.
That is 15% of the meta. And I think like we were picking the feature match before, and like basically everyone was playing that. So
we will
I think,
punish Mirko for this.
Yeah.
Due to his live streaming on the challenge of last week. So I think that a part of the
this reason
is
his fault.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, like there are a lot of burn actually. Yeah, like I think in the previous editions of PAUPERGEDDON, burn was a bit on the decline.
Yeah.
While today and yesterday especially, it was very present at the high tables. It's 13% of the metagame. Then I think the most expected deck that was black-green GLEE.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or GLEE.
Or yes. Then there is small numbers. There is mono blue FAERIES, 8%, John GLEE 8%, red green monster 6%, Affinity 5%.
And Dredge.
Yeah.
Unexpected Dredge, I think.
Yeah, I think Dredge was somehow decently positioned because despite having not a great matchup versus GLEE, it had a good matchup versus the mid-range decks.
Yeah.
So it was kind of an anti-meta. And then there is this Altertron deck we saw a lot yesterday. It's 3%. Then FAERIES 2%. And so on, basically. Then there are decks that are the 1%.
CYCLESTORM with 3 decks on 2%.
Wow.
That is one of the deck we'd like to bring you, on the first round. CYCLESTORM is a very particular deck, I think. What do you think about it?
Well, I think I kind of hate it because I lost the winning for a buy once versus a friend, and it was kind of like I was playing a control deck, so I had to play very precise while it just went off, and I didn't have the Relic of Progenitus, so I lost. But I think it's kind of cool to see it on streaming. I think it's a deck that doesn't get a lot of spotlight because not a lot of players play that.
It's very difficult to play,
exactly.
Play
so I'm happy to showcase it at least once during the stream, and I'm curious to see if the deck can advance in the future rounds. And again, like I'm not super sure how is the matchup versus WILDFIRE decks, because we know that WILDFIRE plays Nil Spellbomb in the main.
And the Duress, first of all. I think that Duress is the main antagonist of the CYCLESTORM. So if he has many answers to those threats, he can go straight to the win.
Yeah, exactly. But again, like I lost some games to Cycle where I had a lot of answers actually, and they managed to carefully disrupt every one of my cards, eventually just cycling and responding to my answer with the combo. It's kind of an intriguing deck. I'm curious to see it here. So Federico is our hero with the CYCLESTORM.
Answering the chat, meanwhile, we are gonna publish all the data during this day. If you're talking about the metagame, the meta share, and the conversion rate of the decks. But lists are going to be published on Monday.
Yeah.
Or until the tournament is ends. Yeah, of course. Buon dia, Ginkgo Biloba.
Yeah, I think this tournament, as the previous PAUPERGEDDON, is closed deck list. So I think for fairness, it's better if we don't showcase the deck list here even on stream, because of course other players not on stream can get value. So we just briefly talk about choices, but that's it.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm looking for the lists of this match because I wanna see all the deck that they have. Okay. I really like this sideboard card.
Okay. He's talking about Gilded Light.
Gilded Light, yeah. It gives...
Hexproof?
No, Shroud.
Shroud, okay.
It is Shroud to you, so it bypass Duress and then heals Spellbomb.
Yeah, and also, yeah, okay.
And if you don't need it, you can cycling it. So
yeah, it's a cool card.
Yeah,
from Scourge. Okay,
one of the best set, I think. I really
I like that.
That set.
So it looks like Eduardo is putting immediate pressure to the board by playing a Chrysalis and sacrificing the spawn to play an Ichor.
Thank you for the feedback. We're fixing it.
While I think Federico is trying to set things up, I think Enchant WILDFIRE doesn't have a very good way to pressure Federico because, of course, we know that this deck doesn't play a lot of threats,
yep.
And Federico can just wait until something, until he's sure to do something. So
he surely need to be the attacker here.
Yeah.
You need to put more threats on the board and put pressure to close quickly this. If you leave your opponent B, you lose for sure.
Yeah, that's interesting. But a thing to note is nowadays John WILDFIRE plays Nyxborn Hydra. That is a card that kind of changed the tempo because it's like you're playing an Haster. So as long as you have a lot of mana, you can just basically fireball your opponent that doesn't have any blocker. So that's a thing to keep in mind when you are playing a combo deck and you just start calculating the damage.
Yeah.
Also, as we said, like there are 2 copies of Nihil Spellbomb in Eduardo's deck.
Okay, but no Duress. No Duress in the main deck,
okay.
So that's a good point for CYCLESTORM.
Yeah. Also, like, look at how many dead cards there are.
Yeah.
Like, Cast Down, Snuff Out, Deadly Dispute, etc. Like, those are all the cards you don't need to...
Shaman.
Yeah.
Completely useless.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Blood Fountain too is a completely dead card.
Yeah, I mean, at least the artifact you can cycle, but like the removals, they get clocked into your hand.
They barely slow down your opponent, but they're not so hard.
Yeah. Also, chat, how do you feel playing against a combo deck that can win in one turn? Do you feel anxious? Do you feel good?
Of course anxious.
Yeah, I also don't feel very good. Like, I remember when in Modern, Living End
that's
was
Nihil
a card.
Spellbomb.
Wow, yeah.
That's pretty useful.
Also, like, that's a foil Nihil Spellbomb.
Yeah.
I think that's...
It's a full foil deck. I'm watching also the Signed Chrysalis in Japanese language, I think.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, very good.
So, also the Chrysalis artist is here with us.
Yeah, of course.
In the room.
We'll have the chance to chit-chat with Domenico later in the day.
Yeah, it's very cool. Like, I think his art is just amazing. So it's beautiful. Like, so
he was very happy when I suggested the Cthulhu theme of the Geddon. Oh yeah, I like it. I know, I know, and your Chrysalis know too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like it's time for Domenico to put even more pressure to the board. Remember that Federico's deck can respond to one Nihil Spellbomb activation by comboing out even more.
Yeah.
So I think the skill of the matchup is understanding when to pull the trigger.
Spellbomb.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I think that he doesn't need to be to go combo quickly because I think that he can slow down and set up. He does not have a huge race, so I think he can took 2 more turns to set up his combo.
Yeah, I really like how elegant his move was, to be honest. So basically, you sacrifice.
One more turn. Okay.
Yeah, it's just 1 turn.
Yeah, just 1 turn.
You sacrifice to spawn.
Not so calm.
to add 2 mana, and then you can immediately use the mana to crack the clue. Very cool move. Yeah, I think now is time for CYCLESTORM to actually do the CYCLESTORM. See, it's tapping more than 2 mana. Okay, Cabal Ritual starting to approach. I think this is already something that maybe you want to think about, because of course Cabal Ritual adds 5 mana if you have Threshold, so you can decide to crack the spell or not, decides against it. But now Federico can use this mana to cast multiple spells, so if he has access to Song of the Damned and Reaping the Graves, he can start the loop once again.
Yeah. His opponent is just in F6. Go.
Yeah, I think just that Spellbomb is holding the game like, you know, the Spider-Man train meme. Just trying to save this game and see what's up. Okay, that is a Song of the Damned. I think you need to respond to that by probably sacrificing. Maybe you can wait. Maybe you can wait and crack the Spellbomb after Reaping the Graves is being put onto the stack. Yes. The thing is, if there are 2 songs, then sorry, two Reaping the Graves.
Yeah,
then
it depends only by the resources that the Federico has in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
He needed to sacrifice a Song of the Damned for bait the crack of the Spellbomb.
Yeah, and we will see if now Federico, it was a bait or it was actually the card.
Crack the Treasure for a black mana, I think.
I think so.
Another Song of the Damned.
Wow. Okay, so.
Oh, it was a bait.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it's always correct to wait until the Reaping the Graves is
on the stack,
because that's I think the big one.
The dice is on the mana token are adding each other, so 6 plus 2.
Yeah, it's 8 mana total.
Yeah. Spend 1. Another Song of the Damned. That's the 3rd one.
Yes.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, that's a lot of mana, so plus 8 mana again. Okay, so 14 mana. Wow, okay. That's a
4 Song of the Damned.
That's a ton of mana. Okay, there is no 7 on the.
Yeah, on the dice.
On the dice, so. Yeah.
He was asking if he could use the D12.
Yeah.
D20, sorry, but the numbers are too little, so.
Yeah, I think like we can see it clearly here.
Yeah,
I think it's better.
Of course.
So now, do you have Reaping the Graves? Ah, ouch. Is a very, very big smack for Federico here. Yes, basically is a +7. Or,
he can return all the creatures
yes.
that he has
exactly all the creatures, yeah. I think. And then your Spellbomb resolves, sure.
Really don't care.
We can move on.
But now he needs to win without any Song of the Damned, for example. That's the first one.
I think he's looking for a Lotus Petal plus another.
I think that he does not play the Blood Celebrant in the main deck, but he has one in the sideboard. Yeah, so he needed to cast a Petal to fix the mana.
Yeah.
To cast eventually other Dragon's Finger.
Or maybe if it, I don't recall if he played a land already this turn, but you can also dispute. You can also playing a Vault of Whisper plus Delhi Dispute. Or even, if you're very, very desperate, you cannot cast a Street Rate and dispute that.
Yeah, to jump block the...
Yes. The funny part is, if Eduardo had a snuff out, then this game would have been much difficult for Federico.
Yeah.
That's maybe the intriguing part. I don't know, maybe... I'm starting to like this CYCLESTORM deck, even if I don't...
He's not playing any life gain effect.
I don't think so, no.
Nor in the main deck, neither in the sideboard.
There is the Run It Healer that you can play and cycle.
Run It Healer, yeah.
But I never saw the card in play, to be honest.
Yeah, just for cycling.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't really have a plan of slamming that, because like this deck plays very careful with the resources, and sacrificing a colored source might be painful. I always thought that this deck has very raw potential of going off with the rituals, so I'm curious if you can play like a different sideboard plan, like siding in initiative, because you can do like land art ritual, Lotus Petal initiative.
That's a Vault Whisper into the
red mana,
as you say.
Nice.
That's a treasure. Yeah, the first song was on the stack, but when it resolves, there are no creatures on the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that without any remaining Song of the Damned in the graveyard, so you cannot recover it by the Blue Zombie. I don't remember the name right now. No, he's playing Ardent Elementalist. Okay, it's very difficult to reiterate the combo to produce a lot of mana. So it's true that he's drawing a lot of cards. So a snuff out, I think that is what not so useful right now.
Yeah, it could have been maybe fine if Federico's deck was put in a way that they don't see more Lotus Petals, so it was kind of difficult to get to the point where you play a creature.
He's conceding, of course.
Yeah. I think now the game is over.
Yeah.
But it was a kind of intriguing game, to be honest.
But yeah. He was very lucky. I think that Federico drew four Song of the Damned.
That was cool for
That's
sure.
a good point to win a game like this over bypassing the Nihil Spellbomb. But I think that post sideboard things cannot change. Yeah, can change because there are Duress and Weather the Storm,
yes,
for example.
Yeah, Weather the Storm is actually kind of strong, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think I also side in Avenging Hunter and Thorn, to be honest. Those cards are fine, and I side out all the removals.
Yeah, of course, they're completely useless.
I just try to play more aggressive. I think the best card here is, of course, Deadly Dispute, because ramping +1 mana allows you to play your powerful effects.
Surely he tried to side in Blood Celebrant?
Maybe, I'm not 100% sure.
Blood Celebrant helps a lot against Weather the Storm, because you have resources to fix your mana and cast all your Dranith Stinger to be more powerful on your cycling. Get the Light for sure.
100%.
Okay, that's the master side in. And I think that he can choose the plan to. He have the chance to go aggro, post sideboard.
I like that plan. It seems very smart. So we are talking about
the Keating
Gravestalker. Yes, the card
played in 4 copies in this sideboard.
Yeah, a card from the new set, Aether Drift.
Yeah.
That is basically a different sideboard plan, because of course with this with a lot of cyclers you can play that for very few mana.
Okay.
And it's actually kind of strong. It's a 5/4.
It's a 5/4. Then you can cycle if you want,
Yeah.
paying 2 mana, and you pay one mana if you have 5 or more creatures in your graveyard. But I think that there are another card that will come in, and that is Sage Smash.
Yes.
To crack the Nihil Spellbomb and the Artifact 8 with the Split Second. So he cannot be...
Cannot crack a response, yes.
Cannot crack a response and exile your graveyard.
Yeah, I'm very curious if I'd like to see a sideboard guide of this deck, because
I talked with Francesco Rasostoia
Okay.
yesterday, and he talks very well on Federico Zangani. Francesco, that's a friend of mine, was the finalist of the last Geddon, the Geddon of Pisa of 2023, I think, with the CYCLESTORM. But and I have a good opinion of his skill playing CYCLESTORM. But he said that Federico is a more powerful player of him on CYCLESTORM because he is continuing playing CYCLESTORM.
Okay. So we're gonna see
his main deck since a lot of years. So he's mastering very well the deck.
Okay, so yeah, I think he's playing very carefully. The only thing I can say is I'd rather not play mismatch Storms.
Okay.
Hopefully he can do a good result today, so I can buy the 4th Storm from Legends. So,
that surely
always
has an impact on the game. What about the side out, for example, in CYCLESTORM?
I think you side out maybe some like if you're trying to find if you're trying to put in some removals, for example, I think you can trim some enablers, maybe some bad cyclers, maybe some like slow card advantage engine, maybe, but I'm not 100%. Okay, I think. Yeah, maybe you can cut...
You have a big core in this deck, so you cannot remove so many cards.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you can side like one Kabar Ritual out, like a couple of slower mana development engine, a couple of bad rituals.
What about Rowan's Grim Search?
Like, I'm not sure. It kind of depends on what Federico is gonna, like, what is his plan. I think the card is powerful, of course, versus Jund.
And it's powerful to find the sideboard card.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you bargain, it draws, it lets you.
Yeah, you see
a lot of cards.
Up to 6 cards, I think.
Yeah.
Because you can mill 4 cards and then draw 2 more.
Yeah.
The card, I think, is...
Also, the mill is a great synergy with this, so you can...
I don't know why that card is not being played this much. I think the card is actually nuts. It's very, very, very strong. I love that card. I think it's very, very powerful. And I would play this maybe even in GLEE. I don't know. Like,
really?
Yeah. Each time I talk with Pauper people...
In the BG version.
Yeah. Each time I talk with Pauper people, I always give them my opinions on the cards, and they say, no, you're washed. You don't understand.
You must prove them. You must prove that they're wrong.
Yeah, I guess.
Playing them.
I don't know. I will at some point.
Meta share of day 1 is on the way. We are working on it. We have meta share of day 2 that just this paper sheet. So we'll publish during this day.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, like we have one guy that is working manually on elaborating all the data, and so like everything will be up. So don't worry about that. Regarding Jund, like I think we'll see a lot of Jund because, as we said, is the most prominent deck at the tables. 24 players, 15% metagame of day 2. So of course we are trying to pick different decks and cool people we like, but sometimes of course you need to pick also the high tables, and if all the high tables are full of Jund, we need to pick them for showcasing the...
But we'd like also to bring you some funny matchups,
yeah,
not only Jund WILDFIRE deck. But that's all fault of Mirko Ciavatta. I'm going to say it all the day, all the weekend. Yeah, but I'd like to bring also some matchup that will not be in the first 10 table, for example. I really do not care about this. I prefer to show you something different that something that is in the higher table, I think. My opinion. Ciao Giulio, mi manchi.
Okay, so looks like Edoardo was a bit unfortunate, so kept on 5. Hand has a decent development in terms of mana, but that's a bit about it. So Federico is of course very happy to see the opponent stumble, because as we said, the matchup post-board changes a lot, because Edoardo has a lot of powerful tools to try to disrupt Federico until eventually prevails on board. So, of course, when your opponent moves to 5 in the post-board games, you're always a bit happy. Also, it was actually interesting to see that Federico just plays one basic swamp. So if you...
So cleansing wildfire the opponent's land.
Yeah, that might be a plan. Also because we know that Vault of Whispers are also a fodder for all the disputes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That could be a plan.
Yes. Okay, so let's see. I think he has another dispute. Yeah, sorry, another wildfire.
Is Heisen warming the Banhammer? We don't know. He does not talk with us about this. He's no, I cannot say anything. Okay.
Yeah, he's very keen on his job of hard work here. Looks like.
But personally, I hope that something will change after this Paupergeddon.
I think
we will have the data also of the most played card too. For example, as we did for Rome last edition, so we can check all the situation after the event after Geddon, and I think that one of the first episodes will be with Andrea too. I'd like to talk about the meta game, the decks, and the most played card in.
We can also talk about something else. We can talk about cards.
We talk about something that, for example, that we talked yesterday at the restaurant.
I don't know. Yesterday at the restaurant was.
Lloyd for sure. That dispute, I think that he's the most played card at this tournament. Yeah, for sure.
By the way,
100%.
At the tables, Federico just played a Dark Ritual, and I think Edoardo was like freezed, because when your Storm opponent plays Dark Ritual, it's
But that's
over.
Not the signal, I think. The signal is putting the mana and Storm token on the
battlefield. I get that. When people start to open the deck box and pull off the tokens, put in... No. Oh, it's already over? Sure. Okay, so...
Carbonara, that's a good point. That's what Andrea was saying just 2 minutes ago to land denial your opponent.
No, I think personally that is a plan, but in closed deck lists where you don't know how many basics your opponent plays, I think I'd always want dispute on my stuff to grow one mana, because I think especially with Jund, where you have a lot of dispute and you wanna develop your game plan based on how many spells you can sequence in a turn. I think having the most amount of lands on the play possible is better.
By the way, he's playing one basic, just one basic.
Yes.
As Swamp. So if the first if the first one just changed the land with a basic, the second was a wasteland.
Yeah. I actually like how Edoardo is playing this game. To be honest.
Shaman is huge. Yeah, that's a good card.
But we saw 0 copies of Shaman in the sideboard.
Yeah.
I think it's like Affinity wasn't a very expected deck for this tournament because, of course, everyone, like people that love Affinity keep playing that, but it wasn't very well positioned. And I think this John...
He has not a really good conversion, I think. That there are only 8 decks in day 2 of this Affinity.
8 Affinity, considering yesterday we were 750. You know,
I think
like
that it was had not a bad conversion.
Yeah, not a great tournament for our medium forcers enjoyers.
But only because the Affinity Master is not playing today.
Yeah.
So.
Okay,
How many Affinity was in day 1, we don't know yet, but Aureliano and Pietro Braggiotto are working on it. So we will have this data during this day. Mono white, 2 mono white aggro, 1% of the field.
Nice.
And there are 1 familiars. I wanna see that list as soon as possible.
Okay, in the meantime, looks like some Eldrazi approach the table, and Eduardo is putting a lot of pressure. Hopefully, he can convert this pressure in an actual win, so we can see even more magic. Also, considering that if your opponent is like at 4 or at 2, or even at 6, they can't really cycle the street raids, meaning that it's less cycling power. Yes. And I think now if Eduardo has access to like a Deadly Dispute, maybe finding an Spellbomb or a Duress, he can probably lock this game because he has actually a lot of power on board. It's like 12 power on this board. Even like if he has an X-Born Hydra, he can win the game.
It will be pretty huge, yeah. Also, sacrificing the 12 Drazi spawn is very huge.
It's just OTK. So the chat asks about dredge. There are 5 dredges in day 2.
A lot of... it's a good number, 5 dredge, I think. And 5 also Ultratron. There are 3 Dimir Fairies. And what about Terror? They asked before. 1 Dimir Terror. There's also 1 STEELFIN combo.
Yeah. I think like yesterday...
I think that we missed him.
We missed the coverage, yes.
Yeah. I think that he
refused. He won. No, he won on coverage.
But he was on coverage?
He was on the backup table though.
Ah, okay. Yes. I missed him. Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
Only actually, 1 Dimir Terror, yeah.
Yeah, he won against Walker.
STEELFIN combo?
Yes. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Walker wasn't very happy.
I know. I am.
Yeah.
But I am.
I like the STEELFIN combo deck because, again, it's another deck that plays Factor Terror, so it's cool. Okay, so looks like Eduardo decided to crack the Eldrazi spawns. And let's see if he has...
CYCLESTORM e la giornata va già meglio.
An Hydra following up. Yeah, when you tap all the mana.
And also the treasure, this is a Hydra for sure.
Slam it. It's over. Yeah. Also, Japanese foil Hydra.
But why? As a creature or as an enchanting?
I think it's just an enchantment and the game is over.
Okay.
Yeah, I like this Fireball, to be honest. I think Nixborn Hydra was a card for the Rome Geddon. I didn't have much time to test, but then I sleeved one for the previous Geddon. It was always the best card in my deck.
So you want more?
Yeah, I think like now that people play 3, I think
but
it's the right number.
But not a full play set.
No, I think 4 is a bit too much. But Hydra, I think it's very, very strong because this deck plays a lot of lands, has a lot of ways to develop the mana. Yeah,
the spawn token.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can always save a spawn token for later and then enchant it and attack, win.
Yeah, Chrysler is so
Yeah, I think like John Wildfire named MH3 Tribal It's something I like because it's basically what it is.
Yeah, Blade Me Story, but Andrea ninja'd you.
Yeah. I wish we tried.
Draw one.
Yeah. Okay, now so Edoardo, congrats to him, like he won on a multi 5 on a bad matchup, so it was for sure a difficult match to approach, but he managed to sneak a win. Of course, CYCLESTORM didn't do much, just cycled. So yeah, I think the deck sometimes doesn't give you the right cards to start. But now CYCLESTORM is on the play.
That's a good advantage, I think.
Yeah, I think
starting
so too.
With an advantage of 1 turn.
Yeah, like
Mono red KULDOTHA. 21.
Yeah,
the
it's the second most prominent deck.
Played, yeah.
Even though, like, if we mix up all the Glees, a total of 20%.
Yeah, believe me, I agree. You need your answer here, or you need a very aggressive strategy. You need to choose if you want to denial or if you want to be more the aggressor. So you need to mulligan until you find one of the two strategy.
And looks like Edoardo kept with a beautiful foil duress.
Yeah.
And 4 lands, 3
I
spells.
really love this deck.
Yeah.
With the foil, the Japanese art, I think that one of the most beautiful deck we saw in the oh, he mulligan.
Oh, that's interesting. I think I would have kept. I just play either on turn 1, Dispute on turn 2, Duress on turn 3. I don't know. He probably wants to find something that is
I think that
more explosive.
He did not have a follow-up. I think I saw one land, I think.
No, it was
if I'm not wrong.
4 lands.
4 lands?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was maybe 2 land heavy. I don't know, like sometimes, because remember that Pauper is probably the format in where you can mulligan better because there are a lot of disputes.
Yeah.
And after seeing this win on a multi 5, I think you can take better decisions.
Yeah,
okay, this end seems slightly better if there is a swamp. There is no swamp, so okay.
There's another mulligan.
It was a dispute over a swamp.
Is GLEE also good at the event or only most played? I think that it was the most played on yesterday. And it had not so good conversion rate.
I mean, if you analyze
confronting with Jordan WILDFIRE, for example, or
Black Green GLEE plus Giant GLEE 20%. So it was like the card statistic GLEE was played in the most amount of deck that survived day 2. But there was no clearly best version, I'd say. So
we need the data from day 1 to to give a correct answer here, I think. And they will coming during this day, so stay tuned.
Exactly.
They're on the way.
Yeah, also like there was actually a lot of hate. I know a lot of my friends that were playing GLEE get paired against people that had like Collision or Guard in the main, and vice versa. Friends that were playing something that is not GLEE were trying to hard beat the best deck by playing unknown cards in the main.
Yeah. The culone.
Il culone, esatto. I was just asking.
What is culone?
What is the culone?
Collision honor guard. Oh.
Collision honor guard.
Okay.
2/4 for 4 mana, makes sense.
Fair enough.
Okay, so after a multi 5, this end looks lit. Like you have turn to Cleansing WILDFIRE, you have Nihil Spellbomb, you have a way to pressure your opponent's resources in form of familiar.
Both starts with a tap land go.
Mm-hmm.
Cycle this, cycle that.
Second Baron Moore, mismatch.
It hurts.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a thing that I really hate. Sometimes I had to play with mismatch cards because, especially like in Modern, etc. Maybe you switch a card last minute.
Not so cheap with the.
Exactly.
For example, so I totally agree for a format like the Modern, but Pauper.
Yeah, in Pauper, like...
Come on, mate. You're playing CYCLESTORM since 1984. Find a Barrymore.
I mean, if every card is mismatched, then I respect it.
Okay.
That style.
I think that's a strategy
to
confuse opponent, for example, like me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he gets more confused than your opponents because...
Most played creature, Pippolini.
Yeah, probably it's Chrysalis analyzing the meta. Yes, I'd say so.
June Wildfire, BG GLEE. No, sorry, Giant GLEE.
Monsters.
RG Monster. Yeah, I think that
maybe
we have all the most played deck.
Well, maybe actually it was the familiar over the Chrysalis.
Good match. That's a good match. The June Wildfire, Greek's Affinity.
Yeah.
No, I think the Chrysalis must play card for sure.
We will see. So all the data will be published either later this day or in the following days. So make sure to follow Lega Pauper Italia on Twitch. Make sure to follow Pauper Wave and all the other good sources of data. And you can also ask the other guys that are Mirko and Adepto Terra, that they're, I think, better than us in saying where to find the Pauper content.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay, so Multi 5 we said, but actually there are a lot of permanents. So I really like Eduardo's guts to mulligan suboptimal lands to keep what is a winning strategy, and looks like is working for him in this game.
Thank you, BZ. Thank you. But we're doing all this for you, so we're happy to do.
Okay, so I will briefly talk about the location. Yeah, I love this location. I think I think it's just smooth, and personally as a caster, I get really accommodated well. I really love working with Quarta Parete guys that are
amazing guys.
Yeah, they...
We'll introduce all of them during this day, so don't worry, Alberto.
Working with a professional coverage team is very, very cool, and let us do our job much better.
Yeah.
But also I think everyone is having fun. We are near to a restaurant place, and there are more restaurant places coming. There are good ways to park, I'd say, like the parking.
I'd like to show the view from here.
Yeah.
Later in the day.
Yeah, it would be amazing. We're in this huge Palazzetto dello Sport.
Palataurus, yeah.
Palataurus, yeah. And where they usually play basketball matches.
And soccer.
And soccer.
Soccer too.
So yeah, I think it's cool. It's a good experience. Okay, so...
And we have toilet papers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I like the toilets are fine, yeah. Okay, so another full page familiar, again, I'm amazed by how this game was a multi 5, and looks like Eduardo is already on the front foot and ready to take down whatever Federico is doing, considering that he's also used one of the Nil spell bombs, so it's up to the second one. Now it's just a matter of race. Just this refurbished familiar can take down the game.
Unfortunately, some of my friends didn't get in time the tickets of the tournament. Do you think they will increase the number? Yeah, we surely increase the cap of the event. Stay tuned, because the PAUPERGEDDON Spring Edition that will take place on the first week of July will be very huge.
Yeah.
Will be very, very huge. But we will talk about this in the after Geddon, after the PAUPERGEDDON, so don't worry.
Yeah,
you will have all the news soon.
Enjoy the spoilers and the sneak peeks, but yeah, we will have our official communications also with Gianluca.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but like one thing I want to note is each time I come to a different Geddon, things are getting bigger, things are getting better, and especially I love to work with Gianluca because his idea started from small tournaments and then grew up better and better. So now I think we are basically in the new stage of PAUPERGEDDONs.
Yeah,
and
the next
things,
level. We are in the next level right now.
Exactly, and things are even getting better. So of course we need to cross our fingers that our big projects will take place, but everything would be amazing, I think, and next time we'll manage to accommodate everyone.
Danilo, the days remain the same. So on Friday there will be the top Pauper player, but the PAUPERGEDDON will be on Saturday and Sunday, as usual. So I say this in Italian, so you can understand me. Ve lo dico in italiano così lo potete capire una volta per tutte. Per favore, non iniziate a flemmare per l'inglese o per chi non vuole o non capisce l'inglese, quindi non vi preoccupate, se vi serve ve lo scriviamo in italiano.
Yeah, exactly.
Ma state buoni, state buoni.
Be kind, be kind.
Be kind. Perché gli state buoni con 2B. Quindi grazie mille. Grazie per la comprensione. What happening right here?
Basically the game is still in the same stage as it was before, so Federico cast a one green search.
Be kind, esatto. Be kind.
Be kind, esatto. So the game was in the same stage as before, so Federico is in the digging part of every combo deck, so he's just looking for a way to surpass the spell bomb plus going off, while Eduardo is slowly increasing his value, and it also has a combo. It looks like that is a Duress in hand. This Duress is a bit the nail in the coffin for Federico. So maybe
I think that he's a Gilded Light.
Let's see. Wow.
That's it. What is this?
Lullage. Okay. Yes. So Veil of Summer doesn't draw a card for modern enjoyers.
That Veil of Summer at home.
Yeah, exactly. 2 mana Veil of Summer. And I think now Federico will probably try to go off because I think it's now or never. He really needs to operate his combo under a spell bomb, but like we saw in the previous game that Federico lost to a Hydra, so might be problematic now. So like he only has 5 creatures and not many cards in hand.
Yeah, I think that he cannot win maintaining the spellbomb because he does not have the pingers on the board.
Yes.
Yet. If he had the Dranic Stinger on the board, at least one, he can.
It looks like his hand is just
mana.
Okay, so he's
he's trying to do something.
Yeah, he's putting the tokens on the battlefield.
Here comes the moment.
Yeah. So I think Eduardo.
Yeah, I mean they are huge. They're fucking computers on this. Yeah.
Eduardo smartly put Cracked Tiny Spellbomb in upkeep, So Federico would lose the mana. Because of course you can't really operate the loop. I think first you can first you draw and then you exile, right? Towards his way.
The different triggers.
The triggers are reversed, yes. Yeah, exactly.
CYCLESTORM.
CYCLESTORM.
That's a new name. He cracked Spellbomb in response to the Street Rate draw.
Ok.
Giocatori, stiamo chiudendo le iscrizioni per il Pauper Reloaded, quindi se volete giocare il Pauper Reloaded venite adesso.
I think he's moving because there is still a draw step on the stack. That's there is still a draw, a cycle draw on the stack. That's my guess. Yeah, it's a grim situation for Federico. I'm very curious if he can manage to go off in this spot. Or just...
Yeah, that was the draw.
Yeah.
Just a remind.
Manuel Rosi alla jump station, per favore.
So 3 spells being cast. 4 because something is being put on the stack now. It's another Dark Ritual, I think, or it's a song. It's Ripping the Grave.
It's Ripping the Grave, that's huge.
Yeah, but it's not this big.
Not so big, but he can helps a lot.
Yeah, I think, of course, you need to cycle. You need to have. You at least have some new cards to cycle. It's basically a way to dig deeper for either another Ripping the Graves or a Song of the Damned. But
he has also an untapped land, so he can use all the 3 mana for cycle 3 creatures and finding a ritual.
Yes.
A ritual of some kind.
Yeah, but like, it's I don't know. Maybe
cycle 1.
I think for me playing these combo decks are so I don't know, anxious, because what if you don't find the card you need? Just
you die.
I guess
it's very simple.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's I highly respect people that show up to a tournament playing those decks, because I mean just something I can't do, and I really admire. You know, it's like watching high-level swimmers. You know, you say, wow, how do they do that?
But if it isn't a deck that you play often, you cannot understand how they feel playing it.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I don't know. They seem very chill. Yeah, I cycle my stuff. If I don't hit, I die. You know. Who cares, you know?
Just living on the edge. They like it.
We are not sure about the phase. I think there is a Street Rate draws onto the stack. It looks like that's the Song of the Damned.
I think they are on the main phase of the Federico. I think.
Okay, maybe. I think so. I'm not 100% sure on this. Maybe it was in the end step still.
Okay. He's using the first 1 card on horizontal position, because there are a draw on the stack of Street Rate. So he's drawing other cards, but he needs to draw another card for Street Rate that is still on the stack. So it's a reminder. Song of the motherfucker. Perché lo Storm Count è fermo a 6 se ha tirato una spell con Storm. Conta sempre come 1 comunque una spell con, con Storm.
Looks like that's another Ripping the Graves, actually.
The copies are not counting as a new spell. You're not casting them.
Yeah, exactly. You are copying.
Yeah, they are copying. That is different. So they are not count as a Storm count.
Exactly. They got put on the stack by a trigger. Okay, so looks like Federico successfully performed the loop of reaping the graves.
Look how his opponent is helping with the dice.
Yeah,
I think that they are friends. They know each other. So
yeah, probably someone is saying the name loud, and the other one don't tick the dice. So it's always good for us to see
how friendly our players.
Yeah, and also just they are also trying to help us and help you chat understand what is happening. So I really like this sportsmanship showing up to even high tables, because they are 7-1. I think today to top 8 you need to 7-2 and X2 and a draw probably. Rocks to top 8.
I think that X2 and a draw,
Yes.
there's not enough.
Not enough? So okay.
X1 and a draw maybe. X2 maybe
probably,
one.
yes.
One X2.
Just
maybe.
one?
I think that
Wow.
one or two, not more.
Maybe. Yeah, I think actually there are only 5 rounds today, so.
Yeah, Lloyd. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that's a good
100%.
point. Yeah, move on.
Yeah, by the way, like when we were picking the feature matches, we said, yeah, we are playing CYCLESTORM, so the game would be fast.
That's our talk at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, now we put CYCLESTORM on the main table, so they will finish fast, but that's not so. That's not how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, but I always like to showcase those decks. I remember when I was younger, I always like to see, as a spectator, cool decks, because they inspire me to try something new. So if it's for one round, we saw a lot of John, we saw a lot of decks that are common in the format, so why not bringing CYCLESTORM? And since Federico is also very good at operating the stuff and it's very clear in communication, I think it's probably the right moment to pick such a peculiar deck to be showcased today.
I think that they are talking about how the game will going, because I think that they are still in turn 0. Because
yeah, but I don't think.
Yeah, of course. I wanna bring some of the Bazooka podders today. 3 of them we passed on day 2, so we have a good choice. Which one do you prefer, Carbonara or Chat?
I'd rather say Simo because he's playing GLEE, while Ander is playing, Kosu is playing John WILDFIRE.
Yeah, and Gabi is also on mono black sacrifice.
Yes. Maybe we can see something. The Mortician Beetle deck.
Was GLEE on camera yesterday?
I think so. Probably our friends.
At least one.
Yes.
At least one.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think if so, Federico doesn't have. So I'm not sure. The healer is on the stack. He's on the battlefield now. I think he's now on the battlefield. He's trying to gain some life.
I probably Federico will have 2 more rounds for the win, because see, this is still round 0. This is still round 0, so the first additional round will be the Eduardo one.
I don't think he stopped in upkeep. I think I really
No, they're the main phase.
Because it would be stupid to cycle in upkeep, right? What is the point of cycling straight in upkeep? I think it's either
completely useless.
Yeah, it's probably the answer. So that was the last interaction from Eduardo. Now I think is F6. No, yes, probably like 2 lands in hand. And I'm curious if Federico can operate a win from here, or is being short on cards.
I don't know aggro jack. I think that it's too situational.
It's also very complicated to play against Cycle. I think one of the
you
strengths
never know
of the deck
when
is
cracking things. Yeah, you don't know what's the hand of your opponent, so you really. I'm afraid to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think combo decks are like very unexplored in the format, and it's always not easy to understand when to go off and when not to go off. I remember. Do you remember Goblin combo?
Yeah.
It was
Mogwarts.
Yeah, exactly. It was a deck that is not very played nowadays. But I remember
No, it's unplayable today. But I think that was more predictable to play against.
I guess, I don't know, I never knew when to kill what. It was complete. Should I kill the 1/1?
Yeah,
Should I kill with the
that
one
was
on the
because
stack?
they had a lot of interaction that return stuff from from the graveyard or fetching things from the library, Goblin Matron or Exhum or Unearth, for example. So yeah, you never know when do something, but I think that it was still more predictable than play against CYCLESTORM.
Yeah, probably. Like CYCLESTORM can go off randomly. Cycle, you're dead.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
But it's still also more unstable a CYCLESTORM deck, I think, because
yeah, of course, because you cycle.
As we said a few minutes ago, you can draw that cards and kill yourself. I love when combo players go solitaire style, yeah. That's a hermetic live.
So the dispute being cast on the healer.
20 minuti di scombata, che dire.
Now it's probably time to play the red guy.
It's still turn 0 of additional rounds. So.
Wake me up before you go.
I'd like to return my home this night. So
Yeah.
I hope they finish soon.
Okay, so red mana.
Wake me up when your combo ends. Yeah.
The rare red mana token approached the battlefield.
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
I think now it's time. But like, if he doesn't have enough, if he already played all the Gripping the Graves, might be dead, right? Because how many Gripping Graves? It should be 3 or 4.
I think that that one in exile is the third or the second.
Okay.
I think that they're not all gone.
So it's 4.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
Maybe
for sure.
There is still possibility that because you can't really cycle many cards when you have like how many cards are still in the library? Like 5?
Sorry?
How many cards are still in the library? Like 5, 6? So it might be that he can't operate his combo because you deck out.
You can.
Is there a way to loop the creatures? Or you can hold priority each time? You can make an infinite mana.
There's surely a way, but I'm not the right person to remember it.
Chat knows. Let's say you are gonna deck yourself. Is there a way to hold priority and cycle?
Okay. If you have a lot of creatures in hand, you cycle. Then in response to the trigger, to the ability on the stack, so with the draw on the stack, you cycle again.
Okay, so yeah, basically you hold priority and you cycle the solid trigger, trigger.
Yeah.
Okay. And
but you need creatures in your hand.
Yeah, of course.
Then you can reiterate, for example, a Rip in the Graves. There.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can cycle without drawing anything. Rip in the Graves, return all the creatures, and doing again. And you're doing that. But you need to have your closing creatures on the battlefield. You need, for example, the Dranic Singer on the battlefield. And you cannot use, for example, the Ardent Elementalist.
Yeah, of course.
Because you
are holding priority, so the stack will resolve.
Yeah. The stack is not empty.
Okay, that's That's interesting.
That's a song, yeah. And that's a pretty spot where you can target not all the creatures you have on the graveyard with you're reaping the graves. If you want to reiterate the Song of the Damned with the Ardent Elementalist, for example, allows you to, and you have not a lot of mana, you can target the same creatures with the triggers of the copy of the Weather the Storm. So you'll remain. So there are creatures still on the graveyard when you cast Song of the Damned to do more mana.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. You can, so you let resolve the copies one at a time. So for when you draw.
The first one resolved, and the rest will be exiled from the stack.
Okay, that's smart actually. That's a thing I like. And I think with that final reaping the graves.
Zanna Sliver, vorrei durare anch'io così tanto. No, he conceded.
I think the game
25
is over.
minutes of round 0.
Yeah.
I found something like that.
I mean, it was actually a fun match. Like I'm still happy we showcased that, and it looks like Storm. So the Storm player advanced to a record of 8-1. In this Paupergeddon 2025.
He played very well.
Yeah, he's playing very clean and with the right tokens, so it was a good showcase. And I think even if it might be a bit annoying for the opponent, I think it's a deck that I respect, and like if you're good at doing that, that's another thing you can do in Pauper. We are talking a lot about how the metagame is a bit solved, but there are still undiscovered decks and not very popular decks that you can play. So that's a thing I love about the format. You can still play.
Now we're throwing a dice.
Yes.
If the result is 3,
okay,
you will play CYCLESTORM at the next tournament.
Sure.
Come on, let's go.
I don't know if I have a dice.
That's the bad moment.
I don't have a dice.
Avete un dado? Qualsiasi?
We can do that later.
Okay.
But now I think we really need to take a button break.
When we start the next round, the first thing we do is throwing a dice.
Yes.
The result must be 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're taking a little break. I am Sapo.
I am Pi, and I will just answer the chat. So the win con of CYCLESTORM is the red creature for 2 mana that when you cycle a card you deal 1 damage. So the Storm player won because he had 2 of that, and just redraw the whole graveyard, cycling each time, dealing 2 damage. So he can hold priority and then shoot 2 damage at each iteration of cycle. So we're going to a break, and you can check chit chat with us later. You will have.
There's a little change on the be right back screen.
Okay.
There's a riddle. You must you will see 18 cards, and you must guess what card it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And type in the chat. We'll talk later.
Okay,
so thank you. We'll see in a few minutes.
Stay with us and have fun. Bye.
Yep.
And PAUPERGEDDON, Lecco 2025, welcome back, day 2 of this big event.
Yes.
We brought you a really unexpected matchup. I think you can't really guess what you are gonna see right now.
Yes, this is completely unexpected, a deck that is different respect to the classic archetype that we usually saw. And we also have the meta breakdown of the day 2.
Yeah, so we can tell you how much copies of the top tiers deck are right now played after some people got killed yesterday.
Yes. So the most played archetype of day 2 that perform probably better respect other is
Giant Wildfire, and you know, we were expecting a lot of Giant Wildfire in day 1, so seeing a lot of Giant Wildfire as well in day 2 just means the deck is very good. It's probably got a very good conversion. After that, there is KULDOTHA and GOLGARI GLEE. So nothing new under the sun. And we are now starting with the matchup.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's truly unexpected, to be honest.
This is a ginger brute.
There is a ginger brute.
There is a ginger brute at the day 2 of the PAUPERGEDDON Lecco 2025.
I think the last time I saw that ginger brute in Pauper was when all that glitters was still legal.
Yeah.
There's a Phyrexian Walker from the other side. So, as you can see by the deck names on the screen, we have a mono red KULDOTHA against STEELFIN combo. So, KULDOTHA with ginger brute and an affinity deck with Phyrexian Walker.
Yes.
Okay, so it is going in a very weird way. There's a Phyrexian Walker killed by lightning bolt and
killed by a white bordered lightning bolt. This is important. This is
because it deals 1 extra damage. You can that's an unexpected color from Affinity.
And Goblin Tomb Raider has haste thanks to the ginger brute.
1 mana Artificer Assistant. I think it is the second time I see that card being played on Magic, but the first time it was in Modern Cheerios. So
yeah.
We still have 0 mana spells, 0 mana artifact spells.
Look that!
But
only aced creature. Only aced creature.
Okay, so I guess we don't have a Monastery Sweet Spear, but we still have a lot of aced creature in KULDOTHA, especially since there is ginger brute.
Wow.
A lot of damage from KULDOTHA, a lot of damage taken to whale combo, and by turn 3, there's only 11 lives left. Phyrexian Walker, Scry 1.
Scry 1.
Sit on the top deck. Let's see if they already have a land on an end. They choose to keep the land on the top. Yep. And now I guess they're going to play something. There's a Retraction LX on reverse engineering.
This is a card that I love. Reverse engineer. I tried in the past in some different lists, but it's a card that I love and I never was able to play well. And in this case, this list can be my hope. I don't know.
You know, when you have 9 0 mana creatures, tapping 1 for a spell to draw a card is kind of easy. All right. Tooth of Kisgoria, so they have more artifacts on the battlefield. I guess they just want to cast a 2-cast or something similar. And now we can expect a draw spell, I guess.
I think so. Or he want to stay back with creature untapped in order to try to block and survive for one turn more. I don't know. We will see.
You know, okay, so they tapped the lands, then untapped. I guess they wanted to cast Engineering Explosive, but since it costs 5 mana and not 4 mana, they can't cast it yet because, yeah, there is a land drop on the top deck, but they don't have enough artifacts to tap with the improvised cost to cast the spell. And there's another
ace creature, only ace creature.
And a Galvanic Blast on the Phyrexian Walker.
Wow.
Right. There's a top land on the top deck.
Wow.
Yeah, the game is kind of over right now. Oh, well, you know, when you have a Galvanic Blast and you can deal 4 damage, do you really want to kill this 0/3 creature? I suppose it is probably better to just burn on the face.
But the problem is that Phyrexian Walker is a 0/3. 0/3 can block the Goblin, the Tomb Raider every turn.
Yeah, you can also trade with a Gingerwort, in example, because you can pump the Phyrexian Walker with the Kiss of Kisgoria. The Teeth of Kisgoria.
The Kiss of Kisgoria is beautiful.
Yeah. Well, yeah, block the Goblin, kill the Goblin.
No.
Easy peasy. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
You tap the
too strong. Too strong.
Too tough Kisgoria, too strong.
So only 4 damage, down to 7. So we have 1 turn more.
All right.
Now we have to combo off.
No, well,
it's like impossible, but.
All right. There's the whale. Okay, I guess they can combo off next turn, but.
Next turn, but.
All right, they can't combo off because they can. Okay, like casting Retraction Helix on the whale.
Retraction Helix on the wheel. Then you can bounce.
The Tooth of Kisgoria, untap the whale, and then go infinite with that 2
infinite.
Yeah. Cards combo. And by doing that, you can attack with an infinite in power with STEELFIN win. And of course, if the opponent doesn't block, you just win.
Yeah, but I think that there are a lot of blockers.
Wait, if your opponent is attacking with everything right now, I think it will be better to just take all the damage. Because if you jump block the monkey, you can lose to Lightning Bolt to the STEELFIN whale. You know, if you take the damage, you go down to 3 lives, but either way, you are still losing, because if you lose the whale here, you aren't able to win this game. So just take the damage, hope the opponent doesn't have the 3rd land or a Lightning Bolt in hand. They have just 2 cards in hand, so it's better to try to combo off next turn.
Probably.
They just need another artifact to win, because without any way to untap the STEELFIN whale after returning the Tooth of Kisgoria, you can't win.
Yeah.
They choose to jump block. They choose to block here, seems like. All right. What they're doing.
The problem here is Fire Blast.
Well, either way, land Lightning Bolt, Fire Blast, they're still losing. There's just
Fire Blast.
You know,
because every time against Mono Red in this situation, you die for a Fire Blast, and it's bad, but.
KULDOTHA always have the singleton copy of Fire Blast in their hand. That's a known rule of MTG. And there is Voldaren Epicure. So I guess in any way the game is over, because you can't attack for little, and well, you can't survive in the next turn, more or less. I mean, you only have 2 lives left. Oh, there's the Frogmite. Retraction Helix.
Retraction Helix. Okay, now we have to understand how to pass.
Oh wait, you can't bounce the Voltaren Epicure. Oh no, wait. So
Yes,
uh,
yes, because
no.
now you are on top.
no,
The wheel?
maybe they did wrong.
No,
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 there's
it's
not a
correct.
blocker. So
it's correct.
no, it works fine as well because you
Yes.
can first pump infinite times the wheel and then attack.
Yes.
You aren't forced to do that in the combat phase.
Wow!
Prog my top deck.
What
for the
a
win.
game.
All right.
What
So-
a game!
I guess the opponent even didn't know how the deck worked. They just tried to go face as fast as possible.
What a game!
If they kept their Galvanic Blast in end, yeah, they gave probably were going to give more time to the opponent, but they still had a way to interact with the opponent combo. So very cool to see where combo kill the opponent thanks to Frogmite.
Wow! Wow! The combo is every time you can bounce
Player.
an artifact, you bounce the teeth of the tooth of Gisgoria,
Tooth of Gisgoria.
and you play it, untap the wheel.
Balenami
The wheel.
tutto.
Balenami tutto.
The wheel
The
out.
Steelfin, and
Steelfin
then
Whale.
Steelfin Whale.
Steelfin Eisen.
Steelfin Eisen.
Monored conceded because it got killed. They
Yeah, you go infinite with you cannot say infinite, but
thanks to Retraction Helix, they're getting still whale they still feel whale.
Yeah.
You have this creature that can bounce without a permanent.
Yeah.
So they choose first to bounce the Voltaren Epicure with the whale. Then after that they cast Frogmite to untap the whale. After that you can bounce your Tooth of Gisgoria. After that, you just play Tooth, untap the whale, bounce back the Tooth, and do the same thing over and over and over until you have enough in power to kill the opponent. So,
Yes.
a really cool way to kill your opponent, I guess. I guess the weak part of whale combo is just not having a lot of copies of the combo. You just have at least in this list 4 copies of each card that let you go infinite. So 4 copies of Retraction Helix, even though there is a functional reprint of the card, which is Banishing Knack. There's also a functional reprint of Steelfin Whale, which is Bartered Golem. Well, is more correct to say Steelfin Whale is a functional reprint of Bartered Golem, since the Golem has been printed in Mirrodin, so I think 20 years ago. And
15.
there is just the Tooth of Gisgoria as a way to kill your opponent with the combat phase. I guess you can try to kill your opponent with something like Backdoor Terror or Reckless Fire Waver, but by doing that you are cutting a lot of other stuff like, for example, Walker, Ornithopter, etc. And when you are going combo off with a lot of creatures on the battlefield, even if they have 0 in power, you can still pump them with the Tooth of Gisgoria. So you don't really need to attack with the whale or to, target to have another payoff like a Reckless Fire. But seems like the deck is a sort of mono blue deck focused on going for the more straightforward combo.
Yeah, with a little splash of red
And green. So
and green. So
the
it's
deck is just mono blue in the main deck. They have a lot of card advantage since they play 4 copies each of Reverse Engineer, Toothcast, and Meeting of Minds. I really like Meeting of Minds.
yes, in this kind of deck is incredible.
They play 12 lands. That's not a lot of lands. And 3 copies of Lotus Petal. In their sideboard they have the singleton copy of Elusive Spellfist. That's the first time. There's a Reckless Fire Weaver as well.
I think that I fell in love with this.
Scale of Hisgoria? Why? Why? And then the other red cards are Electricity. And there's the green card, Weather the Storm. So
The problem is why he didn't show up before. That's the only question.
So they have Electricity and Weather the Storm going in, while KULDOTHA.
But usually KULDOTHA has a lot of 8 against artifacts, so...
Yeah. You decide, when you are building KULDOTHA, you choose between losing to mono blue decks or against affinity decks. Most KULDOTHA lists choose the latter, so they tend to have a lot of interaction to artifacts. So 4 copies of Cast into the Fire and 3 copies of Gorilla Shaman.
Yeah.
7 cards. They're going to bring in 7 cards against the artifact lands and eventually artifact creatures. And it's probably not going very well for our friend with mono blue whale combo, because they don't have a lot of lands and they haven't played Hydroblast in their sideboard, so just Metallic Rebuke maybe can't be enough. I don't know. Deck performed good enough right now, but I think
you don't need the Hydroblast if you combo off before you die. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's very easy.
If I can still win, doesn't matter having an answer on the other one, I just win.
Yes. So this is a mulligan. Two interesting lists.
Yeah, well, KULDOTHA...
Not a stock list for sure.
Well, they just have Gingerbrute as an alternative to the 1/2 creature with haste and first attack, I guess? Mm-hmm. First strike. Maybe they also bring in a Red Elemental Blast, but in my opinion it's not really great in this matchup. Okay, you can counter Hydroblast, but...
Hydroblast will... there are a lot of targets. Also the engine, so reverse engineer.
Well, when you don't know what your opponent is playing, probably you are still bringing in the Red Elemental Blast, just trying to let your stuff resolve. You know, you do really want to be able to cast both KULDOTHA and Goblin Bushwalker.
Oh, the 14%. Yes, this is the best starting.
Yeah, that's the only possible start for KULDOTHA, I mean.
And tapped land.
When you are playing against KULDOTHA, they always have it after all. Alright, so opponent, there's another artifact lands and cast into the fire.
Cast into the fire. So, foil cast into the fire. It is better than the normal version.
They can play Phyrexian Walker and land. Oh no, you played an artifact land that I can't destroy, so I can't cast Sinkhole on it. Well, let's just red Sinkhole. So doesn't really matter.
Phyrexian Walker. Phyrexian Walker.
Oh, many creatures. They have another 0-mana creature, maybe? Okay, so I guess they're bringing in the Tooth of Hisgoria against KULDOTHA as a way to counter Lightning
This
Bolt.
is the scale of Hisgoria.
Yep. Tooth of Hisgoria gives a bonus in power, while the scale of Hisgoria gives a bonus in toughness. So, really...
Frogmite.
Isn't really good.
Look that! Cast into the fire turn 1 and your opponent says, Okay.
Okay,
This is my end.
Yeah, I
Boom.
still have more artifacts than you in Battlefield, so your turn, opponent.
It doesn't matter. I won anyway.
It's Gorilla Shaman
Plus
time.
Outcast. It's wow.
Gorilla Shaman.
Wow.
Gorilla Shaman.
This will be the new tier 1. You know it. You know it.
Ban Frogmite.
You know it. So the opponent, the player of Mono Red, I think it's in his mind. He's thinking, okay.
Okay, they are
What
behind the
I
wall.
have to do?
Well, you know, when you can either... Oh, they are attacking, or, well, block with the
Seems
frog
like
knight.
in Attack of Titan, there is a huge wall in front of my creature, and I cannot do anything. I have to use all my bolt on 0 mana creature every time. And with the scale of this god, you gain a lot of time because Phyrexian Walker is a 0/4.
All
It's huge.
So the choice here is blocking with the Frogmite and
Plus
pump
0. Wow.
the Frogmite.
Yes. This is incredible.
Okay. The baffled KULDOTHA players choose to let the
We are
Tomb Raider
playing
die.
in 2030.
Opponent
This
is
is-
playing one
I think that
one
this is the
century.
future.
1 century. He's so.
We travel the time, Adepto. We travel the time.
This is so weird. KULDOTHA, play the land, pass the turn. Wow, right. So, 1 mana to cast. They let draw.
Wow.
Okay. So I guess the best start from KULDOTHA didn't really go well after that because they are still missing.
You cannot start better than this. Turn 1, Goblin Tomb Raider with haste. Turn 2, cast into the fire. And the opponent say, okay,
Okay, doesn't matter to me.
okay, try another time, but this will not.
Another land
This
go.
will not be your day.
They're not even going to bolt the opponent. Why? Wow, weird. Right. Another 2 damage with a Frogmite, I guess.
Wow.
Go face is the way. Oh.
3 damage.
Our little Frogmite just
Another
got promoted
Frogmite.
to Delver of Secrets. And there is another
You
Frogmite on the
play
top.
cards. Don't even tap lands for mana. Instant speed. This is incredible.
All right.
The
so
future from the past.
we're witnessing
Let's go.
We are witnessing the future of Pauper, Mono Blue, Affinity, with a singleton copy of Elusive Spell Fist in the sideboard, and Phyrexian Walker, Ornithopter, and Shield Wall. And
This is incredible.
and all Frogmite. It is also cool they are all playing Gearseeker Serpent. I do really love the card. Way better than Sober Overguard. Oh, there's another cast into the fire. So
Yeah,
bye
relevant.
bye tapped Greenland. We attack for 4 damage. You can also attack for 5 damage.
5
thanks to
damage.
the tooth. And then there is a Mirror Enforcer over the top deck. So
Wow.
the damage you can deal is doubled. Let's go.
Mirror
Go.
Enforcer.
I don't really need the combo when I can kill you with my Mirror Enforcer.
Yeah.
So, kind of the mono blue affinity deck played in Legacy, but instead of just being an aggro deck, you also have a combo, which is cool. and you have a lot of zero mana creatures, which are mostly good for the combo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, in this moment also,
No, they're casting to the fire. Not surprised.
I was thinking that the Galvanic Blast is not enough to kill.
Reverse Engineer. All right, I guess it is time to cast Lotus Petal, crack the Petal, cast Reverse Engineer, tapping one land. Oh, there is a Phyrexian Walker. I did tap all my Phyrexian Walker to draw 3 cards. Right.
This is insane. Yes.
So it seems like you can draw 3 cards and sacrifice 1 artifact, and then in blue you don't really need the dispute to do that. I attack for 5. That's a 2 turns clock if you give +1/+0 to the 1 Frogmite right now.
Yeah, what you have to do? You have to play.
Okay.
You have to play a bolt here. You have to.
Yeah, double.
Use all your bolt effect on Frogmite.
Even if you kill double Frogmite now, you can steal extra damage with a copy of Phyrexian Walker. Oh wait. Next turn you can start attacking even with the Phyrexian Walker and
Yes! This is
give the bonus to the
problem.
Phyrexian Walker instead of the Frogmite.
Wow!
Game is over like that. Wow, that's really...
Wow!
That's really something.
Wow!
So I'm going to reevaluate the value of cards like Phyrexian Walker and the Tooth of Ixcoria. I guess we should play those cards right now. I mean,
This is incredible.
Mono
Red KULDOTHA is not so strong when you have a zero mana creature that can just block and wall KULDOTHA from doing anything.
But what do you have to do when you start with 1 or 2 haste creature and your opponent play something like land 3 Phyrexian Walker? You have to play 3 bolt to make some damage with your creature. This is huge.
Yeah. That's a really surprising outcome for this match. I mean, I wasn't... You and Ray... I think the whole combo player just gave mostly brain damage to their opponents, not just combat damage, but a lot of health damage. Losing in that way, especially in the game 1, was already frustrating, I guess. And plus side, just draw every line they didn't need it, and they didn't draw in game 1. So
well, I think that this game was an experience. We can say that.
That's for sure.
It was an experience. You
That's,
have to.
And that is the cool part of the streaming, because we can bring you the most astonishing, surprising, special deck list just to show them to you. I guess you just want to have an experience.
This is an experience for sure.
Instead of going to the cinema or
something that I wasn't expecting before to start this streaming, because it's incredible. It's incredible, and this is why Pauper is beautiful, because every time you can build a deck with an idea, and this is the idea of play zero mana creature, 0/3, 0/2, and win with this kind of creature. From the past, from the first mirror.
Yeah. Just to be clear, that we should also say that there is only 1 copy of Whale Combo that passed the day 1.
So you are saying that the win rate of this deck is
it's
incredible.
The whole event will be taken down by Whale Combo. That's for sure. Well.
So
right.
Now we have a special guest for you, a guy that will love for this event.
Posso, ho il permesso di toccarti?
He is an artist. He is an artist. He is.
Vai, vai.
Take a seat. Take a seat. We love you.
Hello, my
Hello.
dear friend.
Hello. How are you?
Very nice, thank you.
So, for the chat, this is the face of the artist of writing Chrysalis. So,
Hi to everyone. Thank you to let me be
it's
here.
all his fault for Chrysalis in the
Ouch.
format.
No, I'm okay. I'm not guilty. I swear. And how are you, my dear friend?
I'm fine. I'm fine. The streaming is going very good.
Oh,
We
fantastic.
had an incredible experience during the last match,
Oh,
but there
nice.
wasn't writing Chrysalis now.
Uh-huh.
But you are the guy that draw the playmat of the Paupergeddon.
I
This
supposed to be.
one. That is amazing.
Thank you, my friend.
Can you say something on it?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm so glad you like it. First of all.
Yeah.
And I'm designed this playmat thinking about the Paupergeddon as the Chrysalis impacted so much on the meta.
Yeah.
And so I think about how the players would play this event, and like an army of Chrysalis. So this is an army of Chrysalis or Chrysalis, I don't know, fight together, creating this composition of greatness. Like the winner, the bigger one. So I think about it, and this is the results. And if you see, there is a little Easter egg. My little gnome. I needed to do it.
Yes. Yesterday I learned that you love Christmas.
Oh yeah,
So every time,
my fault.
every time, if you ask for an alteration, an altered in a Chrysalis, and you say, you can choose, choose. No matter what, I love your art.
Yeah. Probably I will do some snow and Christmas hat, something like that. Yeah.
But people love to see this kind of thing. So
I'm glad.
So it's amazing, and
Thank
it's
you.
amazing that you are Italian with a card that impact in Pauper, and not only in Pauper,
also in modern.
also in
yeah.
modern sometimes. The card is amazing, is beautiful.
I'm so
Also
proud
the
of it.
art is incredible, because you have to think that yes, you can play a good card, but when you play a good card that has an incredible art, is completely different.
Thank you.
Completely
You are
different.
too much. How can I say? This is too much kind from you. Thank you so much.
We love you.
And I love you and all the community. This was a stun for me, because all the gathering created with the Chrysalis is incredible, and I'm so grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you to say that, because the community of Pauper that we are trying to grow more and more, it's amazing.
Thanks.
So
That's great.
this
Thank
is
you.
very important.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for
Thanks
being
to
here.
you and for the community. Thank you so much.
We will take a short break and
Also.
and we will be back with the next round of this Paupergeddon 2025 in Lecco.
Thank you, guys.
Hello there and welcome back to PAUPERGEDDON Winter Edition 2025. I am Sapo.
And Paolo.
And we have a lot of data to share with you about metagame and convention rate. As promised, on the third round, we have the data. So let's talk about the most played deck on day one.
So the most played deck was actually Giant Wildfire.
What a surprise!
Yeah, that we saw continuously coming down to feature matches. Yeah. And I think like the high table are faster with this matchup.
Yeah, there are a lot of Giant Wildfire on the dispute deck in the higher Igas table. So it's very difficult to find a feature match that will not be dispute into dispute into dispute. Yeah. So we're trying to do something about this. Otherwise threatening Mirko, obviously. So.
Even though, like, analyzing the conversion rate, Giant Wildfire wasn't the best deck. I think the best deck was actually KULDOTHA Burn, so 59 players.
The best conversion rate, yeah.
Yes, 59 players brought it to the tournament yesterday. It did converted in 36%. So 21 people entered the day 2. And the second best conversion rate deck was actually Black-Green GLEE with 59 people yesterday and 19 today, so 32%. While Giant Wildfire converted quite well at 27%, so like it's 15% of the meta today, as we said before. Then like the other decks kind of did well too. Like there are a lot of decks that brought some people today, like CYCLESTORM. Yeah. Yesterday 5 people brought it, and 3 of them approached the day 2. Yeah. Then
60% of conversion rate, but we know that with so low numbers, it's not so impressive a conversion like this.
It's kind of fine. I think that probably one of the worst deck was probably like FAERIES. 31 people yesterday, 3 today, 10% conversion rate, not the best. And like basically is what we expected, and basically what I wrote in my analysis, that I expected the non-KULDOTHA decks without dispute to do not very well in this card advantage meta.
And here we go.
Yes.
We are proposing you GLEE combo.
Yes, yes.
But with versus Affinity. So both are dispute decks, but they have different game plan and of Giant Wildfire.
Yes.
So they are not so monotone.
Yes, I think we'll just see. I think different creatures. We haven't seen many medium forcers this weekend, and maybe we'll see some of them. Of course, Mislav is a well-known player in PAUPERGEDDON tournament. I think he top-8'd 1 or 2 PAUPERGEDDONs in the recent times. And in general is a very well-known Affinity player. Affinity, according to the stats, wasn't very good in terms of conversion rate. It was brought by 31 people yesterday. Sorry, 35, and just 8 people approached the day 2.
Yeah.
But I think Affinity, similar to Giant Wildfire, is a mid-range deck. So if you know how to sequence your stuff, and how to count fast, how to understand when to take the control, when to go aggro, etc. It's a very, very rewarding deck. But it's probably one of the most difficult decks to play, because all your threats, all your cards cost from 0 to 2. So understanding when to sequence things is not super easy, especially because you play the wrong tapland on turn 1, and then on turn 3 you have problems, and then on turn 5 you lose.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah, like it's insane, because the deck seems so powerful and explosive, but it also requires high level of technical play to be played.
I know that you like Shambling Gas.
Yes. Yeah, I like it. I think it also made a very, very small comeback in Modern, because it was played in the previous Pro Tour.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think the card is powerful. I like the versatility of such a small creature that can be either a fodder and can convert into a removal or a ramp.
Okay, okay. Answering the chat, how many points are expected to enter top 8? I think that 11-2
Yes.
are able to enter in top 8 due to the extra round we introduced in the previous version of Paupergeddon or Rome.
Yeah, I think
He's
so.
from Austria.
I think so. Like, though you need to have very good breakers, because I think a lot of people on X2 will miss. So at this point, a loss might mean that you are playing for top 16. So both players, especially Mislav, needs to win this game. Also, like, we're seeing this dispute game plan, and if you're interested in those beautiful tokens, they are made by E.Mazzucco in France. That is the official artist of the Geddon. You can come to every Paupergeddon and achieve some of the tokens that are promotional.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
I'm collecting them all since
me
the
too.
first Paupergeddon I met E.Mazzucco in France.
I need to get the new ones.
We have Familiar's deck on day 2, but only one.
It's just one?
And he's 4-3, 6-3-1, I think, something like that.
Yeah, not a very good conversion.
Tron is also a deck that had a pretty nice conversion from 21 of day 1 to 5 on day 2 with a 24% of conversion rate. And I think that there are at least 2 in higher tables. No, just Kai, I think that is unplayable right now. But there is on day 2 there is an Esper Ephemerate that we saw yesterday.
Featured yesterday. Yeah. Okay, so looks like Affinity is trying to start putting pressure onto the GLEE combo deck, while GLEE is probably trying to
only one superhero
perform the combo. Interesting. I like I think GLEE combo is such a strange deck. Like, you play this draw effect and eventually you end the game in one turn. It's one of the most peculiar decks, I think, in the format right now.
I know that I already asked you this question, but which version of GLEE combo do you prefer?
I like this one, the green, black-green one without.
Yeah, but I remember that last year in Pisa, you played the Jund version, right?
Yeah, I played Jund. I think that was slightly better positioned for the tournament, but nowadays I think this is just better. I don't really believe in Chrysalis. I think.
Okay.
The card is useless.
Straight forward to the combo.
Yeah, I think so. I can see playing maybe one munition in the main.
Okay.
Just because you can at least deal with the 2/4, the collisional guard.
Okay, because the culone.
The culone.
Okay.
So Mislav is keeping one red mana open that I expect it represents a Galvanic Blast.
Of course.
Yes.
And I think that is one of the few interactions that he has.
Yeah, I think it probably has that and maybe some cast down. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
The thing is, since he's not putting a ton of pressure onto the board, Adam can always combo out with a protection spell, especially if it's Tamio and Mislav has only access to one untapped red source.
Yeah, to cut down.
Yeah, it might be difficult to combo. On the other side, though, like if Adam doesn't do much, Mislav can just vomit a couple of Mirror Enforcer and eventually close down the game with 4 damage upstairs.
Yeah. I really love that he's.
Yeah, they are.
Mislav.
I think they are from a Magic Con, so the Magic 30. Yeah, they are very cool. even though I prefer ultimate card.
Dimir Snacker.
I think so. It was a deck that did well.
It has a very bad conversion rate, Dimir Ferries, for example.
Yeah, Dimir Ferry was terrible.
From 31
to 3.
to 3. So a conversion rate of 10% is very, very low.
Yeah, and then...
yeah, Merfolk, TV.
There are a couple of
decks. A lot
decks.
of people agree with you about this.
There are a couple of decks, I don't know, like Hordes of Kitty. What is Hordes of Kitty?
Hordes of Kitty.
Yes.
Where do I?
Here.
Hordes of Kitty.
So
I think that's Hordes of Blade.
Probably, like it was probably the worst deck because it brought 0 people to day 2.
A lot of decks brought 0 people.
Yeah, but
Hordes of Spy Combo. But there were 6 people that choose Spy Combo as their main deck for this
just one.
47th. No, Spy Combo has the conversion rate of 0%.
Oh,
there are
0%.
no one today.
Wow.
The Refurbished Fog 2. Poison Storm, no.
Mard Synth 0.
Monster Tron. Elves, Kogates. Kogates is another deck that didn't convert on day 2. There are no decks.
Okay, so while we are talking about numbers, Adam tried to go off with the broad scale plus sadistic Glee plus a protection spell, but Mislav with the treasure managed to shoot the 2/2 Eldrazi and basically saved his game for now. Now I think he needs to start applying more pressure. Let's see if he can sequence more card draws to even maybe find a Mirror Enforcer or something that can start to attack more aggressive than a 2/1. Because of course, like, the Refurbished Familiar is a very cool card, it's a very strong card, but you don't usually win the game with that alone. So you need to have also other stuff to attack. We saw that previously in the Jund matchup versus Poison Storm, versus CYCLESTORM. But looks like Mislav brought a gang, so double Refurbished Familiar plus Mirror Enforcer. I really like how he played this game plan in a tempo way, so send back the creatures for a big turn in where you just slam everything to the battlefield and ask your opponent to win this turn or lose. I think we are seeing a master of the archetype playing it quite well. And also Kraken Shaman is a good way to save the game from a point in where your opponent can go just A plus B and try to
able to
feed
win.
you. Yeah. I think Adam has one more turn, unless Mislav has a munition, of course.
Yeah. Or a chain of galvanic blasts.
Yeah.
Why not?
2 more galvanic. 8 damage. Would be fun.
That will not. The first time that we saw poker of cards in this future matches. So
there were a poker of balls.
Yeah, a poker of Song of the Damned.
Yeah, also.
And a lot of pokers of Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, that's for sure. So Mislav decides to pull the trigger on the Kraken Shaman now, meaning that probably has another one in hand, I'd say. So for 5 mana, use all the mana, sacrifice the plant, and draw 2 cards. I really like how clean this play was, because of course I really think playing Pauper at high level means understanding how it is to play to tap out every turn, to use all your mana, because all the spells are cheap now, so if you can be mana efficient every turn, you can really do well. Did 13 damage, coming to Adam. Now it's time to see A plus B plus C. So let's remember that Adam was down 2 cards because after he tried to combo out, Misalov played double familiar, so...
They want to see Dredge.
yeah.
I promise that if there is a still alive Dredge, we'll bring you next turn.
Maybe
not the next turn, but I think that the last turn of so the 5th round, we will bring a win and in.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But I was commenting that still alive Dredge is a fine.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean the deck revolves around reanimating your creature, so if you're still alive, the deck doesn't work.
Okay, fuck you.
So, wow, Adam...
There are infinite lives.
Yes, so achieve the combo with the colorless mana. Of course, I think Mislav tried to pull the trigger before because I didn't expect probably Adam could achieve such a turn, but A plus B plus C was called, and there it is.
Altro che disputa, dico. Yeah, I think that Silvok Lifestype is a pretty nice card here, where you can gain a lot of time while you set up the combo. Then it's also a win con against a lot of decks. So going infinite life allow your opponent to concede. So it's a pretty nice.
Yes.
Pretty nice card.
Also,
let's check the sideboard.
Yeah, regarding the livestock, I think it's also fine because, like we said, that Mono Red was the best converting deck today. So 36% of the in-day 2
deck.
So like the card is also slaps versus Mono Red because you can just equip some token, gain 6 life, and then eventually
it counters 2 lightning bolts.
Yeah, exactly.
Alone.
Then get down to a point in where you can combo out safely because you are not threatened by the death. Okay, so regarding the sideboard,
let's beginning with Adam or GLEE combo.
Yeah, I think you probably want Last Rides.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'd say Troublemaker Roof. I don't think you need anything else.
I don't think that gaining life with Weather the Storm or if life goes on is so valuable to justify a side-in, for example. All you want to do here is to try discarding more cards as possible, so you can go combo with a safe hand.
Yeah, exactly. Like Last Rites plays similarly to Tamiya Safekeeping, in which you wanna basically play that before you combo, likely in the same turn, so you can just clear the coast and then go off.
One Troublemaker off is also in the main board. Yeah. So the win con are 2 Nadia's Nightblade. Okay. And of course the Safe Life stuff.
Yeah, I think like
pretty straight deck. Yeah.
Looking at this deck list, I think I will buy the leftover cards I miss. I really like. I think I don't know. Maybe they will ban the
really?
deck.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
you're brave.
I'm missing like Last Rides, those cards. I'm not sure. We will see. I think I will probably like if they ban this deck, and just statistically, I think I will retry Goblin Combo once again. I like the deck. Yeah.
So you're a Mogwarts player.
We will see. We'll see.
Let's talk about Affinity.
Okay, so I think you won a null, yes. Probably Krark Clan Shaman, and I think maybe even the Breath Weapon. mostly because all the spawns are kind of annoying, so you really want to talk.
They jump block a lot. It gives you a lot of time to set up your combo blocking. Yeah.
But I think your deck is kind of already well set up versus GLEE, so probably you don't need
Game quantity sire.
I'm not sure. I think I would start by removing the blowgun, and then maybe I'm not sure. I think Toxin.
Toxin?
You like Toxin in the matchup? Like everything is 2 CMC eventually, so...
I don't know. With a card class Shaman, there are many spots where you have infinite creatures that you cannot remove.
Okay, makes sense.
So
yeah, maybe
a mono copy of Toxin Analysis, I think that can save your life. Can save your life.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think we will see how the two players.
Otherwise, you're playing a match where you're grinding resources with your opponent.
Yeah.
So sacrificing just one artifact to wipe the board of your opponent, I think that is pretty valuable. So I keep one Toxin Analysis.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm worried about the spots where you also kill your Mirror Forcers. That's my worry. So I'm not sure. Like
it's just a price to stay alive, I think.
Yeah,
I prefer staying alive. That
I'm not 100% sure on this. I think when I play decks like Affinity and those polarizing matchups, I think I really want to be. I really want to try to win instead of not losing. I might write an article regarding this. Actually, it might be smart. So maybe Alessandro Moretti can pay me in Pauper. But yeah, probably it's interesting about sideboarding with different decks and how you should approach a certain matchup.
Okay, but not a counter spell. No. Bro, you're drunk. Make blue raise again.
Don't ban counter spell.
No, I know, you're kidding.
Okay, we will see. Okay, so what I can see...
Mirko, what do you think about banning counter spell?
No.
Sorry, what? Already banned? Okay.
More.
So what I think the end from Adam, of course, we don't see it clearly, but seems kind of an out end with a dispute, Glees, and okay, so probably it was one lander, I think. So sometimes you risk it, as we saw yesterday. Sometimes you keep one lander, sometimes you don't. So
Zip MTG say that you can keep with one land, but just
you
knock on your deck.
On the deck.
knocking on heaven's door.
Yeah, I mean Zippo plays mono red, so I think it's easy to. Yeah, you always keep with mono red and gamble.
yeah. I throw a dice.
Zuppo MTG.
Zuppo MTG. Yeah, the unban is a way, but it's so hard to predict how the meta will.
Yeah, but
will move on.
Let's not talk about ban because we have Mirko that is gonna do coverage next turn, so you can bother him with all the unbans because he actually has power.
He's looking at us.
Why asking us when you can ask the person that can do this?
You can threaten him. I'd like it.
Oh, nice.
No, just kidding, obviously.
Yeah.
Ban Ancient Carp. Easy pick. You're right.
Yeah, by the way, like doing coverage with Mirko is like being in the boys. So and he's Homelander, so he actually has the power to do stuff. We are just guys.
I am the Banham.
Okay, so Duress, that's the Arcane Secret Lair Duress.
Yeah.
Being cast by
Do you
Adam.
like Duress on turn 1?
I think it's probably fine. Again, like the difficult part of GLEE is, so GLEE kept one lander, so it didn't knock the deck, I think.
I think that he mulligan.
Yes.
1 or 2 times?
I think 2 or 1, I'm not sure. And also, Mislav didn't keep a very powerful hand, considering that...
two times.
2 times.
Thank you.
Yeah, so probably makes sense to keep the one lander. And Mislav immediately draw the Refulgent Familiar that can speed hand a little bit. It looks like a second swamp. Yes. 3 mana Mid Enforcer, attack.
They asking why they disband. They didn't like the art, so they banned it.
So this game might be maybe very fast. 7 damage, so next turn Mislav can even threaten the kill if he has, like for example, a Galvanic Blast. Yeah, exactly. Dispute being cast from Adam, so again he needs to start to at least threaten the combo or put some blockers onto the battlefield. Otherwise, it might be problematic for him to stay alive in this game. I think like a card that can buy him a lot of time is the Troublemaker Roof, because it's a blocker for the Mid Enforcer and removes the flyer, and then eventually he can also deal with the Enforcer. But I think the problematic card is the flyer because
you're not able to block them.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, of course, the Crocodile Shaman it allows you to yeah. And also, like, Crocodile Shaman is locking the board right now because you can never go off with Glee plus
something else.
You need to have at least a Tamiyo to protect the code, to protect the combo in response to the damage.
Yeah, but he can suck. No, he let resolve the first one.
Exactly.
Okay.
That would be my play. And looks like Mislav is holding 2 lands, so not the best.
Here comes the third one at turn 6 or 7, I think. It's the 7th round.
Yeah.
7th turn.
I think this is the focal turn for Adam. He needs to either win or find something that allows him not to lose. Malevolent Rumble is a card that...
He's taking a Calling Garden.
I think so.
He needs green mana and he needs a blocker.
Yeah, I think...
No, he's 2 life, so okay.
Yeah, I think the situation is grim, 100%.
Probably over.
Also, Malevolent Rumble is a card that post-board become much worse because...
He kept the Calling Garden.
Yeah, makes sense. I think maybe you can... No, you don't have a spot in where you can play some Atomio Safekeeping on the blocker to gain 2 life. Unless you do it like now, but it's complicated. Of course, like mulliganing to 5 after like and then getting refurbished immediately and missing the land drops is not where you want to be when you play a Glee combo.
Oh, in the meanwhile, Salim, thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. So another duress being cast, showing 2 lands.
It's time in the round. Pauper round, time in the round. Fine tempo.
Here we go. Let's swing.
I think probably, yeah, he's gonna do the obvious play of sacrificing Crocodile Shaman. I mean, safekeeping, but if Mislav sacrifices 1 more land, the game is over. And there we are. I think, yeah, players are
conceding, of course.
Conceding.
No way out from this situation.
Yeah, because you can still you still have priority with the damage on the stack, so you can sacrifice another, put another instance, and then the damage resolve and everything gets killed. before the gain to life resolves.
Pretty bad draws for Adam this turn, I think, and he's coming from a mulligan, so he needed to keep an suboptimal hand. And
I think so. Like we said before, that mulliganing in Pauper is I think that can be can also be fine because like you have a lot of dispute, etc.
Yeah.
But Mislav managed to put a lot of pressure onto the board, and that Mirror Enforcer kind of changed the race. Also, like if you mulligan and you keep one lander and you don't immediately draw the second, that might be painful because you are denied by developing.
They won one.
You need at least 2 lands to work in Pauper.
They did not update the tablet yet, so give them a moment.
Yeah, there we are. They put a number right now. Okay, so now I think Adam is on the play, and I think I'm not sure about this matchup because I'm still thinking that Affinity might be better positioned against black-green GLEE, because I think the problem of Affinity is it doesn't do very well against Rating Chrysalis, because of course you stop the board and
you put a lot of blockers.
Yes, and also you need to have A+B combo with Crackland Shaman. But
and he has to reach for the
for the 2/1
familiar.
And also like Crackland Shaman, of course, can remove the Chrysalis, but then you also board wipe yourself.
Yeah.
So you are building much more of a slower game that you can lose if your opponent has, for example, just Last Rise plus the combo.
Zavi just said, wow, Adam lost the match. Sometimes happens. Yo, you know him?
Ciao, Gabri. Okay, so it looks like those are 2 Mirror Enforcer, let's say. Both keep 7 this time, starting with Silvok live stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that Mislav had the great Artifact 8, right?
Yes.
Casting to the fire. Do you think that is probably sided in?
I wouldn't say so. No. Probably just a null is his answer. That's why he started with State of Synod, because of course on turn 2 you really wanna counter the Icor Wellspring. Wow! Wow!
Pretty nice.
That's
it excites, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's an insane tempo play by Adam. Yeah. Now.
That
you can basically do
open blue mana
want.
Was a null.
Yes.
For sure.
But also, like when if you have 3 mana and your opponent has 1, you're super ahead.
Yeah, totally agree.
And we are seeing Malevolent Rumble putting Eviscerator's Insight in the graveyard.
That flashback is huge.
Yeah, that's
the first one is a deadly dispute, right?
Sorry?
The first one is a deadly dispute.
Yeah, this dispute.
So as an idea, as a force, the choice here.
No, I mean, he can still take the land.
Adam is one of the best Pauper players in Prague. I hope he does well. He's doing well. Nice. He's doing well. This
9-1. I think he can even lose this match. It's not.
This is table 2, right?
Yes.
This is table 2, so he's on table 2 on the 11th round of a big tournament, so he's doing well. I'm a big fan of Whale Combo. We had the last round.
Yesterday.
No, the last round.
Last round?
Yeah,
okay.
last round.
Nice. Nice. I also
How
like
it
Whale
went?
Combo.
Come andata? Whale Combo. Oh,
nice.
And he won. Okay.
So maybe we'll feature it again.
It's pretty difficult here for Mislav to recover the disadvantage of
being like we don't see any blue mana being cast, and mostly like it's as we said, like this gameplay can play out in two ways. First is like we said, like we saw in the previous game. So aggro versus combo. So the aggro tends to win because you can pressure your opponent. Otherwise, it's a mid-range battle. So who is ahead on mana, who is ahead on spells, usually win. Because we know GLEE has a lot of ways to protect itself, to record the cards. And Crackland Shaman is a key spell, but can be beaten by Tamiyo Safekeeping because, of course, you let the first damage resolve.
The protection spell, of course.
Exactly. I'm very interested to see if Adam is gonna attack with the 2/2. Wow, okay, so that's...
Why not?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if you would rather block.
That's a psychological move.
Yeah, like the thing is...
I'm not afraid of you. Boom!
Who is the beatdown? That is the big question, I think.
Still no blue mana. That's interesting.
Yeah. Also, like Affinity, not only plays Unknown, but plays also other blue spells in Thoughtcast. So not having blue mana might be painful because you can start to draw dead cards. That is not what you want to do. I think the strength of Affinity is you have a full chain of cards.
Ooh, that was not foul. Nice. That's a big threat.
Yeah, yeah. Also, it's interesting that he's paying 4 life, even if he has 4 untapped mana, meaning that we'll likely see some dispute action.
Okay.
Now, blue mana is achieved in terms of a treasure.
For a single answer, yeah.
Basically,
thank you, Aaron. Really, thank you. I'd like to thank very much Bose MTG and our main sponsor, eBay. But we'll have the chance on the end of the next turn to chit chat with them. So don't worry, we have a lot to things to say. Also about the next Paupergeddon, maybe. But stay tuned.
Nice. Okay, so...
And also thanks, of course, to Lega Pauper Italia, that is the core of everything here.
So we saw just a brief dispute action, so dispute plus dispute.
Here comes!
Is that a bait? Or is that not a bait? So yeah, like...
No way Snapout is correct versus Affinity. It is.
Interesting.
It is. I think that Snapout is there to be an answer to Crackland Shaman, so it's correct.
But it's also fine, like you remove some pressure. Like Affinity doesn't play those many creatures. So if you can remove a Maid Enforcer Pele that on turn 3, you have enough breathing room to develop your stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I don't think it's this psycho to set in the Snuff out. Yeah.
Keep calm, guys. This chat is free, so you can say whatever you want, respecting each other, of course.
So 2 mana, that is a cast down in response to the adapt. I think this Basket Broadscale was the bait Broadscale that you wanna trade with a removal. Because I think otherwise you don't really wanna expose your KPs to just removals. But playing this way means you force your opponent to stay behind and sit in the back seat to just play removals, because as we saw in game 1, GLEE combo can just combo kill on one turn. So
Pablo, thank you to be here.
Appreciate.
They're overthinking here. I think that they are feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah, I think so. Especially Mislav, as this is probably the win and in, because if he wins, he can draw next turn. It's 2 more rounds.
For Adam,
Yes.
it's 901.
No, yeah, I mean for me, how many rounds are still in the tournament? This is round 3?
This is the
Third round, okay.
The third round, so
it's not
2
yet
more
a
rounds
win.
after this.
So it's not yet a win and in, but we're approaching to the final stages, so a win for each
But I don't think
player.
that there are many tables that can draw a match.
I mean, if you are like X11 should be fine, right?
There are no so many decks on one, you know?
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Annul, okay.
That's the annual. There was not a bait.
Yeah, I think
there was not a bait.
the way Adam tapped the forest means they probably have a protection spell.
But not against annual.
No, there is no Veil of Summer in this format, so Annul was probably unbeatable. And now Mislav is probably ahead now, because he can just cast a removal spell on the broad scale and start his game plan finally.
I think that Adam still have a protection spell right now.
Probably.
Round player, welcome to round 3. You have 50 minutes. You may begin.
Gain 1,
Gain
draw
1,
3.
draw 3.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
And we'll go.
Yeah, Annul like holding the game. So, and step adapting the broad scale, and the question is, do you have another sadistically, or you are just bluffing? We'll see probably some dispute action, yes, that's what we expected. Now basically it's GG, because also the broad scale doesn't have summoning sickness, so you can just create an infinite and win a spot, or like even just a 17-17.
Oh, let's do Raz. Why not? Here we go.
And 2 talk cast were stuck in hand, so that's why the blue mana was...
The Troublemaker Wolf was a huge play on early game, yeah.
What do you take here? I think you probably remove...
I think a bargain here.
Yeah, the bargain is the safest one. So to take the Ichor.
I don't know. I think that Adam does not care about life points. So who cares if you cast Mirror Force and then bargain them? So he probably does not want to let him draw more cards. So
yeah, I'm very curious about the development of this turn, because I'm not even sure it's correct to start with Thocast. Probably yes, you still start with Thocast, because you can draw an untapped blue source, pay another Thocast. But then you really want to slam double Enforcer here, I think. That's why probably Adam decided against the bargain.
To cut off the artifacts.
Yeah, it's probably too free in a development scenario.
Yeah. That's already adapted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was adapted in the previous Mislav Sand step.
Here, the first one, and then the second one.
Okay, and there it is. Of course, the red mana, the untapped red mana, always representing a Galvanic Blast. But now the wheels are online. These 2/4/4s can start to pressure the game really quick, and is like a free turn clock if, let's say, the GLEE combo player has only lands in hand. We'll see. Like this is a very complicated spot. Like those, this turn was the turn that turned the table into Mislav advantage. And next turn you can still like draw 4 cards, etc.
Yeah.
Looks like Adam doesn't have what he needs. That is like
Any weekend.
Yeah, basically. I think he's probably waiting to patiently cast the Eviscerator's Insight on the Eldrazi spawn end step, or maybe even on the untapped black land. the Vault of Whisper. That
I
would
don't
be
know,
my play.
if you are greening resources, you can choose to remove one of your lands instead of your Eldrazi spawn.
Yeah, I think so.
To achieve the combo, considering the fact that he already adapted the GLEE, the lizard.
Yeah, I think you probably... The Eldrazi spawn is secretly an important piece.
Yeah. Will achieve you to start your combo without any other pieces on the battlefield. And that's bad. That's bad.
That's that's probably... It means you're dead in 2 turns, basically. It means that I'm not even sure you are forced to...
Oh, he's blocking one. And I think he's bargaining.
Block and bargain makes sense. And
but I think that he still have a protection spell.
Yeah.
He kept the green mana open.
What is interesting is Mislav decided against attacking with both Enforcer because he's respecting still the combo.
The infinite
yes.
Attack back.
And he's smart. So he can deal 6 damage plus 8. So
fundamentally, it doesn't change the clock. Attacking with 1 or 2 creatures in this spot.
Yeah.
If you have 6 mana untapped, you can ping all the remaining damages. So it doesn't change nothing. So it's very clever to stay back to...
Yeah, I mean, it's a move. I think you tell a story this way. You probably tell that you don't have a removal in hand, while you kind of... I think it might be a very, very clever bluff, I'd say. I would...
so do you think that he has not a protection spell?
I think Mislav has at least a Galvanic Blast in hand.
Oh, here we go. That's a cast down.
Yeah. That is why you don't attack, because then your opponent goes off, you know. That is a very, 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 very cool move.
I think that he has a protection spell here.
Yeah.
It resolves. And then I think that he's coming a cast down, enabling the effect of the GLEE, creating the token, attack for infinite.
Ah, you think so?
That's my bet.
We'll see. I don't know, for now it's just a 1-1 that does nothing.
3-3.
3-3, yes. Better. But again, like, if Adam passes, Mislav can just shoot 3 lands at the broad scale, see what happens, attack and win. So it's not that he's in a bad position.
I think they're missing some damage.
Yeah, they are
checking
their
life points.
about life points.
I don't care, I go infinite.
Okay, so yes, 17, 19, that was our damages.
No, they are 17.
They are 17, okay. I don't really recall the damages. I don't remember what happened. Really, Kraken Shaman attacked a couple of times, I think.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Unearth? That's an uncommon card, right?
Always common.
Okay.
GG.
Ooh, so Adam advancing to 10-01, a very, very nice position to be in, considering this is, there are 2 more rounds and then the cut to the top 8, while Mislav might still be in if he wins the next matches. But
he still not have an enabler. Oh, snuff out! Here we go!
Okay, yeah. I thought the game was over already. Wow, sorry. Nice.
No, but he conceded.
Yeah.
Because he had the enabler for creating
for
the token,
creating the
you
token
need
and then
to
go off.
activate
Yes.
the combo. Okay. Let's go. So this was the 11th round, but before the break, I wanna chit chat with our sponsor. So come here.
Yeah, I will leave you to the table.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, nice. Eating, of course, don't worry. Here we go. We are here with Max and Claudio from come in un po'. From Loot Focus. So let's talk about Loot Focus. What is Loot Focus?
Loot Focus is a product in gel which gives you concentration. It is not chemical product, it's completely natural products based on aroma naturali, natural aromas, I told you in Italian, and terpenes. So it's very interesting that it doesn't give you a boost, but it keeps you the concentration constant. This is one of the best points of our product. Not calories, not any chemical stuff in it.
That's a good part for me. So it does not have calories. I really like this part of your product.
Yeah, people look at it if they have diabetic people, vegan problem. Not everything is this product respects all these issues. It's very important for us,
Yeah.
and of course the effect is very important.
I'm eating this in all the whole weekend. I'm sure that it helps a lot of my concentration. But I know that Loot Focus is not the only project that you have, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Talk about it, Max.
No, better you
Okay.
can go deeply in
Yeah.
the point.
Let's talk about it.
Loot is a kind of concept that we wanna work with. Loot will be also a candy in the very close future. Let's say 1 month, so you can get the loot through the pouch or, in gel or through the candies, which is for us very interesting because you can keep it yourself, bring around. We like the idea. Then
Will the candy have calories too?
No
calories?
No, it respects the same thing. Actually, we push a little bit on the candy. There will be also glitter, which
Yeah.
is a natural glitter. So it'll be also nice to have your hands to.
All that glitters is still
Yeah.
here in Loot Focus too.
Yeah,
Nice.
but it's natural glitter.
Okay, natural
because
glitter.
looks a little
No
bit.
artifact glitter.
No.
absolutely for us
It
it's,
was a Pauper joke.
It's really important that everything is healthy and can helps you without any kind of later issue like
Okay.
caffeine.
Taurine, for
Yeah,
example.
exactly. Or taurine. Later, when you drink a lot of this kind of things, you can't sleep well. Or
Yeah.
you
I know
don't
very
sleep,
well this kind of,
in every case. So
Of hangover, yeah.
for us, we are all of us in the office. Basically, we are gamers or Magic players. So we always, let's say, use this kind of foods and drink.
Did you receive any kind of feedback from the players?
Yeah, we did. Actually, they are all gamers are very concentrated now on the game. So it is, so it's better we tell the guys take when you're a little bit after you're a bit tired. It works much better, of course, because the adrenaline is
I
in
know,
English.
I know.
It helps a lot. But the product, people came back to us at the desk. And they were happy. But we're very happy also for this because it works. It works.
I hope that we will collaborate also the other event we will have. So I thank again Ruth for being here with us. These two are the product.
We have two different
Show
flavors.
them.
The first one is the original flavor one,
Yeah.
and the second is the side quest flavor.
I really love this one.
Yeah.
I really love this
That's
one.
amazing. We believe a lot in this second flavor.
Yeah.
And is a preview for the PAUPERGEDDON. So it's the first time we present this kind of product, and for us is a super nice thing. We
Yeah.
are super happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you guys very.
And one important thing before to go is Hocus Focus, guys.
Hocus Focus. So guys, we'll have a little break, but we'll be right back in a few minutes for round 12. So see you and thank you for being here.
Thank you
ya.
very
Thank you so much.
Ciao.
See ya.
And welcome back to the PAUPERGEDDON Lecco 2025. 750 players, round 12. This will be another interesting matchup.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we always choose the most interesting matchup to show you. So
Absolutely.
just quality.
Just only quality, only quality. So, what do you think? The matchup is Mono Blue Terror.
All right, so
Versus-
a deck that I think is well placed in the current metagame,
I
at least
think-
for this tournament.
Against Mono Black.
Mono Black? You mean Mono Black Devotion? Or because I'm not expecting to see Mono
The
Black Devotion.
2025 Mono Black.
Ah, I see. So a kind of Gardens deck, a Pactal Terror deck.
I think so.
So
I
it's
think
a Terror mirror deck.
So,
All right. So let's see the Mono Black Terror deck list, so we can try to understand what kind of gameplay they may try to achieve.
wow. There is, I can see a spicy
Wait.
card. I can see a spicy card.
You aren't really seeing the really spies in this deck list, because if you just go a little down, there's Gigaros.
Wow.
Oh,
Two spicy cards.
there's no
incredible.
Ponder, no Ponder, nor Prior.
So-
Oh, that's Prod.
So what was the conversation, the conversion of Mono Terror?
Okay, we have the metagame here right under our nose. We can see Terror played as 17 copies in the day one with 2% of the metagame. With a
So
very
not very good.
awful conversion. Just 2 players got in the day 2 of the event, so conversion of 12%. Really low. Okay.
And I'm curious to see how many Mono Black
Wow.
control or Mono Black doll.
So this deck is mono black, splashing red for makeshift munition. So I suppose they don't really have much interaction. Well, no, they have 1/1 removal spell in form of Cast Down, 2 copies, 4 copies of Snuff Out, 1 copy of Spinning Darkness, and 2 copies of Grim Bubble.
I can see in the meta game breakdown Mono Black Devotion
3 copies of Mono Black Evolution. Okay.
with a very good conversion.
Yeah, 0%.
0%.
I guess you can expect a result like that from deck still playing Game March of Asphodel. All right, so there is enough graveyard date in the main deck of the Mono Black Terror, Mono Black Pactal Terror deck in form of 2 copies of Nihil Spellbomb and 2 copies of Bazooka Bug. So there is enough interaction to slow down Terror, and they also have at least 6 removal spells that are able to kill the Terrors or the Cryptic Serpents or even the Delver of Secrets. Well, actually, they can kill Delver with cards like Green Bubble and Spinning Darkness, but those removals are kind of weak in the matchup because they just kill the Delver of Secrets.
So, let's start with land plus
Finally.
Delver of Secrets.
All right, so G.Tambone is a very famous player in the Pauper community, at least in Italy.
Yep.
Is a prominent Terror player because in the recent years he just played Terror, Mono Blue or Dimir. Ooh,
In the
Snap
past,
Out and
FAERIES
Delver.
sometimes.
All right.
But this is correct. This is correct.
Because if you let the Delver live,
Plus Nihil Spellbomb.
you are
Wow.
you're expecting to get more than 4 damage from the Delver of Secrets. And there's another Delver.
But what's better than one Delver? 2 Delver.
Yeah.
The second one.
Have you ever played Mono Blue Terror? I once had 3 copies of Delver
Yeah.
in the first tutor. I kept an hand with double Delver, Then I played my Delver in the first turn. I wasn't able to flip the first Delver on turn 2 because the card I draw in the second turn was the third copy of Delver of Secrets. So I just decided to play double Delver of Secrets, and then. Okay.
Wow!
Right.
Wow!
Okay. So
now you have to decide. You are on upkeep.
If you weren't able to see what happened, the terror player flipped Delver of Secrets by revealing the penalties from the top deck. And after doing that, before drawing, they decided to play Mental Note, digging 2 cards, milling 2 cards, and those 2 cards were the penalties. So, the player is playing only 2 copies of the penalties, so every copy of the penalties is no longer available. But we have a clock in form of Delver of Secrets, and maybe the player is also playing other card advantage like Lore and Reveal, and they're just now trying to kill the opponent as fast as possible because you don't really want to let your opponent go to the late game because in the late game maybe you aren't able to overcome the life gain or the card draw because they can start even chaining a lot of deadly disputes and just say, okay, I have enough answers to your creatures, I have enough lives thanks to Pectoral Terror, so whatever you're doing doesn't really matter to me. All right.
Makeshift munitions.
Okay. You are kind of forced to capture the munitions, maybe, I don't know, because they can sacrifice 2 lands to kill the Delver, which isn't a really great
not the
deal.
best, not the best.
Not the best trade, but you are...
if you are forced to do that, you have
to. I mean, I think I'm fine with my opponent blowing up half their mana base just to kill my Delver, so I can eventually play something else, something other threats. And if you aren't winning by Delver, you are winning by
but
double Whistler.
Technically, you have time. You have at least 3 turns, so you can untap, try to.
If you are able to land an
try to cast
Wellspring,
other artifact, an Ichor Wellspring or another Blood Fountain. Blood Fountain here is a removal for that.
Yeah, that's true.
And we can say that Spell Bomb was incredible.
All right. So there's a Bazooka Bog on the top deck. You are forced to play the Bazooka Bog here, especially if you want to kill the Delver by sacrificing your lands.
So if you can find an answer to that Delver, and the 2 lands are the answer to that Delver, you have time. You have time.
Okay, there's no longer revealed from Terror. There's an Ichor Wellspring. Spell Pierce is just 2 copies in the Terror deck list, so I guess you can't really do. No,
so Blood Fountain, it's a huge problem.
Well, it's not really relevant right now.
Wow!
Tap 6 mana.
Wow!
Oh, they have only 1 card in it. So they milled 2 deep analysis. They played a counter spell on Blood Fountain to then be able to cast a Cryptic Serpent the next turn and to prevent an eventual I play Refurbished Familiar, discard your cards, block, then return the Refurbished Familiar and block another time again. Alright, so after top decking Ichor Wellspring, they top decked Deadly Dispute.
Where did that ever go? Okay.
That's a really great top deck.
Yes.
And now they top decked Cast Down. So,
Lorien
Revealed in the graveyard, very bad.
Yes.
They draw with Brainstorm, so I guess they top decked the Brainstorm thanks to Mental Note. And there is another Mental Note discarding Boomerang and Island, so a great play for sure. Brainstorm is clearly the best card, the best non-creature card in the deck. After all, the whole deck is relying on mental note and text scour, so it is always better to know what you are not gonna drawing the next
in this game you don't even need to have instant or sorcery on the graveyard. You have 7 mana. You can simply draw a Tolarian Terror and slam it on the board without any problem.
7 mana, 5/5 creature.
Yeah.
The deck, why do you think the deck did so poorly? I mean, probably it is related to the high presence of Jund Wildfire and Snuff out in the meta. Even though, you know, I played...
Chrysalis is a huge problem for this deck. That's for sure.
I played a fair amount of Terror, both Mono Blue and Dimir, both in paper and on Magical Line. Not a lot of match, but whenever I faced decks like Jund Wildfire or even Gardens, Jund Gardens or Golgari Gardens, I won almost all the games we played because I were able to just draw better than my opponent. I have a more card advantage. No, well, more card advantage. Not. I don't. You don't really have more card advantage than a dispute deck, but you have great threats, and you also play the dispute, and you are fast. But just by slamming Tolarian Terror on turn.
Discard.
Oh,
wow.
Double removal spell.
Grim Bubble plus Spinning Darkness plus 3 life. Ammunition for munitions. Wow.
And there's the old bordered Darksteel Citadel.
Darksteel Citadel.
Cool art, cool frame indeed. What do you think of Grim Bubble? I don't like the card. I think it's just unplayable in the format. But
unplayable, he is fighting for the top 8 of this Paupergeddon, so it's playable.
Well,
that's for sure.
Surveil, there's a Nico Wellspring, and a Refurbished Familiar. Alright, so we draw both cards.
So another Icor Wellspring.
First, Refurbished Familiar rather than Icor Wellspring. The Mono Black player. Oh no, they also played as well the Icor Wellspring. So they.
But I really like this list because if the problem is Jund, Boomerang is a very good card against Cleansing Wildfire.
Yeah, but just against Cleansing Wildfire.
Yeah.
You don't really wanna.
But you are a tempo deck, so.
Yeah, but you don't really wanna play a card like that against a deck relying on ETB creatures. You can bounce the Chrysalis to attack with your Tolarian Terror.
But you have to.
Well, Sleep of the Dead is much better against whatever deck playing Chrysalis. And I'm surprised by not seeing any Sleep of the Dead, which also is also called HJC card, because Sleep of the Dead was introduced by the MTG Ogrinder HJC. If I remember correctly, Saidin Raken said HJC is a very prominent Brazilian player.
Yeah.
But if I also remember correctly, the player is Italian, maybe from Salerno.
So I'm thinking about this game without the only one makeshift munitions on the board.
Yeah, the singleton copy, just a singleton copy. Oh,
yes.
Okay. All right.
Kubi.
Enough. It's enough.
So,
another Blood
Refurbished Familiar is a problem.
All right, so the game got long enough for Mono Black to overcome the early game interaction of Terror.
Yeah. Now the real problem is Blood Fountain. I think that Giuliano was able to counter 2 copies of Blood Fountain. This is the third.
Okay, yeah, it may be.
This
They're
is the
bringing back
third,
double refurbished familiar.
and this is not a problem, a huge problem.
To be honest, the game is quite close. No, quite over right now. Thanks to double refurbished familiar, you can discard every card left in their hand, and you draw also a card, and you just got a free charm block. You can take 6 damage eventually, and then you can kill your opponent with makeshift munition.
Yes.
Munition is not good in this matchup, but it's good enough when the opponent can't Hydroblast it or just to close the game faster. Anyway,
imagine a world in which Mono Who will side in Hydroblast against only one card.
That would be really, really hilarious. Right,
and also with munitions on board, the bubble, the green bubble, gives 3 damage.
Yeah, that's true.
-2 plus 1 damage. Insane. Insane.
So, there's another copy of Nihil Spellbomb. Doesn't really do much right now, but you can cycle it, so it's fine. And Terror doesn't really have any cards left.
The third one.
Okay, third copy of Refurbished Familiar, countered by the third copy of Counterspell. All right, so the game is going faster. They are both on the top deck, but
4 damage for you.
They're just trying to gotta go fast.
Nice.
You know the meme, I'm Sonic that and gotta go fast.
So only 1 card in hand. Only 1 card in hand.
That snap out was so fast that it seemed like.
Wow!
Okay.
Wow! This is a time walk.
All right. So I want to know your opinion on Gigaros right now.
This is a time walk.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you want to play Gigaros in this deck. You're tapping your opponent.
It depends by the line, the game line that you want to follow. So this is a 5 mana, 5/5 ward 2. Fair enough.
So the chat is really confused by by all the players played Snuff Out and Encrypted Serpent and 2 turns prior, but to be honest, they're just going so fast right now that both don't have any cards in hand, so they're just.
I don't see any solution, any answer.
Oh, the game is already over. You can do whatever you want.
So now Giuliano is brainstorm locked, so it's not easy.
And they have a loner ability in their end, but the opponent have 4 damage just by playing
3 lands.
And they can also sacrifice those Refurbished Familiar to deal 2 extra damage, so that's a total amount of 6 damage. And when you just have 3 lives, I think that's enough to kill you. All right.
So how do you feel with not the matchup, but watching Mono Black on 2025?
Well, there's that dispute, so it's true. I mean, I was the first person playing Mono Black with that dispute, so I'm not surprising to see how much good is that.
So this is again a deck. But on Magic Online, this kind of lists are not played.
No, they are played not a lot, but
not a lot.
Yeah, Mono Black with Pactual Terror has risen in the last, I think, 3 weeks, thanks to Cesta, an Italian player from the city of Trento, with the province of Trento. The deck is good because you can play Pactual Terror and then the Dispute. When you are playing a black pile, mid-range-ish or grindy, whatever, focused on card draw deck, you're just doing the right call, the right choice in the current metagame. So either being Jan, Mono Black, or Golgari. Is this clear? The deck is gonna do something good in the format.
Yeah.
You can still lose to decks like Mono Blue Terror, an example, but it is mostly related on how much sideboard they have against artifacts, especially. And in this case, we have a lot of 1 mana interaction. 4 copies of Annul, 3 copies of Steel Sabotage. Well, this sideboard is really straightforward.
We can see also 7 copies in total of Hydroblast.
In the last card, 1 Giga. So the player is not really worried about Mono Blue Fairies because they're not even playing Sneaky Snacker, because you can dump the Sneaky Snacker with Mental Note or Murmuring Mystic. And usually when we are playing Terror and you face Fairies, you aren't really happy because they have a lot of card advantage in form of the Ninja. You don't really have much interaction. Boomerang is not going to deal with creatures, and your gameplay is just slamming enough Terrors and hoping your opponent doesn't have enough interaction. But you're playing against her with 4 copies of Snap, 4 copies of Counterspell. They can spell Stutter Sprite, your Brainstorm, Mental Note, and Discover, so that's really worth a lot. In my opinion, the matchup, for that kind of matchup, you are forced to play Murmuring Mystic, but that might not be the case. I mean, I don't know how many Fairies player this specific player faced, but he won enough he won enough rounds to just trying to get in the top 8. He just need one extra win, I guess, to be able to get in the top 8, because so it is not the last round, but the next round will be the last round of this Wii phase. All right, so we're expecting 7 copies of Steel Sabotage and Annul from the sideboard from Mono Blue, and there are at least 4 copies of Duress and 2 copies of Thorn of the Black Rose in the sideboard. It's also cool to see that they have both Creep Rats and Toxin Analysis in the sideboard, in the Mono Black Pactal Terror deck list. So they play the same kind of interaction we have in Jund with Oracle and Shaman, but they choose to play that combo just in the sideboard because it's not good. It's not always good.
So 2 strong start for both deck. Land Delver, land Blood Fountain. Blood Fountain in his case is able to reduce the cost of a refurbished familiar to 2. So
Annul number 1.
Annul number 1.
We probably should count the amount of Annul they see.
Wow.
All right, so blind
Deep
Digger,
Analysis
in the graveyard. Delver flipping to Steel Sabotage. Annul number 2.
That's what a tempo deck want to do.
Yeah, slamming a threat, attacking, countering whatever card may be relevant in the game.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of gameplay you are forced to play when you're playing Terror in this specific matchup. So countering whatever answer they may pose the artifact deck, or even better, countering whatever card advantage they have, because they are relying on Deadly Dispute to play their game. And if you counter an Ichor Wellspring, you are doing a lot of damage, because by countering that artifact, they can't get the 2 extra cards by sacrificing the Ichor Wellspring. Yeah, there's a Blood Fountain of the battlefield, but if they take if they try to resolve, in example, one Deadly Dispute right now, they're just drawing 2 cards, not drawing 3 cards, and maybe they may incur in facing a Dispel or whatever they have.
Wow!
Okay, so double Counterspell, double Annul, and that's a lot of counterspells, I guess.
Wow!
So
in this case, I think that the plan in the head of the mono black player is I want to play Dures, discard the Annul or the Steel Sabotage and play my artifact. But no, you cannot.
All right. So
I have only answer. So do what you want. This
Yeah.
Dures is quite useless in this spot, and this is a huge problem.
well, usually it's not, but you are choosing whatever one-for-one trade you are doing. So maybe a 1-mana answer it is better than discarding a counterspell just because counterspell is lower.
Yeah.
But anyway, the situation is pretty tough for the mono black deck. They need an answer to Delver, and they need to play around. They need to play around the counterspell if they want to resolve the Tolarian Terror. So let's see if there is a Spinning Darkness, a Green Bubble, or a Snuff Out. If they don't have it, they're likely gonna lose to Delver of Secrets.
Just to reply to the chat, if the blue terror player cast the terror, not the terror but the other one, and the opponent, it depends what they say. Because if the opponent says, okay, I have the answer, go fast, it's a shortcut. You can do that.
I mean,
it's easy on paper to simply say, okay, I have the answer, go ahead. If you don't have the counter, it's a shortcut to put it on the graveyard. It's not something that you. It's not a situation in which you want to call a judge. You cannot play the answer if the creature is not on the battlefield. But if I declare it, it doesn't change. So it's not a problem.
all right, so there's Nihil Spellbomb being countered by Annul. So
probably.
Then there's another Nihil Spellbomb. Let's see if there is a counter spell.
Yeah.
Countering the second copy of Nihil Spellbomb, very likely.
Yeah.
And then we have just one blue mana open and a Bazooka
Wow.
Bog.
A Bazooka
This
Bog
is a really good turn. You force your opponent to counter stuff that you know it is fine.
Yeah.
To get
This was a good
countered.
play.
And then Bazooka Bog. You can counter Bazooka Bog unless you have Stifle, but Stifle is not yet legally allowed.
No, but you have Crab.
You do what?
The Crab, I don't remember
right.
that. But
I guess
but you need 3 mana.
I guess Mirror Shell Crab is enough to counter Bazooka Bog trigger, but it is very likely, I say, to play that card in Mono Terror.
Yeah.
As I said in the chat, Mamma Mia. Okay, there's a cast down on Delver of Secrets. There's a Tolarian Terror in Mono Blue Terror and Refurbished Familiar. Discard Island.
Yeah.
Untap, and let's see if after resolving the Tolarian Revealed, the game is still being played or maybe.
Yeah, but
over.
if you if you cast a Lorien Revealed and you have not a land drop, you cannot stay open to answer to something. It can be the turn in which you look.
Yeah, but anyway, you're getting so much advantage on the game
Yes,
that you are
that's for sure.
very likely forced to play Lorien Revealed. I mean, if you're playing this kind of game, you just want to be ahead of your opponent gameplay, and by having more resources, you are clearly going ahead, especially when your opponent isn't really doing anything relevant. Even if they destroy your Delver of Secrets, if you then have enough resources in hand to then play again another threat, you are still winning your game. You're still better placed in the game compared to your opponent.
I feel like watching this matchup, I feel like Delver is very old nowadays because with a refurbished familiar in front, seems like 1 mana dead. 1 mana dead.
All right, refurbished familiar number
Second
2.
refurbished familiar.
Still sabotage, so annul number 5. Soldering, weathered the wayfinder, and still sabotage. What do you think about the soldering in Pauper? Clearly a good
Soldering,
right?
soldering, an easy card.
Yeah, artifacts are bad in Pauper, right? All right, Tolerant Terror, and I think they were able to see a Crippled Serpent with that Ponder, so I guess next turn we'll come and play one Crippled Serpent. They are now choosing whether to attack with the Delver, but I guess they don't really want to attack with the Delver. Or maybe they just passed the turn. Yeah, they probably likely passed the turn. They're deciding if...
Only one.
Yeah, I guess they just have one card left in hand, the Terror player. So by casting the Refurbished Familiar, then you are able to kill whatever creature you want. Icor, draw one card, 3 artifacts in play, so you can cast the Refurbished Familiar just by paying 1 mana.
Yeah.
And Refurbished Familiar number 2.
Discarded.
Discard. They're choosing whether to discard.
A card.
Okay. Okay, because we can see it.
Yeah.
There's a very long graveyard from the mono blue player side. Taking 5 damage. Alright.
Down to 8.
Anyway, the game is, I guess, quite close right now, thanks to Terror being able to draw 4 copies of Annul, and there are still 3 copies of Annul left in the deck.
Now the problem is, if the mono-black players draw the dispute in this spot, he can come back.
That's true. So
and there is the Pagdol chair. No.
Okay, so I guess they decided to shuffle when they played the Ponder. No, wait, they discarded the Cryptic Serpent, so that was the card that they chose to discard that time. Right, they unblock with 1 Refurbished Familiar because they just have 8 lives, so they don't really want to get killed by double Cryptic Serpent. Yeah, they're just trying to survive. Now they can attack with both creatures because if you... Okay, that's kind of... No, that's fine, I guess, because they unblocked it earlier. So now, instead of choosing between blocking the Delver, they just choose to get 5 damage, going down to 3. Now, if you play Terror, you can kill your opponent just by swinging both creatures because you are lethal even with the Delver of Secrets. So it's time to draw Dispute, drawing... you could even cast Snuff Out, so... and there's 2 lands in hand, or there's at least 1 Furnace... and there's a Snuff Out, so they're tapping out to cast a Snuff Out, and they get this spell. The game is over. Alright.
Okay,
so now
there will be a game 3.
Now we understood how Terror is able to win in this game.
Yes, yes. From the chat, EasyBay really sponsoring this one, this event? Yes, absolutely yes.
eBay is the main sponsor of this event. And we also have a playmat from eBay if you want to show it. We already, you can buy it from the website of the Dungeon Street.
Yes, and also during the event. And this is one of the playmat sponsored. So
and that's an X-More Hydra if you weren't able to recognize it.
Incredible. Beautiful.
All right, so it's starting first mono black, and that matters because being able to cast an Ichor Wellspring on turn 2 yard or Deadly Dispute on turn 2 yard, very likely doing the right play when playing mono black Dispute. But you know, when I started playing mono black Dispute in in 2022, I was playing Plague of a Vampire because we didn't have Pactal Terror. Yeah, Plague of a Vampire is very bad as a magic card, but it is cool because it's a big vampire, costs 5 mana. It's just a 4/3.
Because it's a big vampire, yes.
But when it enters in the on the battlefield, it's just Lightning, Helix, but Galvanic Blast. So 4 damage are a lot and 4 lives are a lot. And the card was played as well in KULDOTHA in 2016.
Yes.
And Isen remembers KULDOTHA because he was playing Pauper at that time.
Yes.
Very wild times when KULDOTHA was playing in Boros Synth, and KULDOTHA was played Jeskai with Moondrifter, and was a good meta call playing Ninja of TT powers in Jeskai KULDOTHA. So I think the meta was kind of really different compared to right now.
So for this game 3, it will change a lot who start because Mono Who Terror is a tempo deck and Land Delver completely change everything.
Well, it put pressure on the board much more earlier, and is also an additional rival, and I think prefer to let the Delver getting killed instead of the Tolarian Terror, because Tolarian Terror is kind of slightly better. I mean, it has ward too, and also it doesn't die if unblocked by a Furbished Familiar. So having a lot of threats, let you play around your opponent interaction, because you are forcing your opponent in a similar way to the counter spells to have more interaction. So it's, in my opinion, a cool matchup, because very nice matchup when you are playing it, because you have fun by playing a lot of interaction. You interact with your opponent, you try to overcome their game plan and try to well, at least when you are playing a terror, you are trying to win before letting your opponent going over the top with their card advantage, the Recognition Familiar, and similar cards. All right, so land go. We are passing the turn with 1 mana open, eventually countering an Equal Wellspring with Annual, and they go Swamp Pass. That's not surprising, but a really slow start for the time.
Yeah.
Right.
So, mental note, the first Delver.
All right, so we talk about Delver Secrets enough, and they're letting
removals.
They're letting
Easy.
the Delver getting killed.
Easy.
Easy peasy.
Now, third land.
Swamp, Bojuka Bog, Dark Steel Citadel. What do you wanna do?
Now, to develop the plan of Mono Black, you have to make somehow enter in the battlefield an artifact.
All right, Annual.
Annual. Land, Blood Fountain? No.
There's
It's
no
a
Blood
land,
Fountain,
go.
so they choose to play first the Lambas, trying to find a land drop or whatever. Second Delver, and they just have 3 cards in hand. So if they right now draw a Deadly Dispute, they can't cast it because they don't have the artifact.
Duress.
All right, counterspell time. They choose to let your opponent.
Wow.
Yeah, if you have double counter spell, okay.
Now the problem is,
friend,
if you
choose.
discard the counter spell, probably you want to destroy the Delver. If you choose,
Well,
probably always counter here.
even if you let your opponent, if you decide to counter the Duress, or you are letting your opponent still snuff outing the Delver by not letting your opponent discarding the Duress or the Annual, you are still able to counter an equal
Ah,
rare
wow! Thought Scour on the opponent.
Okay, so they milled one artifact land and one deadly dispute,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, in response to a deadly dispute.
Okay, doesn't really matter, I guess, but they discarded.
Then Brainstorm and Ponder. Not Shuffle, Terror. Terror go.
Snuff out reprint when? Well, there's.
That was the set of Doctor Who.
Yeah, it got reprinted in the Commander set of Doctor Who, but also the card is going to be reprinted in alongside the.
BAM!
All right, so
Mana
it's
Monarch.
a game change play. There's the Monarch. You can't attack with Totalitarian Terror if I can chum block with
Land go
that
disaster.
Yeah, the game can be pretty over right now if they
Land go
if they draw
disaster.
enough card advantage and eventually interaction. All right, third
Yo,
copy of him.
now you don't really care if those spell resolve. If the opponent is not able to play another creature, you are totally in the chill.
That was the fastest deadly dispute ever, and they draw a Blood Fountain. So
wow.
Okay, I guess we have a winner, unless there is Lori Revealy drawing a lot of creatures on the top deck. Let's see. Oh yeah.
No, wait, Adepto, let us know the next reprint of Snaffle.
Yeah, I was forgetting that. There's a manga about MTG, which is is now as well printed in Italy, in Italian. And there's, I think, the number 12 with the Snuff Out promo card, because with every publishing, with every volume of the deck, of the comic, you are getting a promo card. So they have a bunch of very cool cards like Duress with the USA Saga art. There's also Llanowar Elf, I guess, don't remember. But there's also Snuff Out later, but I don't know when, because I'm not following that comic.
Exile the Grave, draw 2 cards every turn, detach creature, double Blood Fountain.
That's Kawa. Oh, okay. Cryptic Serpent was maybe good.
Those are a lot of things to...
Okay, so they draw Lori Revealed with Totskauer.
Yes, but this can be the right turn to destroy the Tolarian Terror. So, and with no Tolarian Terror here, 4 mana, destroy the Tolarian Terror, attack, draw another card, go. Bojuka Bog! Bojuka Bog!
Yeah, for the Italian printing of the comic is probably gonna be distributed in 6 months to 1 year, I don't know.
Double Delver.
Okay. Now it's time to draw Refurbished Familiar or whatever
or
card.
Double Removal.
Yeah, a Double Delver is very bad when you have the Monarch and you don't have answers to flying creatures. Let's see what happens. All right, map token.
Draw 2, untap, draw. Now we have to see. Do you have double answer? And from the other side, the opponent has to flip Double Delver.
Yeah, as they say in the chat, the comic, at least in the English and the Italian version, is going very late compared to the Japanese version. You know, you can already buy the Japanese version of that promo card, and I think I faced it at least a couple of times, people playing those Japanese promos Snuff Out. So
now, Mono Black is digging a lot in the deck, trying to find those 2 removals.
Counterspell on Duress.
And now?
And now there's a counterspell on the battlefield, I guess.
But this is Delver number 3 and 4?
Maybe the 4th one not, but they for sure had 3 copies of Delver. That's it. Okay. An idea about the amount of GLEE decks today? Yeah, we have the metagame of the day 2 right here.
Now,
we can see Golgari GLEE as the best GLEE deck if you just want to know the conversion rate and amount of decks. So 19 Golgari GLEE with a 12% of the metagame, and 13 Giant GLEE with an 8% of the metagame. But in game 1, Giant GLEE was the most played version of the deck with 9% of the metagame,
and
just 19%,
yes,
okay, and
66
players, while Golgari GLEE was played by the 8% of the meta with 59 players.
Pactol Terror on the board.
So
this is the Bambola.
we have at least a couple songs in Italian, which are with Bambola or Bambolina, which is the Italian word for doll.
So now
in the title. Giant Midrange was the most played deck.
Blue Terror is trying to recover this game. It's not easy against Monarch for so long, but he's trying. After that, Lorien revealed. This match is completely different.
Well, you know, Delver didn't flip.
Yeah.
They draw
This is a problem.
Terror. Yeah, that's a problem. Just a time walk for the mono black player. Anyway, Giant is 12% of the meta, so 88 players in day 1, and is still the most played deck in day 2. 24 players and 15% of the metagame, with a conversion of 27%.
There is a...
Alright, double snap. And now, if you don't play Murmury Mystic, and if you don't have post-sideboard cards like Jagadrose or Jagadrose, I don't know the correct
the problem here is that because Lorien Terror is not a threat in this situation. So mono black
you can't attack. If you attack, there's the Monarch, and like 2018 Pauper, the game was over thanks to the Monarch stealing the game.
So the Pactol Terror did anything?
No, Pactol Terror is probably the worst card in this matchup because he's more relying on.
Probably he's good in another matchup for sure, like Mono Red or a grindy matchup, but
Mono Black
not
won.
here.
Mono Blue conceded the game by having 0 cards in hand. After so long, the Mono Black player had the Monarch in hand. The last card they drew were Spell Pierce, completely useless against completely useless. Really, no way that Spell Pierce was able to do anything relevant in that situation. So Mono Blue Terror stopped at 9-3. He's probably not going to get in top 8 anymore. That's really
top
sad
8 is difficult.
I was rooting for the Mono Blue deck in this matchup, to be honest. And we have Mono Black Pactol at 10-2. So we were able to win 10 matches and just lost 2 matches. So great, still a great performance. All right, so do we have the backup matchup? How much time do we have left? Let's see.
Okay. So we will take a short break. I'm very sad because I now read that Fog did very poorly because there is 0 deck on day 2. Literally 0 deck on day 2, and I'm very sad for that. But we will be back in few minutes with the last round of the Swiss of this event, the 13th, and after that we will announce the top 8 and we will do the coverage also of the top 8.
Yeah. So see you later. Or wanna say anything else?
No.
All right.
Hello there and welcome back to Paupergeddon 2025. This is the winter edition. It's cold in Lecco, but the stack is on fire.
Yeah.
We're live for Palataurus from the last round of Paupergeddon winter edition. Day 2. I am Sapo.
I'm Pai.
And let's go with the last round. We had a lot of delay on the last round due to a judge call that took a lot of time. So, but here we are.
Yeah, sorry for the breaks, and but we are live for what is the last round. So I think some players are already locked for the top 8. Probably table 1 could afford to take a draw, and apart from that, though, all the other players needed to actually play.
Yeah.
And we are gonna see a win and in on stream now. We're gonna see Mono Blue against no, it was Mono Black versus Affinity, right?
The one we will stream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But we were
about to showcase
CYCLESTORM versus Mono Blue Fairies,
yes.
But one of the player refused to come in to do a feeder match due to the using of the dice.
Yeah,
so
basically the CYCLESTORM player decided not to play the win and in on stream. I think this is very stressful, of course, because a lot of people are watching you, and like the difference between 9th place and 8th place is very, very wide. So I think it's probably right to accommodate players and make sure we have fun, you have fun, and also players that can play at their maximum level of skill.
Yeah. So in fact we wanna have fun. So let's look another dispute deck.
Yeah. Yeah. I think of course like Deadly Dispute is becoming probably the most played card, and even the most played, the most showed card here. But it's really complicated to. It's really complicated to show something that is not at least dispute based by one side. Although I think like I saw the previous game, I really like Grasso's Mono Black deck. It's a deck that I love Pactal Terror. So I think something cool and new can be playable and will be played in the future events, even on Magic Line. So I'm very curious to see the results of the top 8. Of course, we will publish all the data after this Geddon in the following days. We will also host a small podcast called After Geddon, where we just have a brief talk with the winners, casters, etc. So make sure to stay tuned on Lega Pauper Italia.
And we will give you all the data about this Geddon. So.
Yes, you'll have also other ways to just talk with us and have fun
and
together.
I think that we can give a lot of info also about the next Geddon that will take place on the first week of July. So stay tuned.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Are they ready?
They're waiting for the judge.
Oh, okay. We're waiting for the judge. That is the full judge.
Regarding next Geddons, like everything I heard is very, very exciting, so I can't wait to share all these infos with you. And I just think that I'm really happy to be a part of this reality, because it's linking a lot of people from all around Europe, all around the world, and it's just a very, very cool project. So I want to thank again our sponsor that managed to believe in the event. So thank you eBay, thank you Loot, thank you both MTG and Dungeon Street. And look like they just they're deciding the keep. So
we have Mislav again.
Yes, and also Nicolo. Like those are two. Like I think this is a win and in. So the player that
we must pass over the decks.
Yeah, I think also this is a kind of a cool matchup, because we see like a traditional affinity versus what it can be called like a Zoomer affinity. This Mono Black.
Zoomer affinity. I
like this Mono Black is kind of plays all the important part of the affinity in terms of artifact lands and dispute, but also tries to win with Pactal Terror and other engines.
Yeah, the same deck because this is a win and in, so
I think
we are
this
forced
is,
to. But this matchup was not our first choice.
yeah,
but,
like we had to pick a backup table.
This was the backup table, so because the main table refused, one of the players of the main table refused to play the win and in on live streaming.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not super easy doing the coverage part, especially because managing to pick the right people that also want to do coverage. Yes.
All in
So
very few minutes.
Apologize for this, but I think like the premium part of this content is it's a win and in played by two very good players. I had the pleasure to meet Niccolo a couple of times when I used to play EPTs around my cities, and he's very, very good at Magic. I really enjoy the way he can think through lines and sequence. I think he's a very good player. Okay,
so again, what's the matchup here?
Yeah, so it's Grixis versus Mono Black. I think we are gonna see Grixis taking down the early game because it's a mirror forcer on turn 4, and I think we will see some dispute 100%. While Mono Black is just trying to probably looking for a Pactol Teller or maybe a dispute to start the card advantage engine. I think the difficult part of this early game is to use all the mana perfectly. I think you really need to be mana efficient to gather all your threats. So Snuff Out, of course, this is the perfect time to play a Snuff Out because...
Perfect time, but the worst art.
Yeah, I mean, I dislike it.
I love Doctor Who, but I hate that art.
You like the Beholder one?
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
I like all the Beholder. I have a big Beholder tattooed on my leg.
Oh, wow.
I really love Beholders.
Okay, so cast.
I'm searching the lists.
I think this will be another setup turn for Affinity until you find another way to basically pressure Nicolas' board. Really Spam Bomb is especially important, of course, because we see Blood Fountain coming by both players. So
yeah, there will be a pause before the top 8 where we can chit chat with our main sponsor eBay and with Gianluca Bose.
Yes. Yeah. So it will be not showcasing Magic, but showcasing community. So make sure to stay tuned, and if you have any question, you can type it in chat, and
of course,
we'll try to answer
as soon as possible, of course. Yeah, the tokens are made by E.Mazzucco and Friends, one of our main sponsor, and they follow the Paupergeddon event since the beginning. So
yeah,
they're really they are real friends of Paupergeddon.
Dredge on day 2, yes, there are a couple of dredges. There are 5 dredge. I'm not sure about the win rate though. Looks like Niccolo just set it up this turn to play Pactol plus Refurbished Familiar. So let's see if Mislav has like a cast down to remove the Pactol before the Refurbished comes down.
That's bargain.
Just bargain, so it's +2 life. Of course, this is the right time, so you have more options to decide what to discard to the Familiar. And the Galvanic Blast, still with the Refurbished on the stack, so you don't get drained. I really enjoyed the Dark Steel Swamp, that is artifact themed, even if it's not an artifact. Let's see what is about to come. 2 mana.
I like also the palette.
Yeah.
The color palette.
Yes.
Artifact lands equal to low. Yeah, maybe yes, maybe not.
We will see.
Matti strani che stanno andando bene. Strange decks. I don't know. I think that there is a dredge in top 16.
I think probably the strangest is CYCLESTORM.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Two of
the
them
dredge.
in the top 16.
Yeah. I think it was maybe the right time, and also, as you said, like both players are very well-known masters of the
Ooh.
archetype.
That's nice.
Yeah, the blowgun.
The blowgun gives that touch infinite times, so it's really, really cool.
And another Pactol coming.
Is Uccello piloting Reg? I don't know. I really don't know. But if I'm not wrong, Andrea Uccello topped at 8 at PAUPERGEDDON Rome, right?
I think so.
You suppose a draw? My Ken Quanti Artificer of those bridges, yeah. You can bet on it.
I don't think they will draw, like they have plenty of minutes
No,
to
I don't
finish.
think
And I also think that since both players are good, they can know how to use the tempo, the clock time to understand when to pressure and when to just sit back.
Here comes the second Galvani Blast to remove the second Ragdoll.
Pactol, yes.
Pactol.
Yeah, I think I'd say Mislev is a slightly advantage, but we can see easily a comeback from Nicolo, mostly because those two nil spell bombs are a very strong pressure point for your opponent, because at some point Nicolo can just run out of threats.
You discuss the dragon. Oh, no, Spinning Darkness.
Makes sense. The card, I don't think it has a lot of applicability in the matchup.
It can be cast against black creatures, I think,
Yes.
right? So pretty useless here. Affinity seems pretty favored in this game and matchup as a whole.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Mostly because Affinity can play the aggro and the control plan kind of well, and it can switch from one to another depending on what he sees. And also, like, Blood Fountain is a nightmarish card for Nicolo, because of course it keeps recording the threats. I think maybe Mislev here will crack the Blood Fountain EOT, yes.
Yeah,
There
for
we
sure,
are,
for
there
sure,
are two
for
targets.
Sure. The Mirror Force, yeah.
Fine.
Someone called them Mono Black Affinity. The
Might be a thing.
the friend of the friends of Nicolo Grasso that continually suggest me to bring him in the future match.
coverage, yes.
Continue to call the deck Mono Black Affinity. Why not?
Yeah, it's interesting. Does he play any
Cards with affinity?
red cards? No,
No, right. I think that he has
maybe ammunition.
Ammunition, yeah, but we can check it.
Just one.
Yeah, just one munition in the main deck and no other red
that's
cards.
it, okay.
So it's
Yeah.
more similar to Mono Black than Affinity.
Yeah, I think we saw
And that's a blowgun.
we saw some, like, when I was playtesting this deck with GLEE,
We're Archon by Witches. Ciao Luca.
When I was playtesting this deck, we thought about adding ammunition, just because ammunition is a cool way to end the game in one spot, just one big turn.
The blowgun, I think that it's a pretty good card here.
Yes.
Because when it's not your turn, so you need to block.
It has reach,
It
right?
has reach, yeah, so we can block the Refurbished Familiar as well.
Yeah, it's kind of relevant, like, in the format, because, like, there are a lot of fairies.
Yeah.
So it was one of the most brought deck, 60 fairies yesterday.
One of them is playing the win and in.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that at least two of them are in the top 32 decks.
Yeah, I think it was a nice choice for the event. Like, you have a good matchup versus Black Green GLEE, I say, and
Fairies is an evergreen deck in this format.
Yeah. I think it's very complex to play well, though. So I can see a lot of people maybe enjoy the archetype, but doesn't know how to play that perfectly. That's why it's complicated to convert.
Yeah. Skura really made Fairies popular and had people over prepared for the year. But I don't think that that Fairy is the problem right now is in the format.
I mean, it's a counter spell, like it can be a problem, right? So
another refurbished familiar.
I think we'll just discard, yeah, exactly the land. I think that was okay, falling by.
This is the last round.
Last round of Swiss, and then 3 rounds of top 8.
That will be the top 8, of course. Any Gruul monster in top 16? No, I don't think
so.
Maybe one.
We will see. Like, top 16 is really shaky to predict because like, we need to analyze a lot of tables. So everything can be in top 16 still.
Yeah.
We will see, I think. Make sure to check all the Lega Pauper Italia links in the next few days, because all the decks will be published up to top 32, I think.
Super sad not to see Turbo Fog. Not so sad, I think. Turbo Fog is one of the decks that did not convert on day 2. There are 0 Fog deck. Nor nor Fog, neither Mono Black Fog. Turbo Smog, aka.
Yeah.
Dark Sky.
Yeah, there are a couple of decks that are very interesting. Okay, looks like Nicolo is keep playing. I really like Nicolo. Has a very good poker face, and
oh, hi Emma. We need more Trouble Inspector. Why not? I think that Trouble Inspector are never enough.
Yeah. Oh, Emma is in the chat. Hello.
I don't know actually, but I cannot wish. That's the same answer that Mirko gives us every question we're doing to him.
Yeah, basically.
That's nothing. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so it's now time for Niccolò to slam the refurbished familiars. I was saying that he's a very good poker face, so you never understand if he's actually behind or he's just preparing for
something bigger.
And looks like a Deadly Dispute.
That's a nice card.
Is the draw step for him.
Oh, a Deadly Dispute.
Yeah.
What a news.
This is the first time we see the card here on
this weekend. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Do you trade or you don't? They're both high on life. Like, understanding who is the bit down in the situation is not trivial at all, I think. 4 Galvanic Blast already in the graveyard. So I think, yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
Sure. I mean, that's not very relevant though, like.
Not in this spot.
You just trade everything. I guess if Miss Love has access to another Blood Fountain, then he's probably ahead. Otherwise, the situation should be probably even, I'd say. Cracking a clue.
Top 8, we don't know. This is the last this round.
Yeah, I think that attack was super sus. So I expected at least to see a Blood Fountain.
It was a tell that...
Yeah, it was very suspect. And now you record probably, 2 for
This is a really powerful Blood Fountain. Yeah. After the round, yeah, correct.
Now, I mean, Nicolò is at 19 though, so it has enough time to find at least a removal for Amir Enforcer, and then he can just try to survive the other. Pactal Terror gaining 1 life. And Lembas. So it looks like Mislav doesn't have another removal, another cast down. I think he's kind of out of removals. Like it probably has just a couple of cast down in the deck, and that's it. So because we saw for Galvanic Blast already being in the graveyard. So from now on, all the creatures played by Nicolò are here to stay.
KULDOTHA turn 4. Or Boggles body slamming a person who played a tapped land. Yeah. There was a Boggle on table 1, I think. Or 2. Table 1 or 2.
I think maybe draw.
Oh, intentional draw? So he's surely on.
Might be, I'm not sure. I remember, like yesterday, the Boggle guy was 8-0. Like it was one of the few undefeated
The last
players.
round was in the first table.
Okay, so might be, yeah,
maybe.
I'm not sure.
That's a great chance that he intentionally drew to top 8.
Probably. Do you make it with X3? I don't think so.
Sorry?
You make it with X3? You top 8 it with X3?
You top 8?
With 3 losses?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's probably unlikely. Yeah, because people have throws, etc. So maybe.
Yeah, but there are few people that can intentionally draw, I think.
Yeah, I think it was
compared to a one-day tournament.
It was only table 1 that was a bit about to draw, I think.
Yeah.
The Boggle guy is 9-3 as edge. Okay, so it lost until table 1. 3 lost camp top 8. Yes, I expected that. Okay, now we are playing this limited game of with the beatdown. Nicolò has to really think through his lines to understand how much damage can he take, or he decides to double block. It's really fine because you kill Amir Enforcer. It's still a 1-for-1. Of course, getting rid of the Pactal Terror is probably problematic, because it's probably the third one, so it's a unique effect.
Wow!
Double for 4.
I saw your face.
Go. Must be nice.
Here you go.
Now, like I think Pauper is missing a board wipe, like a Wrath of God effect.
You can build your own Wrath effect with 2 cards.
I guess, though I don't think Nicolò sadly has access to Croatian Shaman, so it's just...
he could play...
No, it's just a munition.
No, he has the Creep Traps, but in the sideboard.
Okay, makes sense.
But I don't think he plays the
Blowgun or...
no, any of them.
Or Toxin.
No, any of them. No that touch.
Yeah, but there is Toxin in the sideboard though, so... 3 Toxin.
Oh, 3 Toxin. For
so
aggro decks, you side in the package, the whole package.
Kind of makes sense.
No, any... Unfortunately, there are
but
no...
look at the board now, it looks
no
like
new decks.
Double Snuff Out took care of...
the Mirror Enforcers.
Yes, and that new Spellbomb can be interesting.
Interrupting the recursion of
because because the Blood Fountain was already in play.
Albi, can we show the blowgun? Albi, can we show the blowgun on the card?
Okay, so this game was kind of roller coaster. We saw, I think, everyone keep telling that Mislav was ahead, but then like Niccolò really did his best to turn this matchup at least in an even battle.
Giocatore del Pauper round, i favorite sono online, raggiungete velocemente
Yeah, probably trades.
Oh, Marza. Cazzo stai dicendo? I think that choosing blowgun instead of toxic analysis that you can switch, for example, like this, and it remains on the battlefield. I don't think that the life gaining is so important.
Yeah.
Where you can reiterate the death touch effect.
Yeah, also it's an artifact that you can play on turn 2. Like, I think it's slightly better. Okay, so apparently Niccolò just updecked Dispute into blockers. But it doesn't have enough artifacts to play. No, it does. Yeah, okay, because there is also a blood spawning. So if he sacrifice
the blood fountain,
he can recur the refurbished, and then it maybe can buy a turn. That's very complicated turn for him, because of course if Mislav draws a cast down, it's over. Okay, second dispute on the blood. I'm wondering how many cards does Mislav have? I'm not 100% sure what's going on, I think. Okay, just how many cards? Wow, discarding Kenku in this spot. Okay, and the game is, yeah, the game is just over. Makeshift munition entered the battlefield. Wow, it was very, very cool game played by two masters. Very grindy and
Let's
cool,
talk about the
cool
sideboard.
game. Yeah.
We already saw both sideboards here.
Yes.
But let's check. I think that the package with the crypt traps and toxic analysis will come in for the mono black side of the table.
Yeah, I think so.
3 and 3. What about Drawing Sorrow is useless? A Thorn of the Black Rose?
Yeah, I really like Thorn of the Black Rose. I think you really need to
green resources here.
Yes, exactly.
You must use a lot of resources to keep the board clean, and have a continual draw advantage. A draw engine is very, very useful.
Yeah, also like since you play a lot of removals, you should be fine keeping the Monarch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about the rest?
I don't really love the rest. Like as we said before. So
you can say you can cut makeshift munition.
Yeah, probably. I'm not sure though. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think you can maybe cut. Yeah, the snuff out, the spinning darkness, maybe a couple of snuff out.
Couple of snuff out.
Depending if you board in crypt plus.
Oh, the green bubble
toxin.
too. I think they're useless.
Yeah, green bubble is useless. Yeah, so basically it's either you upgrade your removals or you just side in the Monarch and plan to play a slower game.
Okay. Okay, let's check Mislav instead.
So
Annul Breath Weapon.
Probably Annul is great because you can counter Backdoor Terror.
Yeah.
So it's 1 mana for 4,
for 4
casting
and,
to fire.
Great mana value. Casting to the fire, yeah. Exclude the recursion with the Blood Fountain of your opponent. Very Macabre.
I think it's a bit too narrow. And you can probably side out the Blowgun and maybe even the Kraklan Shaman. I think you like the in this matchup, of course, your creatures are better than your opponent's creatures, meaning that you probably want to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather try to play a control game if I was the Affinity player, because I prioritize the removals.
You choose to play as a control deck post sideboard here, okay.
And as we saw, is basically what Mislav tried to do. So he was able to play early Neil Spellbombs to deny Nicolas recursions, and then eventually took down the game, building a board, trading resources, and buying back the creatures from the graveyard, because of course Nicolas doesn't have a lot of ways to pressure the board if you keep killing the creatures, either by blocking them or removing them.
Okay. What about Ken Quarterfinal here, please?
I like that. I think Nicolas doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with a free indestructible land, so I think the card is kind of smart.
He does not have a way to exile stuff, so I think that Undistractable 3/3 is a pretty good choice.
Yeah, I think so. Can you show again Mislav? So because I think he's helping us by putting the cards you want to bring in here. So I think he's actually gonna bring in the Fairy Macabre.
Okay.
So that's a fine
They annul
card.
a Fairy Macabre and the cast into the fire.
Yes. Basically what we thought. I think it was kind of predictable. Fairy Macabre is not a card I'm super used to play, but I think it's a card that can really disrupt
it is the third Graveyard Denial that he plays, but it's totally unexpected. So maybe you want to take advantage of this aspect of the card.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that can really mess with what your opponent is trying to do, especially because, as you said, Nicolas is very keen on calculating the small advantages of his plays, and Fairy Macabre can really mess up with what you're doing. Yeah. Considering the sideboard, maybe Nicolas can also bring in the Duress, because if you're clearly the aggro player, you're not playing a mid-range battle, Duress can come in clutch in strategic spots before you wanna slam a pack dog.
Okay. To prevent the interaction.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Or even in the early game to try to snag a Nil Spellbomb. I think the card is the game changer, because as we said, the game is about the creatures, and not being able to record them might be problematic.
Yeah, this is the last round of the Swiss rounds. After this round, there will be the top 8, of course.
Yes.
After our little chit chat with our main sponsor, eBay, and Gianluca Bose.
So 800 players. That's very nice. I think hopefully we can achieve a new milestone on Twitch for this top 8, this wonderful top 8.
Yep. Bantopino, no, I don't think. I don't think it's necessary.
It looks like both players.
Will you show the decks for the top 8? No. We'll show all the decks after the ends of the top 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this is a closed deck list event, so we don't want to publish any of them before the last game will end.
Yeah.
This is the second match, the second game, yeah. They're approaching the second game.
Yeah, we of course we can say which decks approach the top 8, just the archetypes.
Yeah.
We won't share the full 75.
Oh, of course.
That's a thing we can do, yes. Also, I think you will see the full top 8 here on stream, so you can kind of guess what it is, but yeah, we'll make an announcement announcing the players. We'll figure something cool to do. Okay, so Nicolas moved to 5, while Mislav kept on 6.
It can be done. And the fact has been done, am I correct? After 5 additional tools, if any point of the player's amount total, they will know. No, absolutely not.
That only works if the event must continue, like if it's a single elimination deck, if a single elimination tournament.
Yeah.
So it's called the sudden death. Yes, makes sense, I think. But it's not a usual measure in Swiss tournaments plus to pay it. Let's say it's a final of a PTQ. Of course, you can't draw in a final of a PTQ. So then that is the procedure. But for a Swiss of the tournament, that doesn't count. Like if both players draw, it can happen. They both get eliminated for the debate, and the tournament go on without them. So yes. Okay, yeah, looked like Arnold plus casting to the fire are slowing down Niccolò, even if I expect him to play a deadly dispute effect on the Icor Wellspring EOT. As we said, like a lot of times this weekend, like in Pauper, the mulligan portion is not very important because you can just immediately gain back the cards you put on the bottom by playing 1 or 2 disputes. And there we are, my phase dispute. Results.
It's completely annulling the mulligan.
Yeah. Okay, decides to fire an annul on the Icor Wellspring.
There are a kind of format that allows you, it's the same as Pauper, but allows you to play 5 uncommon.
Nice.
It's called Peasant.
Okay.
But it doesn't have a properly ban list.
Yeah, of course.
So, because the meta game will completely change, of course. So,
yeah.
There will be some.
I'm not sure
there
what
will
are
be needed some ban list.
What are the most powerful uncommons you can play?
I don't know.
Chat. Time to
chat, help us.
What are the most powerful uncommons you can play? I was thinking about Eternal Witness, but it's probably not even competing with anyone's, right?
I think that it can be nice, but in a meta game where you have a lot of ephemerate deck, that is not this one.
Yeah.
So probably not. Cabal Therapy.
Maybe. Okay, so looks like Niccolò is...
Path of Exile, Sword to Plowshares. Vampire Sangir, Shivan Dragon. No.
So Niccolò is starting to put... oh yeah, there are Planeswalkers actually.
Narset is really huge. In a format where you
they
always have a lot of...
They should downgrade Narset. It would be strong in this format. We'll make blue great again. Okay, so nice 2-for-1, but I don't think Niccolò is particularly worried because he can recall both creatures with a dispute. The problematic card is, of course, this Mistfall Bridge undestructible with 3 counters because I don't think, as we said, Niccolò has any way to deal with that.
You can play Elemental Tribal. Dragon's Rage Channeler. They're going crazy.
Yeah.
He doesn't play the file? No, I think not.
No.
But it's not playing so many removal spells. like the real mono black control deck. Another Eldrazi.
Okay, so last card gets discarded. Dispute. I don't know, maybe your plan is just to you can maybe create 2 maps. No, that's not a very good plan actually. But mapping there they asked about an extra land.
Ooh.
This 2-turn clock.
But no galvanic blasts have gone
no.
since now, so
yeah. But also there is a
this
Lambas.
is a very dangerous spot here.
Yeah, I mean he actually got galvanic blast discarded by the familiar.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see.
Yes, yeah. And
Green Bubble, I think to a couple of them.
Yeah, but Green Bubble doesn't answer the land. That is the problem.
I need to crack 2 of them. Just to kill the land.
Just yeah, I mean, it's complicated. I think.
I think that he sided out. Both
Probably,
of them.
I think so.
Toxin analysis here.
So down to 3.
Yeah, I think it's so dominant in greeny matchups because they have 3 copies of +2 affinity and return to creatures. Blood Fountain, aka. They're near impossible to outgreen. Yeah. Pretty accurate.
Okay, so Dispute was the top deck for Nicolo. I'm thinking if he has any way to stabilize this game. Like maybe land Pactual Terror can help. Another Lambas. Very, very grindy game, very deep game.
Walker is 1-1 on the win and in.
Who?
Walker.
Oh, nice.
Not very innocent, but I should. Who is Montana?
Tony Montana.
Mono white. Lorenzo Montana. Oh, he's playing the win and in with Donfrancesco.
Okay, what does he play? Mono Black Pactual Terror.
Yeah.
A similar deck.
Similar deck, but with some differences.
He has more creatures.
This one, yeah, more creatures.
This is similar to what I would play.
And the package main deck.
Mm-hmm.
This package main deck. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Future of format is banning GLEE, Throne lands, and unbanning Prism, Ornament, and Aids.
I'm not sure. We will see. Like
the shopping list.
I personally enjoy Ban Talk, but with this weekend we really had a lot of that, and we will see. I think there is not much of things we can say. As I always say, just talk to Mirko. We'll be here for the next round. And looks like Niccolò slowly stabilizes his game by playing this Pactual Terror. As if Mislav needs like a Galvanic Blast basically to change the pace of the game.
Unban Cloud of Fairies, yeah, I totally agree with you, Serium Bug. Totally. That was my first love. Do you like it?
I never played with that. I think when I came to Pauper, the card was already banned.
Yeah. Fair enough, but it was my first love, but it was a right ban, I think.
Yeah, I think.
And Esper Familiar was a deck that I was playing in that period, so I know that it was a right ban.
Okay, now I'm very curious to see how many artifacts Nicolo is gonna slam here. For sure, he can just crack the Blood Fountain to recur 2 Refurbished Familiars that are not only 2 life, but also blockers.
2 less cards in the hand. Or 2 more. I think that.
We'll see, I'm not sure.
I think,
yeah, I think Mislav is empty-handed. Just slowing.
You're missing the land. Yeah.
Okay, so no cards in hand for you. So trigger. And just passes. Igor Wellspring off the top. I think attacking is
Oh,
yeah,
he's cracking. Okay, he's fucking.
Yeah, cracking before taking damage, so you never give your opponent a window to use
to cast Galvanic Blast.
Yes.
Yeah. No, okay, yeah, I think that Tron is still busted.
Yeah.
It's still OP.
They should.
If you unban, of course, if you unban Prophetic Priest.
You should do a no ban list Pauper event.
No.
No, why not?
No, unplayable. Unban. No ban. What?
Mirko is here with us, so he will help you unban the cards you want and ban the cards you hate.
Yeah, okay. One sub is one unban.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm the first that starting gifting stuffs here. The first one is Cloud of Fairy. The second one is High Tide. The third is Peregrine Drake. They did nothing wrong.
Okay, so it's interesting how Nicolo is playing this game. It's insane. Like,
oh, he kept the munitions.
Yes, and he's winning with that.
Mm-mm-mm.
And now we can start to attack. I think he's probably still. I think he has at least a blocker. Okay, the left total now is correct. Because the only problematic thing is if Mislav can draw up to 2 Galvanic Blast now. I don't think he has.
Oh, that's
Oh,
one.
yeah. That's just repeat, 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 repeat. Flip it.
Oh, wait.
+2.
Land and?
I think that's a galvanic blast.
Really?
Was it?
He can also, no. I think that makeshift munition can, ooh, wow. But, amazing. He's trying to draw something. Let's go.
Ooh.
Saved by a top deck of Galvanic Blast.
Yeah,
oh
like,
my god.
it
Oh
looks
my
like
god.
Mislav is one of the 8 guys that will make the top 8 today.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. I think that if Mono Black won the game here, they will be in a really bad spot.
Because they need to play fast.
Because, yeah, no, they had 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
Oh, just 2 minutes?
Yeah, just 2
okay.
minutes on the clock.
I
so
missed that part.
They needed to choose who will concede the match to the other. So it is a bad spot on the last round of the Swiss. So I think that we will surely have the first top 8 deck.
Can you check if Walker made it?
Let's check the other.
No, it's still in progress.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh, the intentional draw.
look at table 3. Matteo Canfora.
Oh, the other match is still in progress. The CYCLESTORM is still in progress. This was the 5th match here.
Variale top 8, I think.
Variale top 8, yeah. With which deck?
Jund.
Jund WILDFIRE, okay. I think that maybe Campanino can reach top 8. Let's see. 10-1.
Maybe
I don't know.
he can sneak in. I'm not sure. I mean, the opponent was dead for sure, though.
Yeah, yes, of course. 9-31, yeah, for sure is that.
No, I mean, like this top 8 looks like
It's still in progress.
Yes,
we
it's still
have a
progress.
lot of tables that are still playing, so we cannot for sure say what's the pace. So
yes.
Let's wait and
we will see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and okay, so do you wanna call the hours?
I'll take a 2 minutes break.
I can entertain if you want. You can
Okay, let's go. I'll give you the booth.
Yes.
See you soon.
Okay, so I will try to not call a pause here, so we can just keep the stream alive, and then our sponsor eBay and Booze MTG will come here to chit chat with us. Do we have Throne in the top? I guess it depends on the last rounds. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. For sure we know that someone draw on table 1. So for sure we have a mono, so a black-green broad scale. Adam we saw like on a couple rounds before that draw with Jund WILDFIRE on table 1. That is one matchup for sure. Then we have Affinity played by M.Dinarina that we just showcased. And the rest, I think we will figure out in the meantime. We still have blue-black in top 8. It depends. Like, I think it's really complicated to understand who top 8'd by now because there are a lot of people that had bad breakers or have maybe had some draws or some losses in the early rounds of the event. So everything needs to be right, and for sure people will be will came 9th or 10th by breakers. So will be another. We need to check the standings after this round, and we will present you the top 8ers. So just don't be hasty about this. Everything will be revealed as soon as the round ends. There are still a lot of matches in progress, and sadly there is no backup table for this round, but there is an interview that will be showcased fast. Was KULDOTHA in top 16? I think so. I think we have KULDOTHA was the best deck in terms of conversion rate from day 1 to day 2. So there was for sure someone that did well, but I'm not 100% on that. Familiars on top 16? I don't think so. No, just one familiar approach to day 2, and I don't think he had already bet breakers, like it was x3, x4. I forgot. Yeah, the data will be published later today or in the following days, so stay tuned. Yeah, we have a lot of refurbished farms interpreted. Do we have an early meta share? Yes. Giant Wildfire was the, I have it here, we already talked about this previously, so Giant Wildfire was the most played deck, and I think it's likely that we have at least 2 in top 8. Then Giant GLEE was the second most played deck, 9%. Then Mono Blue Fairies, KULDOTHA Burn, Black Green GLEE, Red Green Monsters, Grixis Affinity, and then the small percentages basically. But I think, yeah, the best converting deck from day 1 to day 2 is probably Mono Red, followed by Black Green GLEE. That I think Black Green GLEE was probably the only undefeated player in the room today. And then we have a lot of Giant Wildfire also. I think it was a good matchup for Giant, a good weekend for Giant. Let's see if we have some news from okay. They are announcing the top 8.
With 35 points, first position, we have A.Bazika.
So Adam was playing Black Green GLEE.
Second place, with 34 points, Fabio Monica.
No, facciamo.
Ok.
Non c'è una top 8, grazie a
Sì.
adesso dovreste già averla.
Come si fa? Come si fa?
Here we go.
Ah, ok.
Faccio refresh the page. You can go standings. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, Paolo ottavo. Nice.
So, in the first place, we have A.Bazika.
Yeah, this Black Green GLEE player
In the second place is Fabio La Monaca.
that was playing John the Wildfire.
Matteo Canfora in the third.
I'm not sure what he was playing.
I will check it after.
We'll check.
Miss Love in the fourth position,
It's
Affinity
the
player.
Affinity player.
Mattia Pesenti fifth,
Was playing Mono Black.
I think. Lorenzo Montana 6th place.
It was also mono black.
Varriale 7th.
It was John the Wildfire.
And another John Wildfire in 8th place with Paolo Donfrancesco, aka Walker.
I think a lot of wildfires today.
Not so various.
Yeah.
Mono black and John the Wildfire.
Yeah, I think all the decks plays.
That's the list.
All the decks in the top 8 plays 4 copies of Deadly Dispute.
Yeah.
And that's it for me.
But I think that only one John Broadscale. And I completely ignore you.
Yeah. There is actually one.
But one mono black.
Okay, now
one
more blue fairies. Okay, we have the deck I'm rooting for.
Mono black. Madonna. Questo è vero?
Black Glee.
Glee.
So there is just one deck that doesn't main deck 4 copies of Deadly Dispute. So
It does not. So we are having a little break where we can check what the players want to do, and we'll returning with a little interview with our main sponsor, eBay, and Gianluca Ball. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes. See you.
And finally, Pauper aficionados, we have the top 8 of PAUPERGEDDON Winter Edition in Lecco 2025. All right, here we come.
So we have the top 8, and we have how many different archetypes? We will. So, allora, the first match that we will see on streaming will be BG GLEE, so GOLGARI GLEE versus Giant Wildfire. There are a lot of Giant Wildfire here.
Yeah, we have 3 copies of Giant Wildfire in the top 8. 1 GOLGARI GLEE, 1 Giant GLEE, 1 Mono Black Pactol, 1 Grex's Affinity, and finally we have Mono Blue FAERIES.
Yes.
All right. Well, you know, Mono Blue FAERIES disputed the win and din against CYCLESTORM, so I was rooting for CYCLESTORM. Also to have 8 copies, 8 decks with Deadly Dispute in the top 8, since you know Deadly Dispute is the hot argument of this 2-day event.
You say so.
Sadly, we have a Mono Blue FAERIES, and I hate Mono Blue FAERIES. I don't really like that deck. So let's go for, you know, we should maybe...
I like this comment. Thanks to this top 8, we have to ban Ephemerate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I agree with that comment.
It makes sense. Yes, thank you. So, it's interesting. Mono Black Pactol.
Yeah.
Again, it's a deck that I wasn't expecting.
Well, that's Laura. So we talked about Mono Black Pactol in a previous round we showcased to you. Mono Black Pactol is just gardens, more or less, without the good answers, beside Snuff Out. So they choose the player who is the familiar and the Pactol Terror. I guess starting the first deck list of Mono Black Pactol was also playing Glee's Fin, which is a card that was eventually dropped in a couple of weeks. The deck by itself is not really old, is I guess recent, even though the base of this deck is in the format since 2022, because Deadly Dispute is an old card nowadays. But thanks to the print of Pactol Terror, which is a very recent card printed in the last set expansion, Either Drift, we are now more or less able to play Mono Black Splashing Green, because you know when you play Deadly Dispute, you are more or less forced to play lands that you are able to sacrifice with your Dispute, and Candy Garden is the best land when it comes to have food for your Deadly Dispute, because it gives both you mana and stuff you want to sacrifice, because you know instead of sacrificing a Darksteel Citadel or a Vault of Whispers, I think it's better to sacrifice just a token. All right, so
which is the deck that is favorite now for you in this matchup?
Golgari. So the first match we are showcasing you for this top 8 is GOLGARI GLEE, which placed first in the Swiss phase of the tournament against Giant Wildfire, played by P.Donfrancesco. You may also know P.Donfrancesco as Walker 735, a player, an Italian player rather famous in the Italian community. Is the creator of the current Giant Wildfire deck. You know, Jan already played Wildfire with Annoyed Artisan and Boarding Party some years ago, but since the print of Virgin Chrysalis and Republic Familiar, the deck changed a lot. Also, this deck wasn't really playable for at least 1 year, I guess, but thanks to the effort of Walker, deck is now playable, and Walker, before the PAUPERGEDDON, was able to sell his sideboard guide, and I think he really went crazy with the sales, since he sold something like more than 100 copies of it. You can check it on its Twitter account.
Yes, so
So let's talk about this matchup, I guess. Like, it is clearly favored for GOLGARI GLEE, in my opinion, but GLEE needs to pay respect to the interaction of WILDFIRE and to the threats of WILDFIRE, like refurbished familiar and breaking his
I think that the problem here is game 1, because in game 2 and 3 you have a lot of weapon to deal with the combo, and you have snuff out that gain time, you have also duress post side, you have Karklan Shaman. Also in game 1 probably the main plan is to play a Karklan Shaman and an Hydra on it, to not make the Karklan Shaman being destroyed by a simply -1/-1, so Shambling Gust. Or makeshift munitions is not a card that GOLGARI play, but in
every
giant
version of GLEE there is at least a singleton copy of makeshift munition. And munition, alongside eventually Karklan Shaman, if the giant GLEE list is the old one with the cleansing WILDFIRE and the artifact list, is effectively an answer to the opponent, the Karklan Shaman. All right.
So, draw 3 cards. This is the first dispute of the top 8.
The top 8. Yeah, I think we are gonna see a fair amount of this card in this top 8. All right, there's a duress cast by sacrificing the token, the treasure token, and we see double snuff out, one cast down, one Karklan Shaman, and one deadly dispute.
This is a very good hand to deal with the combo.
They have answers, but
this is fair.
They need maybe
a
refurbished familiar or breathing status to start.
This will be a very long game.
Yeah, it depends on how much interaction they draw from the side of GOLGARI GLEE. Okie dokie.
What do you think is the best choice now?
Well, they may have a lot of copies of Tavios of Kipi in hand, or maybe a last rite. So if they have a lot of interaction, they may choose the Deadly Dispute over the other stuff by choosing to slow down the game plane of Giant WILDFIRE, and that would be quite reasonable, because you just need to be faster than your opponent, or even slow down your opponent enough to be able to go over the top. Yeah,
from the top. Easy. Easy.
It is really funny here because it is clear that A.Bazika casted duress with the treasure token, maybe because they wanted to get rid of an eventual munition in the end of the opponent. But P.Donfrancesco just draw the makeshift munition straight from the top, so you can't really cast duress.
The point is the opponent played duress, and P.Donfrancesco played a brainstorm, put on top the makeshift munitions, not make it discard, and it's easy. Duress is bad when your opponent has the card on top of your deck, but this top deck is amazing.
Duress is not used to counter stuff you top deck, and as you can see why. So this game is probably going to...
So lists are open. So on the top 8, so we can show if there is an answer to that makeshift munitions from the point of view of Adam.
There is a singleton copy of Troublemaker Ophi in the top deck.
Yes.
The main deck, instead of the third copy of Nether's Nightblade, which is I think.
So this is not an auto-win. This makeshift munitions is not an auto-win.
Ah, no, wait. They're not swapped the Nether's Nightblade with the Troublemaker Ophi. They swapped it for Silverbook Life stuff.
Yeah. Also, it's very interesting unearth.
Okay, it's just an extra interaction card. I don't really like the unearth in this deck, but it's still quite good. I mean, you can cast Malevolent Rumble, pick statistic GLEE over Rotvala or Nadir's Nightblade and still have a way to return the creature. Yeah, since this is the only Golgari GLEE deck that top 8'd the event, we are likely going to see people. Oh wow, there's the singleton copy of Troublemaker Ophi, a reading off of the singleton copy of Makeshift Munition. And the game.
So now the game is again open.
Yeah. I mean, there's still double snap out and one cast down, but you know, the most troublesome stuff here was clearly the munition, because thanks to munition, they have an extra removal spell that you can't really interact well without having Vines of Fast Food or 10 minutes keeping. And now we just wait for someone to find some decent card like the Dispute.
So this is another wildfire. To develop your mana base, your plan.
To go faster, gotta go fast. So another swamp.
So the problem now is that Karklan Shaman is quite useless.
Yeah, because there is the Shambling Ghast. So first copy of Deadly Dispute or Eviscerator's Insight you draw, kill the Shaman, and after that you just wait.
Try to come,
You know, you need a Duress or a Last Rite or a couple last.
The problem in this matchup is that if you give GLEE a lot of time to draw like the entire deck, sooner or later you will draw the last rights, destroy your hand. Even if you have something like 6 removal, you can play Deadly Dispute, on Deadly Dispute, untap with 11 card in hand, play last right, discard 7, and then combo off. So it's not a problem if you are not able to put some pressure.
Well, you know, as we said, if you don't put any pressure, Golgari GLEE is very favorite. Golgari GLEE is really good to at deal with slow strategies. And if you play just mono black answers or mono red answers, GLEE can just grind off you. I mean, I just draw a lot of cards, draw a lot of duress, 10 years of keeping or whatever, and then certain point I have enough mana to cast my Skin Brood Scale, cast Sadistic GLEE. After that you try to kill it, but I have 1, 2, whatever amount of the music keeping, you kill, and you can answer the Ramos. But I played once a game against Golgari Gardens while playing GLEE. They had 5 or 6 removal spells, and I wasn't playing last right. I just draw enough cards and discarded every removal spells they had. So it didn't really matter at that point. All right.
So I really like how in this top 8, in this match, players are playing very well because Walker let the Eldrazi spawn enter on the battlefield before the Writing Chrysalis, because the ability resolve before the Writing Chrysalis enter in the battlefield.
Okay. So, all right, so there's a Dispute on the top deck, sacrificing the Karklan Shaman in response to the -1/-1 ability of Shambling Ghast. All right, so now P.Donfrancesco is still open with 2 mana to cast down. They choose to sacrifice the fetch land first instead of going to cut. Where is Jeskai Ephemerate?
There is a song. There is a song.
Okay, that's an AI-generated song. You know,
you have to sing it.
No, I'm not so good at singing. All right, draw 2 cards. And now we wait, I guess.
Yeah. So now Walker has at least one creature to make pressure. So this is the beginning of the plan. So now you have to literally draw all the removal and at least another writing chrysalis to increase the clock. And yeah, a plan exists also in game 1. Again, in game 2 and 3, the matchup is way more easier.
Well, it is also way more grindier. Since he can just choose to get rid of some written chrysalis or mix more hydra, I don't know. I mean, they can cut stuff that is not really good against GLEE, because you prefer to have a more control-ish approach.
Yeah.
All right, so double snuff out on the Basking Brute skill. Let's see how many copies
but
of
Adam already know about the choose snuff out.
They choose to let the Basking Brute skill die. I guess they have another Basking Brute skill and statistically in hand, so they can choose to force the first 2 copies of snuff out on the first Basking Brute skill, and then eventually cast another Basking Brute skill. Yeah. And
but it's correct if you have other 2 pieces of the combo, and you are simply try to.
Okay. So there's no more last rights in this deck. Thanks
this
to
is a problem.
Rumble.
This is a problem.
No, not yet. In my it's not really a problem. My opinion, since Garden.
For sure.
Since Wildfire doesn't really have a lot into interaction.
Yes.
When you just discarded 2 or 3 removal spells, you are just much more favored than normal. So
yes.
Okay. Now you need to find a Tamil safekeeping. They have just 1 copy of Cast Down in hand, so it is difficult for them to find another Cast Down or another Kraken Shaman. They don't have any more the Shift Munition. Yeah, Tamil didn't protect the Brute skill because they had casted 2 copies of Snuff Out, not just 1. So they lost 8 life, and the Basking Brute skill got killed, as well as this sadistically that didn't resolve.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
But it's correct because you have to force your opponent to play those removal. If you cannot discard the entire hand and without last right you cannot, you have to force that kind of play and then try to combo off in another moment.
Yeah, but I don't really know. I mean there's an Eviscerator inside in GLEE graveyard, so they
can rebuild.
They spent the turn to cast 4 mana spells in total, instead of casting 1 Eviscerator inside from the graveyard. You are kind of incentivized to jump block with Eldrazi Spoon and then sacrifice it with the Eviscerator inside, and then there's another Chrysalis followed up by Refurbished Familiar.
Also Refurbished Familiar. It's incredible. It's the slow Refurbished Familiar. So, other 2 Eldrazi Spawn.
Slow and the Reverberate Refurbished Familiar. Then, alongside the slow and Reverberate Refurbished Familiar, there is the Nightcore Breathing Chrysalis.
Now, the question is, how many removals are still in the deck, still in the hand of Paolo Donfrancesco?
We know of 1 copy of Cast Down.
Yes.
But we don't know if Aizen likes Nightcore music, and that's a really important question for the streaming. When these kind of games can be rather slow and maybe annoying, it is also important to ask the chat and the other commentators if they want if they just prefer to talk about everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't know how many cards they have left in hand because they're not showing much of their cards, just the battlefield.
So one.
County Garden,
okay.
pass the turn. All right, jump block with the plant, flashback inside.
Okay. This is a chill way to go ahead in this match.
Nel frattempo, ciao Lindy dalla chat.
So now, Golgari GLEE is counting how many removals, how many answers they played. So maybe he's trying to understand what is the right moment to try to combo again.
Yeah, the cool
and
part,
also look how beautiful is the signature of Domenico Cava.
Yeah, we have Domenico Cava here at PAUPERGEDDON as one of the the Wizard of the Coast artist, and Paolo Donfrancesco was able to get his double. What is the name of the
shadow signature?
The shadow signature on the creatures. That's very cool. All right. Oh! I think it's time for an export Hydra. I guess. All right. Hopla.
Hydra on writing Chrysalis.
But just by paying 4 mana. So Paolo is leaving 4 mana open. Yep. So they can cast double spell, one cast down, and maybe eventually another cast down.
Yes, because I think that he is playing only to snuff out.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the main deck is something like...
I can see the Deutsch version because it's Ampusten.
Ampusten. Yeah.
Because I have it.
You have the German version?
Yes.
Nice.
And he plays... He play only 2 copies of Snuff Out, so yes, no free spell left.
Oh, that's cool. There's an Crypt Incursion.
Crypt Incursion, it's incredible. Incredible. And how many cast down? 3 in total.
3 copies, so...
So it's not easy
to
find other 1 or 2 removals.
Are you expecting Paolo to have drawn the second copy of cast down? This is very likely.
Second copy, it's fair. The third, third, not too much. But the plan is correct. You have at least bluff the second removal and try to push.
Well, probably at certain points you don't really need to to make the Hydra so big, since you just need 2 turns instead of I don't know, you can kill maybe in 1 single turn.
We know about this cast down.
First copy of cast down on the
Okay.
I guess there's another Basking Brood skill.
Wow.
Unearth.
Unearth. That's the
right.
power of this card.
Well, it worked like cast down, or slightly worse than cast down.
And the third copy.
And of course there is another cast down.
The second copy of cast down.
Sure. All right. The game is over.
Wait.
Unless
there are 3 mana left.
But how many cards do they have left in their hand?
I don't know.
Paolo was able to draw like a pro player, and game is over.
And Paolo won the game 1. Yes.
The game was over thanks to the luck matter. So I guess this lasted less than I expected, but thanks to the top deck of double Written Chrysalis.
Probably yes. To me, Golgari GLEE lost the game when mill the last rights.
Well, to be honest, casting The first Vast Game Brew skill plus Listic GLEE was maybe an error since they did not cast first the Vicious Returning Sight from the graveyard. But I don't know, Breathing Chrysalis with a Beastone Explore Hydra is probably what let Wildfire winning the game in just 2 turns instead of the game going over in what, 2 extra rounds.
If you give to a combo like this a lot of time, literally you will draw everything. So also 1 Tamillo safekeeping in this spot, it's enough.
Well, you know, when the opponent doesn't have early much interaction and when you have a lot of pressure on the battlefield.
No, he had at least another cast down in the deck. So he didn't draw all the removal, but only 4 on 5. So it's fair.
Yeah, it's on fire.
It's only the 80%. So.
All right, let's go take a look at the sideboard, so we can guess what they're bringing in.
So from the point of view of Giant Wildfire, 3 Duress, choose Snuff Out, and
the Monarch, I guess.
The Monarch.
I know a lot of people bring in the Monarch against GLEE because GLEE doesn't put any pressure on the battlefield, and they can have more card advantage thanks to the Monarch.
Yeah.
The Monarch is also very cool with an Explore Hydra, but I'm not sure if it's the right spot.
And no initiative in the deck.
No, I know that Paolo is not really. He doesn't really like Avenging Hunter in the sideboard of this deck. I don't really think Avenging Hunter is better than Monarch, but I'm not the one in the top 8 of this event, so I guess.
Yes. Fair enough. And from the point of view of Adam, so Golgari GLEE, we can see another Last Rite.
Well, you know, since you're expecting your opponent to bring in extra removal spells, bringing in another copy of Last Rites could be good. You can also bring in, another copy of Ofe. Ofe is very good to deal with Refurbished Familiar, Explore Hydra, but especially against Extra Accumulation and the Artifact Lens.
Yes, if you are on the play, it's a huge card because you can simply destroy the Wildfire plan.
Snuff Out could be good as well to stop Breathing Chrysalis and...
But sometimes it depends by the line that you define during the deck building, because if you side in also Snuff Out, the risk is to have an inconsistent deck.
And also Snuff Out is not really good with the other cards you have in your deck in this matchup, because most times it's maybe better Shambling Ghast to deal with the Chrysalis and the Crackling Shaman, because it's both a removal spell but also an enabler for Deadly Dispute. So by bringing in Snuff Out, an example, instead of Shambling Ghast, you are risking the maybe having the Deadly Dispute in hand but not having anything to sacrifice. Alright, so I suppose the GLEE player is going to cut from the main deck Malevolent Rumble because it's not good in the matchup. You don't really need to go much fast. You prefer to have the chance to draw your interaction. And since Malevolent Rumble doesn't draw you interaction, is the worst cantrip you have in the deck. I guess against every deck you need interactive spells. An example, against KULDOTHA, you cut Malevolent Rumble to bring in the Master Emeralds and the Weathered Storm. Against Mono Blue Fairies, you bring in the Master Emeralds and the Snuff Out, and you cut Malevolent Rumble. So a lot of matchups you cut Malevolent Rumble, but it's still a card playing in main deck because you need to overcome the speed of other archetypes, and is a card really good at making the game faster. So you just try to speed up the critical turn, the turn in which you want to combo off by playing Malevolent Rumble, since it digs forecast, trying to find one of the combo pieces, and also generate an Eldrazi spawn. Maybe the most relevant part is the Eldrazi spawn, since we are tapping 2 mana to create the spawn in a game, in a turn earlier compared to the turn in which you cast the Basking Brood skill, since the combo more or less requires 5 mana to be enacted.
Yeah. One point in which I want to focus during the sideboarding and so on is that it's strange that in the top 8 there is 0 mono-red synthesizer or Kuldotha Barn, because it's the deck that performed probably at
it's just had one of the best,
the best
conversions from day 1 to day 2.
Yes,
and,
but 0 copy.
It was also one of the best decks, one of the most represented deck, the second most played deck in day 2.
Yeah.
So Kuldotha had a really great start and a great run at the start of the event, but then they just all of them died.
Yes.
I mean, no one were able to get in the top 8.
Tapped land for John the Wildfire and Icor Wellspring on the other side. Wildfire!
Probably the best start from both players.
Every time that you start with the Wildfire on turn 2, this deck seems to be incredible.
Well, you know,
incredible.
Yeah, it is the card that gives the name to the deck, so it is supposed to be good, right?
So, in this moment, it depends by the end of P.Donfrancesco, but sometimes it's good to take in this spot the red source, because if the opponent play the Uffie and exile your land with red, you need like another Wildfire on another bridge. Otherwise, you are not able to play a lot of cards. But it depends by the end.
You know,
if he has another red source, this is the perfect
so
start.
last rights again in the graveyard. They cast Malevolent Rumble to get 1 mana, to get 1 land. And then they have the Troublemaker Uffie, sacrificing Icor Wellspring to exile the land. Alright, so they were able to counter the Cleansing Wildfire thanks to the Troublemaker Uffie, but at what cost? They put in the graveyard 1 copy of GLEE and also last rights. So regardless of my prediction, the GLEE player kept the Malevolent Rumble in the matchup. I guess they are aware on how much fast can be a deck playing Liberty Chrysalis, so they choose to still keep cards that let it go fast enough to trying to not die too early in the game, I guess. Alright, so Wildfire cast Lambas and try to find another land, and they find.
Okay, there is another bridge, so it's okay. It's okay. Now, second Icor Wellspring, no,
Duress. 1 Dispute, 1 Monarch, 1 Hydra. Well, you don't really have much choice here, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not even a choice on what you
This end is interesting.
And there's not even a choice in what you need to do the next turn, because you're very likely going to cast the Monarch.
Yeah, but...
And after casting the Monarch, you can cast Nyxmore Hydra on it. No, it doesn't have the second green source, so it can't bestow the Hydra on the Monarch. Well, they can still do something better.
Do you want to play in this spot Monarch?
Yeah, absolutely. Monarch, they can't answer it with Snuff Out.
But now GLEE have a very important information, because if you want to play around Monarch, probably it's better to play the broad scale in order to not make the opponent play Monarch.
Yeah, they can top deck a removal spell. They can play the Rubicial Familiar just to have a chump blocker and bluff a removal spell. But in my opinion, it's still better to just slam the Monarch as fast as possible, so you can start draw card. I mean, it is very good to draw 2 cards every turn, right? Monarch was good in Pauper for a lot of time, it is still good.
Yes.
Okay.
Also because the only removal that the opponent play is Snuff Out
or Shambling Ghast.
Or Shambling Ghast.
You know, Shambling Ghast can be a removal spell on the Monarch because the Monarch, the turn of the Black Rose, has only 1 in power. So you can attack with the Ophi, they block with the Monarch, and then sacrifice the Shambling Ghast with a dispute effect, but you are still keeping the Monarch because Shambling Ghast doesn't really kill the turn of the Black Rose. Okay, what is... Oh, they may have... they're just attacking because they are willing to sacrifice the Troublemaker Ophi with a Viscerator inside. So, why not trying to...
It was like attack... Oh, I'm joking. Sacrifice.
Yeah.
So, with the bridge... I think it's not the bridge.
Why do you think they choose red with the gate? Do they have
that's the point.
Red spells in their deck?
That's the point.
Okay, they can cycle the.
They can cycle
the fetch land.
The landscape.
Right. So that's some. That's some really cool part. Okay, so they pack Troublemaker Ophi with Malevolent Rumble. And they cast another Duress, trying to find out if the opponent has any removal spell. There's a Duress.
The Duress.
And
it's
also
strong. Snuff Out.
Yeah,
wow.
I guess you just discard this Duress, since Duress can discard any relevant card from GLEE end, like Sadistic GLEE or Dominus of Keeping. And there's already a Sadistic GLEE in GLEE's graveyard. So since you just play 4 copies of a Sadistic GLEE, I think you prefer to have a Sadistic GLEE in hand rather than in the graveyard.
I think so.
Alright, so they attack with the Thorn. I'm quite surprised. I'm not surprised by Paolo not casting Nixmore Hydra because they don't have the second green source. I forgot that. Also, they have the Troublemaker Ophi in hand, so they can exile the Nixmore Hydra eventually. So we fetch another green. And now it is time to cast
3 mana.
Familiar. They have 3 artifacts. I wonder how much the game will eventually go long, since there's the Monarch.
That Monarch...
The Monarch could be really good if Donfrancesco is able to draw like he did in game 1. I mean, you know, we were able to see Donfrancesco and I think in turn 3 of the game where he just add the creatures and add the dispute. Then he draw double Chrysalis, Familiar, and an Nixmore Hydra to close the game.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, surprising. I mean, they had a very slow end with just enough out to cast down, and after that they draw double Chrysalis and Refurbished Familiar and Nixmore Hydra. Okay, you got it. Alright, time to cast the Rat, right?
It depends. If you want to bluff or you drew a cast down and you want to play safe.
Well, if you draw a cast down, you can just play safe. There's no need to
but
tap out right now.
If you play the Refurbished Familiar now, you are saying, okay, I have only one answer on end.
Okay, that's true.
Only Snuff Out.
I guess GLEE is supposed to play around double answers from from Giant Wildfire. So now we wait again.
Also, you can play if the opponent try to combo off and you have another dispute, you can try to dig for another snuff out or stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Post side they have 4 copies of Snuff Out, and Snuff Out is clearly the best answer to the GLEE deck.
Also, you are the Monarch, so you can draw another answer from the top of your deck at the end.
Yeah, it's quite easy to draw cards.
It's quite easy to draw the answer, the right answer at the right moment. So it's not easy for Golgari GLEE from this spot.
Yeah, even though the Monarch is not the initiative, it is still putting pressure on the battlefield. Not in a combat damage way, but more on the grind fiesta way. So we draw 2 cards and we force the opponent into thinking, yeah, I'm drawing cards, so you need to respect my ability to draw removal spells on the top deck. So you can't cast Duress in this turn and then try to combo off the next turn, since you can draw not just 1 removal spell but 2 removal spells.
To me the point is, in a grind matchup, if you are the Monarch, you literally draw resources without use other mana, tempo, or nothing. You simply drew 2 cards every turn. So it's a way to make a fair matchup unfair. So or a fair deck unfair.
Oh well, they're just drawing cards. They don't have the initiative, like dealing a lot of damage, a lot of extra damage.
GLEE is trying to create a line to go out of this trouble, because it's not easy in this moment. Also, last right, if you are the Monarch, it's not easy to use, because the opponent can draw a Duress, so if you wait and wait, last rights can be discarded. So
yeah, at this point the game is just whoever draws more copy of Deadly Dispute. In a certain way, the Monarch is a Deadly Dispute spell, since it can generate
combo.
Similar amount of card advantage.
Try to combo.
Slower pace, but still.
Probably he is simply saying, okay, I will try. You have, I know that you have 1 removal. If you didn't draw a cast down or the second removal, I can try.
Yeah.
It can be correct.
They're playing around just 1 answer from Wildfire. So
to me, if you think that this is a very
and there is the cast down. All right.
But you know that in this moment he can play Unearth and the second GLEE.
Yeah, that's true.
So I have the line in my mind.
But they have just 1 card. So that's the reason why they tried to.
That line was only on my mind.
They just tried to stick out the combo on the battlefield, hoping the opponent didn't add the second removal spell. But you know, when you are P.Donfrancesco, you always said it, because you are the top deck sensei.
So, Cleansing Wildfire, number 3. Easy. Put a land on the battlefield, draw another Snuff Out.
What is the problem?
What is the problem?
Right. They have just 1 card in hand for now. There is a Refurbished Familiar in Giant Wildfire hand.
Wow.
So, okay, I'm the Monarch, you have 0 cards in hand. I think unless you draw Dispute into Dispute, I'm winning this game. All right. So, yeah, the Monarch is working like the initiative, but, you know, if
it's better in a grind matchup. Initiative is better when you want to put pressure and end the game very fast. Monarch, it's like it's a completely different engine of
Monarch
advantage.
is just I play this creature. I hope to find answers from the top deck.
Yes.
So you draw 1 card per turn. I draw 2 cards per turn.
Two.
Certain point, I have more.
You have to
cards.
grind. It's better in a long game. If your plan is to play a long game, Monarch is better. And if you think that your opponent can play a Monarch effect or stuff like that, you have to play first on the board and then develop your plan. So, dispute effect into dispute effect. You have to dig. It's not easy from this point, but there are not much pressure from the side of Giant Wildfire. So, there is still time. The problem is that time means more card for Giant Wildfire. So,
I think no, I don't know. I'd say this game is over right now, but you can still hope your opponent doesn't draw answers and doesn't kill you in time.
Banning basics does make Wildfire not work with bridges. This is fair enough.
Well, you ban just 5 cards instead of banning 10 lands, you know? Bridges are a full cycle of 10 dual lands. Basic lands are just 5. So that's probably the best way to stop people to cast Cleansing Wildfire. And you know what is happening now? X-More Hydra target the Thorn of the Black Rose.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I guess.
This is better because a black creature doesn't die by snuff out, so it's better. Now,
Game is
Hydra put some pressure. So it means that probably, for sure, Giant Wildfire has at least 1 snuff out in hand. Otherwise, this is a crazy move. But I don't think that Paolo plays in that way.
Okay. So now GLEE can top deck exactly 2 cards to win the game.
But probably, yes, a Duress or a Tamiyo Safekeeping can be enough.
Well, you time walk your opponent with a Tamiyo Safekeeping, but in reality, you need to draw Basking Brute Skill, Sadistic Glare, and then you have an Eviscerator Insight in your graveyard. You can try to find Adjust Nightblade and a land, because you have 6 mana, so you can go infinite with the Basking Brute Skill, and also cast Eviscerator Insight, but then you still need 2 cards to kill. One of those 2 cards is the Adjust Nightblade, so now they effectively need the combo. They can try to eventually protect the Adjust Nightblade with Tamiyo Safekeeping to keep the creature on the battlefield and effectively a way to win the game, but still I'm not sure how much is likely GLEE to overcome this very dire situation. So let's wait, let's see what Wildfire, thanks to the turn for Monarch, turn 4, because they had Wildfire at first, then got Troublemaker Oath. And there's also Crackling Shaman. Oh wait, the game is over. They can sacrifice with the Shaman, kill the Nadir's Nightblade, and then attack with everything.
No, Tamiyo Safekeeping.
Okay, if they have a Tamiyo Safekeeping, they can protect the Nadir's Nightblade. And if they don't have it, that's GG.
Yeah. The problem here is that if Giant Wildfire has not other removals, Tamiyo Safekeeping, protect the Nightblade, and then try to combo off the turn after can be enough.
You know, knowing...
It's like probably Phantom Magic, but... You have to do what you have to do. You have to think about your out. This can be an out and you have to play in that way.
So knowing P.Donfrancesco, they already have drawn a cast down, so they can cast down the largest knight played in response to Tommy's safekeeping to win the game. It is clear, Paolo, they have cast down, I guess.
Yeah, yes. But this Tamillo safekeeping
it's all right.
resolve. Okay, so we have one turn.
But you still attack with the Nix more Hydra.
Yeah.
I mean, with the turn of the Black Rose, because you are dealing 7 minus.
With
minus
Tamillo
3,
is
so
indestructible, so.
The largest Knight Blade survives.
Yeah.
But they are also taking the damage from the Retribution Familiar. That's fine. Even if the opponent attack. Even if they attack with the largest Nightblade, they're just drawing one card that is not really relevant right now, since they have only 3 lives left. So thanks to the Retribution Familiar attacking as well, they can win eventually just by drawing one.
Wow. Top it out.
All right.
Discard Glee.
So can you imagine top deck from Glee, maybe Basking Broodscale, and losing the game to Retribution.
Wow.
No, they just top decked all that. And we have a winner for the first match of this top 8 quarterfinals.
At least two Giant Wildfire will go ahead. At least, because there is a mirror.
There's a Giant Wildfire mirror match in this quarters.
We will try to have the backup table on the stream.
Okay. So this event was quite predictable on the outcome of the decks in the top 8, I guess. How much was played Affinity in this event? Because it's just the 5% of the match, the metagame. So just 35 players played in the event on day 1, and out of those 35 Affinity, just 8 passed to the went to the day 2. But since the the size of the event went down to dedicate to the day 2, they were still the 5% of the metagame. That's quite hilarious, I say. Okay, a deck that performed really poor was instead Monoblue Fairies, in my opinion. I mean, Monoblue Fairies is probably perceived as one good anti-meta deck, but in my opinion is not really good against black based strategies. Maybe it's good against KULDOTHA because you play Hydroblast, but as well if you play KULDOTHA. Okay. So there's no backup match, but we are starting with the semifinals already with Giant Wildfire from P.Donfrancesco, which is the other player. Sai qual è l'altro giocatore?
No, ancora no.
Okay, so we don't really know yet the other player, but
it will be Grixis Affinity or Mono Blue
Fairies. So let's see if Mono Blue Fairies is able to win even in 2025
against Chrysalis.
Can you imagine the top 8 being just the dispute decks, but then Mono Blue Fairies winning the Geddon? So that means Mono Blue Fairies is the best deck in the format, right?
An Highlander against the system, incredible. So we will have a short break and then we will be back with the semi-final of this incredible event. We have to say again, 750 players, 13 rounds, an amazing community, and
an amazing casting team, I say.
Incredible.
All right, so see you later.
Hello there and welcome back. We're live from Palataurus in Lecco, and this is the semi-final of PAUPERGEDDON Winter Edition 2025. I am Sapo.
I'm Pai. Hello.
And let's go. One of the player you know it. You know him. He just played the first match of the semi-final and is P.Donfrancesco.
Yeah, probably.
But finally,
finally we see a deck that doesn't play 4 copies of Deadly Dispute.
And sadly is the only one deck in the top 8 that does not play 4 copy of Deadly Dispute. But we have other good news. That is the lists of top 8. If you type exclamation mark top 8, you will have the link to Pauper Wave with all the top 8 lists. So that's good.
Yeah, finally you can see the deck list, and I think what time is it? So you have like 1 hour still to submit a deck you prefer in the Pauper challenge on Magic Online. So they came just in time. Okay, so well, I'm personally rooting for Paolo because I really like how he's working towards the community. I really like that he spent a lot of time tuning his guide, writing his guide, and he's proving himself that his words are trustworthy by doing this big result. Although I also enjoy the tempo game plan provided by the Fairies deck, and also it's the only counterspell deck that is doing that made the top 8. We know that other players achieved top 16, but he's just the last one standing, the Highlander player.
But if you're on the side of Walker, that are also a member of heading people of Lega Pauper Italia.
Yes,
he's one of the member of the. But I need to be on the opposite side. Because I wanna make the blue great again, so I am to the side of Mono Blue Fairies. Proiettatela a tuono di drago, stai buono, ci stiamo lavorando, calmi. So che siete qua dietro, non vi preoccupate.
We'll do our best.
So I think that they will start in a few minutes. The head judge is entering the room. I hope. Tra quanto?
Sì.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
let's start. Okay. Now
I'm asking audio feedback. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Is the audio okay? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, Pese, I think is a nickname I recognize from Magic Online. Always plays mono blue, very strong player. What I like most about PAUPERGEDDON is we showcase a lot of different people, and then in chat, a lot of people from their leagues come to cheer for their friends.
And fun fact that they all literally here.
Yeah, so yeah, we are surrounded by people.
Bergamaschi. Yeah, he's from Lega Pauper Bergamo, and he's a really good player. He recently beat a friend of mine that were playing CYCLESTORM.
Okay.
So
Okay.
In the win and in.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I promise that I'll ban the next one that type in chat proiettatela. I swear.
You can ban one, but you can't ban everyone. So.
I can ban everyone. you can bet on it. Oh, Beppe, it's you. I'm banning you. No, just kidding. I cannot do it.
Okay, now we are seeing hands.
Progettatela. Hi, Herman. Where are you, Herman?
Okay, so
finally a June wildfire.
Yeah. that got me. Too. So we are approaching the mulligan discussion. I think let's see who is on the play and who can start to discuss.
Mattia is on the play.
Mattia is on the play. Yeah, I think it's based on of course.
Walker is the last one of
the
top 8. So
came 8 on breakers. So nice.
He literally ended his previous match and I say, Paolo, don't move. What? Yeah. Yeah, Mattia is a real hero here because he's the only one player that top 8 with a blue deck.
Yeah, it was.
I cannot be on the side of Walker
Paolo,
here.
yes. Yeah, it was a wild weekend for counterspell enjoyers.
We want to show you something that you already saw it, that there are the limited edition token made by Mezzocell and Friend. They are foil.
They are foil.
And they are really, really good. We always thank. They are really limited edition. They are 101.
They are a special winner for the first. For
and
the
only
winner,
the winners
yes.
can have all the 4 tokens.
There is a small cup here that you can see. So this is only for the winner.
Yeah, here in the corner. Yeah.
I'm curious if the winner will use them or just put them on the desk.
If you want it, you need to win a Paupergeddon.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
They're actually beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mirko.
Okay, so
I think
like,
they are starting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like probably Paolo is down to 6.
What do you think about this matchup?
I'm not 100% sure. I think Paolo is looking actively for the Hydra that has reach and also Chrysalis. So if you can quickly assess the board presence, then it should be favored. Otherwise, Mono Blue can just steamroll the opponent. Because like we were discussing this matchup, me and Paolo, like on Friday or on Sunday, and we just he just told me that the matchup is alright as long as you can play the creatures. So I will just trust him.
Oh, the snuff out from Shivan, unfortunately, it's not here, so we cannot show it to you. But we'll publish them. We'll publish it as soon as the tournament ended.
And now that's a twisted landscape that is kind of cool because Paolo can just fetch up basic swamp and immediately snuff out the ninja. Let's see if this is the move or not, maybe. So it's 18 for Paolo and Mattia draws a card. I think this is the start you wanna make with turn 1 fairies, turn 2 ninja plus fairy, and so on. I think also that ninja is slightly better than the other one again because it survives. Like even if you trade for a snuff out, you still play a creature in the same turn, so you keep up with the race. Yeah,
you need mono blue players here need to start as quick as possible.
Yes, exactly. Also, being on the play is kind of huge in this matchup. So even if, I think Paolo really needs to win this because then he can just start at least one game on the plays too.
He's totally signed by his teammates.
Oh, nice. That's beautiful.
Luca said, I signed one of them. Okay. Why not?
Yeah. It's super cool. Moon Circuit Tucker. Nice card. This card
I really love that Kamigawa set.
Yeah. I think this card is being played in Legacy. Like, it's
also Legacy too?
I think so. Like ninjas are kind of thing nowadays in a lot of formats because Kaito. So I like these small creatures.
Imagine have 40 plus friend.
Okay, so very sweet basics.
And what do you think about the uninked art of?
I love them.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're so classy.
They're your favorite? Layout?
I'm not sure. I still prefer old layout like from old sets like Mirage, Scourge, etc. Or Apak. I love Apak.
Okay.
But I like how classy they are. If you're playing just 3 or 4, They are very
nice
classic.
top 4 without a GLEE. Now I can buy the deck. But in fact, GLEE is not only one GLEE is
Yes.
on the top 8, right?
Yes.
But 7 on 8 decks are playing the Dispute Engine.
Yeah, I think GLEE was aggressively hated out this weekend,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure the format absorbed it. Like PAUPERGEDDON are a representation of the format.
Oh,
but,
has Snap. This is Snap is really huge here.
Yeah.
Off on mind. Then I beat you for 3 damage, draw and discard, open with a counter spell up. I think that's a nice turn. Nice turn. Dispute plus Icor, obviously.
And looks like a Fairy Miscreant gets discarded, meaning Mattia has probably a grip full of cards, full of relevant creatures.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see if Mattia has a counterspell. Looks like so. Yes.
For sure. That's a nice race.
Mm-hmm.
It's a homemade Delver.
Yeah.
That let you dig into your deck too.
And also Mattia decided to play the island before cycling with the ninja, meaning that probably has
Another island to discard, yeah.
Either that or maybe
it is a dispel.
Maybe he has more counter magic or more fairies, so I think we'll see a big turn coming from him. 3 mana. I'm curious to see what he has. I suspect he has likely.
Oh yeah, they are open deck lists in the top 8. Yeah.
Okay. So it's likely a counter spell or another. Or a stutter, I think. But Paolo is kind of behind here. He needs to play another Hydra because he's missing red mana to slam the Chrysalis. Chrysalis would help a lot here because, of course, it can block the Fairies and also the Spawn can chomp the Ninja.
Yeah.
He's like plus 2 turns.
Oh, paying 3 mana.
Familiar is not this bad. I think it's a good way to grind your opponent's resources while getting a blocker. So it's a nice 2-for-1.
But he found the red mana now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think unless Mattia
is it too late,
has,
in your opinion?
I don't think so. Unless Mattia has a very explosive turn, Paolo can still be in this game basically. We expected that the mono blue was the dominant deck in the early game, but then I think on the mid game he kind of needs to throw his fairies onto the table. It's like a 4 spike was the discard.
Is there a way to know what matchups did Pesenti found day 1 and day 2? Yeah, just ask to him. That's the best way and the shorter way to know.
Yeah, we have no clue, of course.
No.
For sure, we know that the last turn of the Swiss, he faced CYCLESTORM.
Yeah.
But we don't know anything else. Okay, so let's see if Paolo has a rating Chrysalis. I strongly think so, because he played nothing else basically besides an Hydra. So yeah, 4 mana. Yeah. We just expected this. But
we just spell starter sprite. I really love it.
Yeah, I mean, you still have 2 Spawn that can block.
with the written Buona Staccadrega. So the name of the spell starter is Brambilla Fumagalli.
Yes, exactly.
I suppose. What a time to be alive, spell starter countering a mana
Fairy
value
Wizard Vampire.
Fairy Wizard Vampire, exactly. Yeah, I think that Mattia is really on fire on this first round of the semi-final.
Yeah, I think he can, like, depending on what he has, but he can do a very good turn now.
Visir di tutte le fate.
So yeah, just attack with all.
Yeah, the chum
But
block
the
of the ninja,
ninja
of course. And that's another ninja, the big one this time.
Yeah.
I
The
think
one
that
with
is
the muscles.
No way out, no way out. And the first game is won by M.Pesenti, of course.
He's showing us his cool for Spike.
Yeah.
Nice, okay. Let's check the sideboard.
Yup.
So 1,000 people
I only need the
watching the stream,
list
so
for
thank you
Mattia.
everyone.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you gathering from all around the world to watch these basically end stages of this week tournament. So you are part of the community, and even if you can't attend, you are here with us basically. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. So let's talk about the sideboard.
Yes.
Starting with P.Donfrancesco this time.
So I think the biggest
3 breath
upgrade
weapon,
is,
of
yes,
course.
Yes.
Remember, they had open deck list. They're watching right now. You can see in the live stream. So I think that 3 breath weapon, of course, for sure. And I don't know, maybe Duras, Snuff Out are cards that can go in. I don't know if Character Shaman is a card that you want in
I don't think
side.
so. I think I would cut the Shamans.
Yeah.
You still probably want to keep the life gain. So there is one Crypt Incursion, that's interesting. And no...
I didn't see it.
There is
a mono copy of Crypt Incursion in makeshift munition is huge here, of course.
I think probably, I'm not sure I want Snuff Out. Probably yes, it's still a fine card because you can trade with a ninja for 0 mana. I'm not sure if this matchup is about the life at all or not.
Surely life gives you a lot of time to set up the mid game where you are stronger than mono blue fairies, for example. But I don't know if it is a strategy that is strong enough to win the post sideboard game. I surely think that mono blue instead is put in a position of power in this meta game, because as you can see, for example, all the red decks do not play any copy of Red Elemental Blast.
Yeah, exactly.
So instead, mono blue play 4 copy of Blue Elemental Blast. That here is a huge advantage. For example, if you are asymmetric in the sideboard with your blast.
Yeah, I think he's probably interested in that. Maybe bind the monster to block the rich creatures.
Yeah, for Spike is a dead card.
Yeah, I think you probably cut those. And he's probably also interested in the last copy of Dispel from the sideboard.
Yeah, for 3 Bind Monster, 4 Elemental Blast, 1 Cogwork Wrestler. What is it?
It's a card versus...
-2, minus...
it's basically the 5th...
-0. Copy of Brain Barrow
Intruder, yes.
Should you cut a Brain Barrow here?
I'm not 100%. Maybe yes, because you are on the draw.
It gives value at your off-1 mind, of course.
Mostly I like that because your opponent is kind of like the early game threat of John Wildfire is the rat, the familiar, so you can just remove that with Brain Barrow. But I'm not sure. Yeah, of course, it's the weakest one.
I don't know if I want Snap here. In this
matchup.
Snap
is
I think I can
great.
cut the 4 Spike and the Snap, siding in Annul, and the blue, two copy of Blue Elemental Blast, not more. But I know that he plays the Vrat, the breath weapon.
Yes.
So I prefer to use a counter for the card that let me lose the
I like Blue Elemental Blast also because it toggles the munition, so you can remove that.
Also the munition.
But yeah, I think I would just try to play also the Dispel and the Blue Elemental Blast are pretty
so Dispel and Blue Elemental Blast.
Maybe you don't
want no Annul, no Steel Sabotage.
No, I don't think so. Like I'm not sure. I think since you are on the draw, I'd rather not be cute. I'd rather try to actually care about the cards I need to care about, and not try to counter the artifacts. I think you are the aggro player and you can't really waste time to counter other stuff. Like maybe Annul is actually cute because you counter all the creatures, right? You counter the Hydra, you counter the Familiar.
The only creatures you cannot counter, of course, is
the
Chrysalis.
Yeah. So maybe that's actually interesting. I'm not sure. I'm very curious to see.
It counters munition. It counters all your artifacts that let you draw.
Yeah, the
it
rocks.
counters the Hydra.
Well, actually,
that's not so
maybe
bad. Not so bad.
I'm not sure. Like I'm very curious too. Like each time I see those masters playing the matchup, they probably have very cool insight because, of course, doing well in a 13-turn tournament and ending with a very positive score would probably mean that they have good insight and they playtested the matchup enough, so they really know what they need to do and what are the pressure points of other decks they need to exploit. So I'm happy to see this battle also because I can learn something myself.
Yeah, that's always a good point. Learn something. Okay, here comes the first ban. Let's go. Which one is the next?
Come on. Just be chill. Okay, so Duress was a card, and we see an Annul, so we just discussed about that.
Okay, here comes a Duress. Nice. I think that Annul here is the target.
Probably, I think it's the most important one.
Cutting a display here, really?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I think you can maybe play around Annul, while this display is a bit more difficult to remove. Even though, like, I really like the ability of Annul to remove the creatures.
Of course, it depends what Paolo has in hand. Yeah, of course.
But countering the creatures is still huge, like because in any stage of the game you will counter a creature. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'm biased.
And the Giant Wildfire does not have a way to recover cards from graveyard, right? So
maybe it's Fountain, but it's more the tempo impact that worries me.
Oh, to block
Fountain, yeah. But I don't think versus Fairies you get to the point where you can record your stuff with Fountain. Like, it's very a long-term plan. Okay, so the first Fairy got cast on turn 2, sorry. It looks like that's a Wildfire. Nice.
This spell counters Breath Weapon. That's a good point.
Yeah, of course.
No turn to Ninja this time. It's difficult to achieve this with when you are on the draw and your opponent is open with all the mana.
Yeah. But I think if he draws a Ninja, I can probably go for it because with the Dispel, with the second Dispel, it's a good protection.
Yeah.
So the cards are signed by his friends, apparently.
Yeah. And that's a Snuff Out. We are on the main phase, right?
I think it's Mattia's upkeep.
Mattia's upkeep, okay.
Before draw step. That's an interesting time for that Umputzen, that is the German translation of Snuff Out.
Umputzen?
Umpunzen. Something like that.
I have the full set of Snuff Out in French language, and it's something like dégommage.
Wow. I really love that.
I want to
different name. Yeah.
In Italian, is spazzare via.
Spazzare via.
Yeah. We like to use more words that needed. Yeah. The gommage, yeah.
The gommage.
Bunsten.
Yeah, I remember. It was very an aggressive card, like.
Also, game 3 live in
in
German language is aggressive, so.
Okay, looks like a 1-1 for 1 mana with flying is being cast from Mattia's side. It's another fairy. Interesting that he's leaving 2 mana open. Maybe as a stutter, maybe as counterspell, maybe as nothing.
Apagar in Spanish.
Bello.
Apagar.
Okay, so Duress number 2.
Yeah.
Well-timed Duress for...
I think that second dispel will go.
Yeah, probably. That makes sense, removing the first one.
If you have another
Duress, you wanna cast here.
Where we can gamble, just click on the upper side of the chart.
Yeah.
There
is a poll.
That's the button.
Yeah.
The purple button if you are on PC. For the match fixing scandal. 4K on fairies. Big bet here.
Yeah.
Do you want to bet too?
No.
No? Really?
No.
You want to throw a dice?
I can roll a dice, yeah.
Okay.
If it's odd, the fairies wins. So Paolo will win.
Okay.
Okay, so of course Annul got discarded because the familiar is approaching the table, and the familiar is huge, especially.
Oh, he discarded Annul.
No, yeah, he discarded Annul with Duress. And the dispute got cast. Mattia decided to discard the ninja. I think here Mattia will just play. Oh, I expected him to play 3 mana, draw 2 cards.
Scripted dice roll, they said. 9600 on Fata Tappata. Oh, Kuran, thank you, really thank you for the Prime, really appreciate it.
Appreciate. Oof.
Oh, here comes an Hydra. That's the why he discarded the Annul.
Yeah, Annul is, the more I think about the card, the more I think it's a sweet one to have, because, of course, countering familiar and the creatures is especially great.
There's a ninja and a null.
Yes.
Okay. A null on the bottom.
Makes sense.
Ninja on top. Okay.
Now, of course, Paolo is in control.
Yeah.
So I think if he plays like a Chrysalis, the game is over.
Yeah, he needed to favorite Duress art, the one from the Arcane Secret Layer.
Okay.
I really love Jinx, so I like that art.
I like Japanese Strix 7 Mystical Archive.
Nice. Oh, did he put on his lands? He has lost the tempo completely now. Yeah.
3 mana, Breath Weapon.
Breath Weapon.
Yeah,
okay.
that was a bait, like the dispute bait to then just clear the coast. Now, Divination.
How many cards does Paolo have in hand?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he probably a couple, I'd say.
Yeah, 4 damage to you, and continue
it's just
beating.
it's a free turn clock now, and if you can manage to draw like another Hydra, the game ends next turn. So.
Oh, it's a pass. For damage to me.
For mana,
that's Chrysalis for sure. Oh,
yeah,
okay,
and,
he conceded.
You can pack it up. Yeah, I think Paolo managed to play this game by the book, basically. So just discard spells, then threats, and then more threats. And
He
more
makes a
discussed threats.
pretty good start, I
Yeah.
think. Removing the early threat and puts his threat in early game so he can make pressure and that doesn't not leaving time to Mono Blue to set up his tempo gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as someone in chat is saying, like, on the play, the matchup changes because.
Mattia, I need you to win or I might lose my house on this bet.
It's interesting. Like it's not an easy matchup for both sides.
No,
so
no, for sure.
One of the maybe less predictable outcomes.
Yeah. But I saw that a lot of players here bet on places that bet their bet on pair one on Mattia. We can see from the blue one near the name. We entrust on P.Donfrancesco. PDF. Let's go. Maybe on the draw or on the play you can change something from the mono blue side of the table. Maybe reintroduce reside in the first spike.
Yeah, probably. Might be interesting. Even though, like, I think you bring in a lot of counter spells, so I don't think you wanna alter even more the numbers. I think maybe you can shave. If you brought in some Bin the Monster, you can cut a couple of them.
Okay, the duress hit it very hard here.
Yeah, the rest was strong. Mostly because not only it always was a good hit, but it also made Paolo more aware of what was happening in Mattia's hand.
Yeah, for sure. Here is a great advantage in this kind of matchup where opponent has interaction on the stock.
Yeah. Also, like Mattia is mulliganing, and we said a lot today that mulliganing Pauper is not this impactful, but only if you are playing dispute. So if you multi-6 in a non-dispute deck, you are behind. Especially if your opponent may be kept with a snuff out to remove your ninja, so it's not easy to
manage.
Yeah, to just because like when you multi-6 on the play, you're already down 2 cards, and this is a resource battle. Doesn't like the speed matters, but it's not all about the speed.
Yeah. Gruul in top 16. We don't know the top 16, the entire top 16
I have no clue.
decks. But we'll publish as soon as possible. So stay tuned. Just follow Lega Pauper Italia and Paupergeddon. I'll typing you the link tree. Where we will publish all the lists on the Paupergeddon social. So click on the Linktree link and follow the Instagram and Facebook social page. Wow. Snuff out the screen. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not.
I like snuff out.
I like it too.
Second position, 17 points. Max Cassone. Third position, 17.
Yeah, I think that we can share more than top 16. I think that we can share top 64 at least.
Yeah.
With all that digital stuff that we are working on, having top 16 lists is very easy compared to paper lists that you need to search everyone.
Yeah. I think nowadays things are easier. I think like Spice Rack was a very good upgrade compared to other software used in the past.
It's a software that still gives us a lot of problem in this weekend, or the judge side of the application, but it's very useful, very useful.
Looks like Hydra approach the table, and a stat is being cast here.
Please come to the stage to collect your prizes.
I'm curious if Mattia actually brought in the Mind the Monster or not. I think this is the matchup for that. Because mostly you need to have like ways to stop what your opponent is doing.
Yeah, they're fixing it right now. Thank you, DJ.
Okay, they just fixed it.
The most hated deck the last year has become the hero of PAUPERGEDDON.
Yeah, I mean. Okay, so Mattia is for sure on the back foot and is playing a slow and more tempo-based strategy, but I think Paolo can just wait.
Hard cast to the ninja.
Ci sta.
Not so good.
Ci sta. The end is probably full of ninjas.
So you think that he wanna sacrifice two of them? Ooh.
Oh. I think Breath Weapon is approaching.
Yeah.
100%. Right?
I think that dispute is a bait for sure.
Yeah. Mostly like you dispute your creature because.
And the rest, only a ninja in hand. Beat for one.
Yeah, I take one, right?
Block. And that's a breath weapon.
Sure.
So let's reset the board.
I'm not sure how many cards Paolo has in hand.
Oh, wow. Yeah, when you hardcast ninja is not a good spot for mono blue, for sure.
Yeah, it's
Limbas.
Annul. Okay.
Oh, the draw was an annul. Okay. And that's the second hard-casted ninja, but the big one this time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mattia can draw here from.
I think that he
overcome
has a empty
situation.
hand right now. Oh, wow.
Yes.
A 1 for 1.
Maybe he can start to draw 3 mana, draw 2. But that's about it, I think. And Paolo, like if Paolo.
This is the big difference about using a Deadly Dispute engine and a blue-like engine of drawing. That the top deck was too powerful of the black side of the table.
Also, that Wolf is probably here to stop Bind the monsters. There's also a creature that blocks the ninja. I think if Paolo has a dispute in hand now, the game is probably
pretty over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming down to an end.
Yeah. Sadly.
Yeah, of course. Everyone was rooting for the non-dispute deck because it's the fair deck.
Yo. This is a huge prize list.
Yeah. This is a very good way to seal the deal here.
Yeah. On top draw. Yeah, every draw of John is too powerful.
Yeah.
Compared to the
that's the
opposite side
like,
of the table.
Of course, we know FAERIES is a cool deck until turn 3, and then all the cards you draw are just 1/1 for 1 mana. It's complicated to.
The third hard-casted ninja.
I think probably Paul is gonna attack anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Who cares about losing an oath here?
I'm not even sure Mattia is.
He's gonna block.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's just a terrible situation. Like we're seeing. Like
Mirko, do we have update on the other table?
I think likely we will see a backup future match. Thank you.
Because this is really short. Snap is not enough, no.
No.
Sure
Like
I
think maybe an ancestral recall would be. No, I'm not even sure. He needs to draw.
But the
a lot
ninja
of
will
cards.
never connect a damage.
No,
Never.
Mostly we know that it doesn't play any way to, like, a smoke shroud would be maybe interesting, but we know that it doesn't play that. So.
Yeah. A duress showing a counterspell. Wow. He needs at least 4 cards to change, to let him change something in this situation. Blood Fountain, yeah.
Yeah, we know that there is Hydra plus Familiar.
A familiar, yeah. There is dispute incoming.
Okay, sacrifice the Blood Fountain to recur 2 more creatures. Okay, so maybe actually if... no, Mattia is empty-handed. So I was thinking about...
I think that
a
he
starter
can
plus
concede
something
right
else.
now, without any doubt.
Yeah, I mean, of course we are, in a terrible situation.
Yeah. I
Okay,
think that,
so
there is no way, absolutely no way to recover from this situation.
And this is the last survival.
So it, so here died the last hope of Paupergeddon.
We're approaching the dispute territory.
Yeah. What about the backup table?
I think they are checking now.
Let me check, give me a sec.
So, yeah, sorry for
I
the
think that
gamblers.
they're ready for the final.
For the finals already?
Yeah. They already finished.
Oh, nice. Okay, so...
Oh, that's nice. So, I think that we're taking a little break, but before that, also because there's no one there, so let's talk about what do you think about the final. That will be...
Mirror of GLEE?
It's a mirror?
I think so.
Giochiamo il G2 dell'altro table.
Quindi semifinale?
Oh, still semifinal?
Okay, so we can
Ancora
still...
semifinale? Okay, oh, there's a backup table.
We can still do a bit of coverage. There is the second semifinals. They are not done yet, so we'll see who is the other finalist that will face P.Donfrancesco in the last round.
Yep. If you haven't enough of watching Deadly Dispute deck, we had a lot.
Yeah, we have a mirror of
still have a lot of this. So, okay, they're ready.
Stanno arrivando, giocheranno la semifinale partendo dalla DM2
Yeah.
e non streamando al...
Stanno proiettando? Oh, finalmente.
Okay, so they are showcasing on the big screen. So like all the people that got banned by him in chat, they are finally.
I think that we can unban all the victims.
Yeah, like you died for a good cause because you won the war eventually.
No,
so.
that's not a good cause because it was already planned.
I mean, also.
Martyr for the cause.
Yeah, I mean, we are here, so you can throw at us your frustrations. Like we're gonna get paid anyway. So.
Keep them banned. No. No, I wanna unban them all. Also because I banned only one person. So
yeah, I mean,
that's not so difficult. I'm so ready for gambling. We awake a lot of gamblers here, but I like it. I like it. Yeah, there's the command !top 8 will heading you to the Pauper Wave website where Pietro Bergiotto already listed all the 8 lists that top 8 today, but they are ordinate. They are ordered. Thank you. By the final arrivals of the Swiss round. So they're not ordered by the match in the top 8.
Yeah. So it's still in the Swiss Cup.
But it will change after the top 8
Yeah, of
ends.
course.
Yeah.
So we already know that one of the finalists of the event is P.Donfrancesco piloting, I guess the deck invented or he popularized, that is Giant Wildfire. And we are gonna see the semifinals, the other semifinals, as soon as the table is fixed and ready to play, so just stay tuned. Of course, we are gonna see other 2 dispute deck, as my friend Sapo was about to say. But that's it. That's the format. I wrote an article about this. Like I expected this, you know.
Yeah. A pretty good article, I think. I really liked it. And but I promise that I'll have nightmares on Deadly Dispute from now.
Yeah, of course.
I only say Deadly Dispute. I only saw Deadly Dispute.
I still wanna play this fairy deck. Like, by the way, it was.
Yeah, it's a scene.
It was a sweet run.
Unlucky, really unlucky. Unlucky.
Okay.
No, it's a quote.
Okay, so Ernesto was the creator of Giant. Yeah, okay. I'm just a Walker popularizing the deck, so that's why I fumbled that.
Raise your hands, both hands, if you want Piegonti to take place in Rome as a new pope. Why not? I want it.
Yeah, I think
I want it with the name of San Piegonti I from Tarkir. Why not? I want it.
There will be a shortage of a pope.
Night. And what do you think the Pauper format panel will do after this Paupergeddon? Honestly.
I have friends in the panel.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know, like hopefully they analyze the data this time, or what I really want to do is that they analyze the data and they confront themselves on the data, because last time they said they only took the Magic Online data, and I don't know, that felt like a betrayal for the community.
Don't you think that the online data has too much weight?
Yeah, I mean,
in the process decision of the Pauper format panel.
When I play on Magic Online, I usually watch anime on the back screen, and I play while eating ramen.
Okay.
So I play
only anime and ramen. No,
I usually
nothing
watch,
else.
I watch TV series, but I like to eat when I play. Yeah. So I don't know. I think
the data Poison Storm and Bossy. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot.
They're starting in a minute.
So
but I think that Pauper format panel will change their mind about the weight of online data and real on the paper tournament. So I think that this version of Paupergeddon will change this aspect of seeing data. And here we are.
Yeah. So
let's start.
I think I have a preferred deck for the tournament, that is this Mono Black Pactol. I think I really want to have a t-shirt with Pactol Terror. I think I'll create an emote with the card. I think the card is just so sexy, so beautiful. Like this little doll on a quad is like super black metal. I love it. And I hope it wins the Geddon, just because it would be very, very cool to see Pactol Terror winning against Paolo, mostly because Paolo tweeted Pactol Terror is a card that people will forget in a month, so losing the finals of Geddon against the card you hated in a tweet is like the karmic strike.
Circle that close. Yeah. It will be great, I think. It will be really great. So one of the finalists is P.Donfrancesco with June Wildfire, and the other finalist is the winner on between these two players.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, hi, Calikites. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Wait, I think it's.
I think it's from. It's the Japan one.
It's Japanese.
Japanese.
Like I can't see.
No,
I'm not
no.
sure.
This is the other semi-final.
Yes.
As you can see here, in the road here, is written here. Written here. So let's see the lists. Nope. Oh, no,
Yes, yes. No, it's Lorenzo Montana.
Ah, ok, sono quelle di prima. Okay. So I think that we already saw this list or something like that in the previous match.
It's actually slightly different because it's more likely more similar to yeah, exactly. It's a Gardens deck actually.
It's more similar to Garden, yeah.
More like a mid-range deck than an aggressive one.
Yeah. He plays more creature than the other version of this deck, including the package with the 3 Crypt Traps and 2 Toxin Analysis for the board wipe. 3 Pactual Terror, 4 Familiar, 4 Gust, and 1 Troll of Chaos of Doom.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I like it.
It's clean.
The other side of the board, I think that is pretty the same deck, but 2 cards that really
I think actually this list plays Galvanic Blast. That is a card I like. I really enjoy this list actually. I think I prefer this to Paolo's one because I think Galvanic Blast is what you really wanna do in terms of a removal, because it kills basically almost all the threats in the format besides Chrysalis, but is also very good at ending the game. That's what you want a lot of the times, because we are playing a combo format, so having a way to deal for damage upstairs is very, very relevant, I think.
And he plays also a single copy of Anders Blogan here with 2 Cartons Shaman.
Yeah,
also in the main
makes
deck.
sense. But in the sideboard, he has a Toxin Analysis, so I think this list is very smart. I appreciate. I'm not sure about the Pilfer. I tried the card, it was fine. I'm not sure if I want this card in the main deck. Of course, yeah, we see Duress. It's a similar Duress, but
discarding a Chrysalis is not so bad.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, that's the first familiar. That second one.
Yeah, but I think like the strength of Lorenzo's deck is like before we saw other players playing a Pactual Terror Shell, but this deck list seems actually very, very comfortable to enter in the mid game.
See, yeah.
Seems like a mid-range.
I think it's more stable than the other version with less creatures, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think
Fabio, welcome. Where are you? I know that you're in Sardinia.
Yeah, hello. Capitan Comi.
A great miss from this Paupergeddon, Fabio. You will pay for this.
So yeah, like people know that I like Garden deck. I'm a Garden player, so I would probably try this deck if we still can play Dispute.
If?
But, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think Gardens.
Paolo won the match.
Yeah, Paolo is the finalist.
He is the first finalist. Against all odds from the chat.
Now Ernesto just slammed a Monarch that is a very, very powerful card to have against a mid-range pile.
Yeah, the Monarch is huge here,
Yeah.
I think. It's really, really huge. Also because he has a detached creature, fly creatures. So
yeah, I think
it's a great wall.
the board is kind of clear.
Yeah.
So another duress.
But he's up on a game. He's up of a game, so he can manage the advantage and a dispute and a galvanic as a legal target here.
Yeah, of course. Decided to leave up red mana instead of black mana because of galvanic blast, makes sense. But now we can't play deadly dispute. So I think that Lorenzo is maybe gonna discard that, or maybe discarding the galvanic, because the galvanic is actually
a lot of reach here.
Yeah, exactly. Blast, like it's a very good way to steal a turn of the race.
Yeah, it cut the clock by a turn.
Grim situation for Lorenzo. Also, like we are in the top 8 of a tournament, so there is no time. I think they can play.
No, they have 90 minutes.
90 minutes
until the final. That has without any limit.
Okay.
They can play without any limit.
Yeah, so they have actually slightly more time than an average game.
And the tie break is that you were talking the previous
so
turn.
there is the
sudden death.
The sudden death.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we will see that because.
But with a little difference that allows you to win, gaining a life.
Yeah. Okay. Also in the other.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember that in modern, there is solitude.
Okay.
So a player went like land lightning bolt, and the other one went solitude, and then cast solitude on my solitude, getting free a win.
Okay, that's a win con.
Yes.
That's a win con. Round are timed until the final.
Yes.
So
makes sense.
The
also
quarter and the semi are timed 90 minutes. So there are a lot of time. There is a lot of time.
Yeah. Like the head judge can decide. Like it's a rule that can be decided by the head judge, and it kind of makes sense because we are approaching the final stage of a tournament, and it doesn't make sense to use a lot of judges only to wait for matches.
But
so it's also a matter of respect.
we have limit here on the venue.
Mm-hmm. Also that, yes.
So we need to
close
as soon as possible. But if a draw when the clock ends, the player with the most game win the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Of course. If they are draw too, the player with the most life win the match. If they are if they still draw with the same life, same one match, they continue playing until a life change.
Yeah, until someone has more life points than the other.
Yeah.
Basically.
So you in that spot you can win gaining a single life point. They play with the most here. So Tribale Pelati is a bad matchup for everyone here. No. They will fight in real life, with chairs, throwing chairs to each other. Have the finals in a McDonald's? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that happened. That used to happen a lot back in the days. PTQ.
We don't have a McDonald's. We have Over West right here, so it can be possible.
I remember some PTQ's finals played in the house of the judge.
Okay.
How much time left?
From head judge to house judge is a little different.
I think they had like 40 minutes still.
They have a lot of time still.
Also, I think this game is really compromised on the side of
Mono Black.
Jacopo, yes. Maybe not. I think Pactal Terror is a very interesting tool to switch the positions of a game.
That's a Vault of Whisper that...
Dispute, so plus 1 life.
Nice. In case of tie, Smash Bros. Game, no items, box only, final destination. Why are you testing Smash Bros? Here comes the Paupergeddon, I know, but...
Okay, so looks like also the treasure is gonna...
Yeah, here comes Duress.
And this is the third Duress.
Yeah.
Wow.
The dispute and clinching wildfire.
And double...
and the poker of familiar,
yes.
yeah.
Like those Japanese familiars.
they come as a team.
Okay, so though, like if Ernesto can find a removal for the Pactol and Lorenzo happens to have another one in hand, maybe he can strangely be back in this game by winning the race of life gain.
Why don't he deadly dispute the Monarch Emblem?
I mean,
why not?
On paper you can, I guess. It's a token, so it counts.
Anyway, I really love that token from M.Pesenti.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite too.
Yeah?
It's so clean, you know, so easy to
it's
understand.
It's a Ghost Leash or something like
Yes.
that, really nice.
I also like Disney token that is a treasure that showcases also our sponsor eBay.
Yeah, our main sponsor that is really, really amazing. Get close.
Okay. So the dispute is being cast, and I'm curious if Ernesto just slams the double familiar he has in hand, because Lorenzo is at 6.
It's a shopping bag full of cards.
Yeah, also a trash can full of alpha cards, full of Black Lotuses would also be fun. Do you own a Black Lotus?
Black Lotus?
Yes. Do you own one?
I own only one.
You have one? You have
only
zero?
one? I have a full playset.
Yeah, 4 Black Lotus. Makes sense.
So the chairs have 4 legs, so one per leg.
Makes sense.
I bought a playset of the dispute from Fallout. I don't know how to feel.
I don't get that art series. Like there is a man wrestling another man.
In a pub, something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so looks like Ernesto decided to play a Chrysalis over the familiars. But still he has time to develop. Of course, this is gonna be probably the key turn of Ernesto because he needs to dilute his race and also make sure he's not dead to another Pactol.
I have 18 copies between decks. Rebuilding will take time. Yeah, rebuilding my personality will take time after a ban like this. But I think that is a needed ban.
So, people bet also on this matchup? I think so, right? I see once. Okay, and Troublemaker Roof took care of Pactol Terror, so I think the cost is kind of clear for Ernesto to take down this game. Now we will see if Lorenzo can come up with
the biggest one. He's already dead.
Yeah, like he needs to really do some turn the table stuff to have a chance here. I really like how Ernesto plays this out, very precise on using gold mana and being very, very efficient with this threat. I think is, as someone said in chat,
Cortez has a good point in this point. He also suggests that Lorenzo can cast the rat pack.
Ah, yeah, makes sense.
With the toxin analysis to wipe the board.
Yeah, that's why I think Ernesto is just sandbagging the two familiars.
Oh, here we go. That's the first part. Okay. Toxin analysis incoming? No?
But still, that can take care of the board if Ernesto doesn't have like a removal. Because you can block the Chrysalis and then shoot.
He might side that out. I don't know why you need to side out a part of your wipe package. I don't know. Toxin not so good. Well, I don't know. I think that Toxin is good with a creature that makes damage to all creatures, for example, like Arclan Shaman or Cryptas. Then if you choose to use the Cryptas post side, you need to keep also the toxin analysis, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure about. This card does snuff out. Sick.
Useless snuff out here. I think that block the Chrysalis at crack.
Yeah, crack
by 3.
X3, I'd say, yes.
Yeah.
But then, like the...
Only 2?
Undispute.
And the dispute, okay.
And that's it.
That's it. Okay. Here we go. And another one. Pem. Okay.
Stop, he's already dead.
They're 1. 1-1. It's just a garden with Pactol, yeah, something like that.
Basically, yes.
But you can see the list. Just typing this command !, top 8, and you will be direct to Pauper Wave website where you can see all the list ordered by the end of the Swiss rounds. My base king.
Quanticalone gioca Ernesto 4, but you can check the deck list on the top 8 list we post in the chat. Now I'm rooting for the Pactol deck. I really like Pactol. We will see.
I really hope Pactol final
can win the Geddon.
Yeah.
Stonks.
And win the Geddon, why not?
Must be exhausting though to play.
Ascetic, I think that your cat is jumping on your keyboard.
I was saying that it must be exhausting to play those mirrors for like 7 rounds and playing them perfectly, grinding resources. Like it's very.
You must have a big patience.
Yeah, exactly. And like playing perfectly, it's very complicated.
Forza macchinina. Gardens is always the deck that hard to play, but Terror making it a little faster.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, I really appreciate the life gain provided by Terror because before you used to play Initiative, etc. Like also the Monarch, that are cards that are terrible when you are behind on board, while Pactol is basically the opposite. It's 3/4, so it can block everything, doesn't die to Bolt, doesn't die to most of the creatures in the format, and it also provides a bit of life gain. So it's actually very appealing as a mid-range card you wanna throw to the battlefield that eventually it wins the game.
Yeah. I think that this kind of thing is made by a lot of people. Jeremy Truffa went with classic but ended 9-2-2. Maybe the deck will be faster. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, again, it's complicated because black green. I played black green, and I think I'm a very fast
That's
player.
That's little card over there.
Yeah. Okay. They still have 40 minutes to play this match.
Yes. We know. We still have 40 minutes of happiness here.
So I was about to say that black green is a deck that
black green is real.
You just need to accept that some games you will draw because people don't really want to concede, and people even if you're winning, they let you do it. So it's complicated to use your time perfectly. You need to play it very fast.
There is one from the sideboard. They were on game 2.
Yeah.
I'm answering to Villa Wolves. There is one on the sideboard. Check it.
Yeah, I think all the top 8ers were deck checked.
Of course.
There were multiple deck checks today.
At least one time during the tournament. Yeah. But from what can I see, the WILDFIRE plan has been a known plan even before Chrysalis. Is Ernesto created the deck a meme or what? No, I don't think that Ernesto created anything here.
I don't know. Someone told me that he created Giant WILDFIRE. I'm not sure. Who cares? To be honest.
Who cares? That's exactly what I think. No,
I think Ernest is a great player. That's the most important part. And he's playing for the finals. So let's see if
if he really created the deck, it will be a great last man standing against Paolo in the final.
Popularize the deck, I think.
Yeah.
Ernesto walks, so Walker could run. Nice chat, nice. Okay, I think this is maybe a difficult hand from...
Walker is the other finalist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ernesto walked, so Walker could Ernest. They're going mad. This is going wild. And I like it.
Yeah. It's super fun.
So they're starting their game 3. They're 1-1.
They both kept. So plant go.
A plantina. Hello everybody.
Hello.
Oh, he's starting with a duress. Good morning.
Nice. What do you remove here?
That's the pilfer, the first card, yeah, right?
Probably here you remove
the cleansing WILDFIRE.
You say so? I would have cut probably the icon actually. I'm not sure, it's complicated.
Of course, it depends a lot by the card that Lorenzo has in hand. But usually I don't want to let you ramp something out.
Okay.
But I know.
Try to remove the icon.
That pilfer is a nice choice.
Yeah.
I really like it. That's
cool.
not the optimal choice, maybe, but it's a good card.
It's fine. I think this deck, since it ramps, the difference between 1 and 2 mana isn't a lot, and the fact that you can remove Sadistically or Baskin Brewscale or Chrysalis might be relevant.
Maybe in that deck you need duress, but in this kind of deck when you're not bounded by a few mana in the turn when you need to combo out, you can permit. I think that you can permit a more powerful the discard effect. Maybe discarding a Chrysalis or something like that. Also because you don't play so many removal spell here, so why not?
I agree. I already submitted Pilfer in our previous Geddon, so I think the card is fine. So cycling of Troll of Khazad-dûm.
All they discard. The troll.
What's the orange car near from Montana's deck? I think it's just a meme because he's playing Pactal Terror. It's just a little car. So
in Italian is macchinina. So little car, and I think that it's the mascot of the deck and of the player. Yeah, June won the match. The previous match. That is the other semifinal that we saw before this one. Macchinina Turbo. That trouble? That's nice.
And I'm curious if Ernesto now is out of black mana or not. Maybe not. I think he has a swamp. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have black mana. Wow. So if Lorenzo now can play like a Monarch, is super ahead, or even a Pactal works. I think.
Yeah. I think the black is nice. It's really nice.
He said plays a Caldi Garden and decides to pass. I think it's saying go. Ouch. Wow. Wow, that troublemaker move indeed create troubles. And
that's what I do.
Yeah.
I create trouble.
And the Macchinina, the Pactal Terror.
No,
approaching.
I think that is not wrong. Why you say that is wrong?
What?
Pauper on players, as soon as you finish your match, please come to
What's
the
up?
stage to get your
I know. I don't know. Someone someone that is saying that Variales list is wrong.
Or can I check it quickly?
No, we'll check for sure. But what is the error?
Show it to me. So check in the Pauper link.
No Thorn sideboard. Oh yeah, it's wrong. Because in the list that I'm watching right now from the event, there is
Maybe there are 14 cards there.
Le?
Maybe there are 14 cards.
No, 15.
3, 6, 2, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, ok.
Yeah, that's wrong. We'll correct as soon as possible. Thank you very much for the feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, but we are.
Anyway, the list will be updated after the final, so there will be a double check after the final publication of the list. So stay tuned. But thank you very much for the feedback. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, also, but we can say 100% that the list we are watching contains the carton of Black Rose, so the situation is clear for us.
Yeah,
Just probably something that got wrong between us and
it's Pietro Braggiotto's fault.
Yeah, okay.
All
so
Pietro Braggiotto's fault.
You can write Pietro, you suck.
Yeah. Text to him right now. It's all your
Pietro.
fault.
Yeah. You stink. Okay, so still no black mana for Ernesto. Of course, I think I like the fact that he fetched a forest because he needed the green mana.
Classic Braggiotto. No, I'm just kidding. Pietro Braggiotto is really, really huge.
Yeah, I think everyone loves him. So
yeah. He published the list during the top 8, so I cannot say anything.
No, of course
really,
they're
really
joking.
huge.
Like him and Aureliano did a very, very important and good job of providing us the data. That is the most important thing of the tournament, I think. So I want to thank them publicly, and they're great. They do this every Geddon, so they're really like the backbone of our community. So really appreciate them. So Ernesto is still in this game, apparently, even without the black mana, because Lorenzo's deck is basically not doing much. It's just cycling cards.
Panda Toyota Sprinter Trueno. It really exists, a card like that? Really? Toyota Sprinter Trueno.
It looks like Lorenzo decides to take 4 life to cast a snuff out. Maybe he's following this up with a mid-range bomb, I think. Yes, that's what I expected. Turn a black rose. So the Monarch entered the game.
I think that is hard now to Ernesto.
Yeah, mostly because he needs not only a black land, but also to survive this Monarch. Because when your opponent starts to draw 2 cards per turn, we saw this in game 2 basically with a flip table situation. So it's really complicated.
Yeah.
And now I think Lorenzo can just draw and have enough time to find what he needs to operate a win. Okay, so since that Galvanic Blast wouldn't do much in the future turns because Metalcraft is very, very far away now. It was probably fine to shoot that 2-2, that 2.
Let's play Lega Pauper Cornaredo. Huge. E allora dust to dust. I heard that, Mirko, you were playing in your live on Twitch, the Lega Pauper Cornaredo songs, yeah. I know.
I'm a singer.
We know. What's your favorite?
Just Sky.
Just Sky, okay. Fair enough.
1 damage, but I think... well, actually, Ernesto is at 8. But something big is
Here
coming.
comes the Macchinina. Let's
Backdoor
go.
Terror immediately drain 1 life. And let's see if there is a follow-up or not. 2 mana, Equal Wellspring trigger, draws a card, Swamp, and that's it. Maybe pass. Mana draw, okay.
You can watch the deck list typing !top 8. I wanna
we see
do it for you.
the little car riding on your opponent's side of the battle.
Vroom.
Looks
Let's see what P.Donfrancesco will do against the Macchinina.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see it, actually.
And let's see if it really is a card that everyone's gonna forget in a month.
I don't think so at this point. Like,
That's-
already speak...
That's the final showdown, I think.
Yeah.
And I think that they need a little break before the final, so we're gonna have a break too.
Yeah, this is probably our the last time you see us
Okay.
on coverage. So,
But for sure, we will come to say hi and goodbye at the end of the stream. So, but for now, we will leave you and leave you in the hand of Mirko Ciavatta and Alessandro Maretti that will follow you in the final part of the tournament. So I am Sapo.
I'm Pai, and
See you.
stay tuned.
Here we go. Final of Paupergeddon Winter Edition Lecco 2025. Alright, finally at the end of the day we have the final match of the biggest Pauper event in the world.
Yes.
Alright, so in the final we have P.Donfrancesco with Gian Wildfire against Lorenzo Montana with Mono Black Pactol Terror.
Yes, this is a matchup that we saw during the Swiss and also during the top 8, but this time at the highest level possible. Yeah. At the final of the Paupergeddon.
All the honor of this event, how do you say? I mean, what can you do when you are fighting for stakes so high at some high level? Like you face a lot of players. The event is very big, very great. There's a lot of people with a lot of skills. They're good players, and now you are able to be the number one among them. So the starting player is Montana, since it was 6th in the final standings, while Donfrancesco entering the top 8 as 8th. Yes. So for that reason, Mono Black is going to land the first lane of this game. And as you can see, there's a toy car on the side of Mono Black Pactol. And to be honest, we don't really know what we are going to see in this matchup. I mean, I don't really know which deck is favorited. I mean, basically it is a mirror match, while one deck is has more modernized cards, the other one has Pactol Terror, and Pactol Terror is a very good card. We were able to see a lot of decks with Pactol Terror.
It's a very good and new card that probably was played a lot in the new Tron, in the new Altertron, but the deck that performed better in this case was Mono Black.
Mm-hmm. And now we are starting chaining card advantage, value, casting end of turn, instant speed, divinations. While there's a fanatical offering from the Mono Black side, there's also Shambling Gust, and an Ichor Wellspring start from the Giant side. No Cleansing Wildfire yet.
You cannot play Cleansing Wildfire on turn 2 every time, but you can play Cleansing Wildfire. You can throw it.
I think since there's nothing really relevant happening right now, well, beside the Cleansing Wildfire, we can try to get a grasp of what the two players are playing, the main deck of their list, so we can maybe understand better what their gameplay is. What do you think? Let's go see the deck list, maybe?
Yeah. I think that I will never have a doubt anymore about Cleansing Wildfire from the side of P.Donfrancesco, but we have this is the list of P.Donfrancesco and
Lorenzo Montana. Se vuoi la carne, la vuoi italiana. C'è meglio di.
So
there's a very famous brand of Simmental-like tinned meat called Montana in Italy, if you want to know, and if you want to take a look at Italian supermarket.
So this is the list of Montana. There is, I think, a huge difference between the two lists because one played more removal than the other, but the other has Writing Chrysalis, the biggest threat of the format currently.
Now there's also Nyxmore Hydra, which can be even bigger than Writing Chrysalis.
That's the biggest pump effect of Pauper. Also the biggest creature probably, but X can be 0. So if you play at 0, it's a 0-1. But 2 refurbished familiars on the board on turn 4 that are a lot.
Well, you know, in this kind of matchup, double refurbished familiar is usually the best win con. I think there's no Turn of the Black Rose in the main deck of neither decks. I mean, you can expect maybe Turn of the Black Rose in Mono Black. We already know there is Mono Black, there is Turn of the Black Rose in the sideboard of Jand, maybe even in the Mono Black deck list. Let's go take a look. All right, so nothing really different or relevant from Jand, since the 2 Mono Black, since it's just the same deck but with different creatures. And there's Avenging Hunter in Mono Black sideboard, alongside other, I think, good cards like Duras, Troublemaker Ophi, and there is the singleton copy of Turn of the Black Rose. So I suppose we will able to see at least one post-sideboard game with an emblem in play. All right.
So here writing Chrysalis is not is not the answer, not a problem for this board state. So 2 refurbished familiar are a lot, but the card advantage can be recovered with only 1 single Deadly Dispute on Icor Wellspring. So the match is still completely open.
Yeah.
You have to see all the Chrysalis.
Yeah, probably
come back.
Probably the match will be, or rather, the game will become much better for John if John is able to draw makeshift munitions, because there's a lot of small creatures that just die from one single activation of makeshift munitions.
But this is another cleansing wildfire. It's the third.
Already the third copy of Cleansing Wildfire?
Yes, I think that the opponent says like, okay, can I see your graveyard? Because...
You know, before the start of the match, I said to the Mono Black player, beware, your opponent is very famous to top deck everything he needs. So he's a very lucky player, seems like, our P.Donfrancesco.
It's a skill, it's a skill.
Well, that's
lucky is not a thing that exists in Magic. You need to focus on what you want to do and do that. That's the plan. So, 3 Eldrazi spawn, sacrifice 2, +2/+2 on writing Chrysalis.
Chrysalis is now a 4/5 creature. And there is another Icor Wellspring. So now we wait for Mono Black to have another dispute effect. Well, to be honest, the main reason why this game is still playable for Jand is because Mono Black doesn't really have enough creatures on the battlefield to put pressure. Because, yeah, there are a couple refurbished familiar, and 4 damage is a lot of damage, especially if you can't block them. But the main star from the side of Mono Black is clearly Pactol Terror. Pactol Terror doesn't generate mana, but it does a lot of damage thanks to its ability. If you don't remember what Pactol Terror does, the card, when it enters on the battlefield, or whenever another artifact you control enters the battlefield, you get back 1 life, and you also deal 1 damage to your opponent. So I guess now, alright, as expected, Mono Black attack with everything because it has 1 copy of Fanatical Offering, so a dispute effect in its end, and by disputing the creature, they're pushing the damage, both by attacking with a creature, but also by generating a new artifact token, but also they still keep going with their card advantage. Yeah.
So thank you, chat. We fix it. We ask to Paolo to play a little bit higher with the graveyard and and the deck. So Here we can see the Packdoll Terror, the new terror of...
And another copy of refurbished familiar discarding Nixborn Hydra. So
yes, for me it's Bambola, but it's the new terror of Pauper.
Now I'm expecting you to start singing To Mi fai girar, come fosse una bambola.
Yes.
Which is the very famous Italian song with the doll in its name and its text.
So 2 cards in the end of Mono Black Packdoll.
Very good start for Mono Black.
Yes.
Much better, maybe, compared to the Giant one, even to the presence of double cleansing wildfire and the presence also of double verting chrysalis. So there is a blood fountain, a very good draw. So you can bring back the chrysalis and then also bring back the Hydra.
Yeah.
And since the opponent didn't draw yet any Initiator in sight, but just Fanatical Offering and the Dispute, they don't have any much cards left in their hand, just 2 cards, but they have 2 map tokens.
Yeah.
Map token could be good because you can draw the dead lands you have on top, but it could even be good by just I guess discarding or milling the cards you have, the bad cards you have in the top deck, and now there is a cast down on the Packdoll Terror. So
this is important because with Packdoll on the board, on the ground, it's very difficult to recover from this situation.
That's for sure. And now Paolo chooses to attack with the bigger Breathing Chrysalis. They have an Nixborn Hydra in hand, so since they have 2 copies of Breathing Chrysalis, they can still tank some damage, but they can also slam a very huge Nixborn Hydra next turn and give trample to the biggest Chrysalis, and that will be good. Eventually, they can enchant or cast with Bestow the Nixborn Hydra on the Eldrazi spawn, forcing the opponent to waste 1 removal spell to the Eldrazi spawn. That will be good as well. So even though Paolo doesn't really have a lot of life, they can now switch to more aggressive gameplay.
Yeah.
So let's wait for Mono Black top deck.
So a few minutes ago we said that the only plan is to draw all the Chrysalis. And we saw the second and the third Chrysalis.
Yeah, because the first Chrysalis got killed by a cast down, and then Paolo top decked Blood Fountain, and now there is another Blood Fountain top deck.
That's why every time I say you have to think about your line, your out, and then you have to draw that line.
Sure.
The card that make your line real.
All right, so I guess Paolo has only 1 card left in hand, the Nixborn Hydra. So it is now a top deck war, a top deck Artisan war. All right, Packdoll Terror in a Mono Black Packdoll Terror and Giant Wildfire without cards left in hand.
Yeah, to reply to the chat, the top 8 splitted, but they are playing for the glory because the most important things on a Pauper tournament is the eternal glory.
We can also show it, right?
And the trophy, yes.
They're playing for the glory, but also for the trophy, which is part of the glory. You can say is a material prize, but it's more idealistic than material. So,
absolutely.
And
that's the most important things. Every time you have to play for the glory.
Yeah. After all, Magic is both is a competition game. So winning is cool for the prize, but also it's cool for being able to overcome other great players. Anyway, 3 copies of Refurbished Familiar, or rather 4 copies, since one time Refurbished Familiar got killed and then brought back with the bird fountain
Yes.
is clearly something that can kill your opponent in a very fast way. So in chat they say Mono Black played an additional land drop on turn 6, or maybe, okay, maybe we should tell
We can
judge
ask.
to control. So we are now informing the judge staff to control if there is effectively an error or a misplay or whatever it may be. And let's see how this turn may evolve. Anyway, probably doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Having an additional land drop right now, well, we were able to cast a Shambling Ghast, but if that may be true, the judge will then reverse the action size and can change having an additional land drop and an additional blocker right now.
Okay. We try to inform.
Yeah, we are checking to find the. Oh, there's a refurbished familiar on the top deck, discarding Pactal Terror.
Anyway, in this situation, with the opponent at 5, with no way to recover life at this moment, because I think the only card inside Giant Wildfire currently is Lembas. If you are able to create a turn in which you play Pactal plus Blood Fountain, for example, and the other two.
It's a lightning
artifact.
bolt, or later a lightning helix.
A lightning helix.
Oh, anyway, the cool thing here was Paolo top decking Refurbished Familiar and discarding the Pactal Terror. So unless they have another copy of Pactal Terror in hand, that will eventually make a huge difference. I don't know. Let's see. The game when both players are at the top deck anyway is most time a matter on which player draws better and probably is probably going to be matter on which one has more luck.
Okay, they are checking if the second land drop happened.
I think there's also a cool addition in Giant Wildfire list to counter Blood Fountain and to get card to get life gain, which is Crypt Incursion.
Okay.
Crypt Incursion could be really good, especially in this spot, because Paolo doesn't really have enough life, and now we are waiting for a judge call, as you can see. All right, so Mirko, let's talk about something else. What are you planning to eat tonight?
What I'm playing?
What are you planning to eat tonight?
Are
you going for...
Tonight I'm planning to drive 4 hours to Pisa, so...
I see.
I have no idea.
So you say, I don't need anything to eat, I'm just driving. I mean, effectively, we are witnessing a deck playing a car with a little toy car on the battlefield, so that's reasonable. You just want to drive. I mean, the Mono Black player literally play a deck with a car that let you drive eventually. So gotta go fast.
Yeah.
So we are checking for what you people from the chat told us.
Yes, we tried to recover this information from
there is Evil Drake on the chat I know Eveldrek is a NTGO grinder. He was able to won Pauper Challenge with Altartron playing Pactal Terror. So it would be very cool if you're still in the chat, Eveldrek, to tell us what you think of Altartron and also of the addition of Pactal Terror in Altartron. Since you played it, and I remember you faced at least 3 GLEE deck, and you won against all of them.
Yeah.
The first one was also Zio-Francone with Jand GLEE with Cleansing Wildfire, and other 2 GLEE were in the top 8.
So they are coming back to the moment of the second land drop, probably.
You're averting the turn eventually.
But after the end of the judge call, judge will come to the streaming and will explain what happened. Rewind.
Yeah, we are lucky we are playing under the streaming, so it is everything is recorded, so we can we can watch everything. We have a big eye like the one on the playmat from this event.
We can say that after 2 days, 13 rounds plus the top 8.
The players started the day 2 part of the event at 10 a.m. o'clock. So it's not surprising for them after almost 10 hours to do a mistake or not being wary of the opponent. Playing
a mistake
land.
can happen.
Anyway, I think you understand immediately if the opponent, if the player did that wrongly or if he was aware of that. Let's see.
Yeah.
They have a lot of information, so usually they don't let you rewind because the judge came a little too late, I say, but I'm not a judge. So
in the meantime, we can show an incredible sticker of Bose MTG, a foil sticker. Bose MTG is the organizer.
Yeah, the tournament organizer of PAUPERGEDDON. So.
Yes, this is the other logo. This is the other logo.
There is the Lega Pauper Italia logo as well.
So this is an incredible logo.
And Dungeon Street.
Drawn by Justin Jones, another artist of.
You have the T-shirt with the logo on it.
Absolutely,
so
yes. This end is incredible. This end is incredible.
Okay, so what are you doing right now? We shall go that. We shall go down and force the opponent the players playing. Maybe. Okay, so let's take a whip and then fustigate the players.
Ban Pactal Terror. So.
Any special insight you can share about the 10th birthday of PAUPERGEDDON Pisa?
I can say that it will be an amazing tournament. We are working on it a lot, and it will be huge. It will be huge.
Mm-hmm. But I think the most relevant thing changed while, thanks to not having the chance to play land and Shambling Gust, was letting the mono-black player not discarding the Pactal Terror, since they did not play a land or the Shambling Gust. They were able then to discard the Shambling Gust with, due to Refurbished Familiar. So now they have an additional threat to kill Donfrancesco. So Donfrancesco draw an Eviscerator Insight. They cast it and sacrifice it on Equal Wellspring to draw 3 cards.
Yep.
And let's see if an eviscerator inside is enough to overcome this dire situation. You don't really have a lot of life. So you need to play around Tactile Terror. And to do that, you need to find an answer to it. It may be Crypt Incursion, but is not enough to tell us what to maybe overcome the situation in the longer game. So now we have here with us the judge. So can you tell us more on what happened and how did you find a solution for it?
Of course. So the chat pointed out that 2 lengths were played on the 6th turn.
Yeah, 6th turn.
By Lorenzo. So it can happen. It's something that usually happens in game. So thanks to chat for pointing it out. When a player plays 2 land, they are committing an infraction that's called a game rule violation. And for that reason, they're usually getting a warning. Warnings basically are like yellow cards in football. If you get 1, nothing happens. 2, nothing happens. But if you get 3 for the same infraction, then they get upgraded to game losses. And the fix here, so judges use a manual that's called IPG. That's like a procedure guidelines for infractions. And basically when we encounter a game rule violation situation, we can do 2 things. We can either leave the game state as it is, or we can back up to the point of the error. That was easy enough because even though a few cards were drawn, the plays were essentially irrelevant because Paolo was was hellbent. He only had
didn't have any cards.
So it was easy enough. There were no fetches involved. There was nothing involved. So just going back to the point of the error was easy. So what we did was like backing up 1 action at a time until Lorenzo's turn, and then returning the land into hand. And
I think the most relevant thing what happened was the top deck of Refurbished Familiar. So instead of discarding Tactile Terror, they discarded the card that they played in that turn in which they had the second land drop. So in a certain way, you can say that instead of giving an advantage to the mono black player, the additional land drop, instead they give an advantage by not having that land drop after what happened at least in the Paolo turn.
Of course.
At least it is what we were able to see from this side of the screen. So thank you for telling us what happened. Thank you for the judge call.
Thanks for having me.
All right. And see you later.
See you later.
Okay, we are back to the game.
All right, so John had a Clan Shaman on the top deck, and they were able to sacrifice double equal Wellspring to kill. Oh wait, they discarded the Creeperats with a Refurbished Familiar. I guess they don't have any more cards left in hand.
Wow.
Because, you know, when your opponent has only 2 life, you don't really want to discard Creeperats.
No.
Oh wait, they tapping Primana, what they have? Another Chrysalis. All right, so Clan Shaman, sacrifice 4 artifacts, draw double Refurbished Familiar, discard every single card in your opponent's hand, and then play another copy of Nyxborg, Chrysalis, and then swing back to win the game, more or less. I mean, they can still, Giant can still lose by a top deck.
Paolo is at a top deck to the death. But
both players are in a very favorable situation. WILDFIRE has the upper end if you just look at the board state, but if you look at the total amount of life, it is clear that Mono Black just needs a Creeperats or maybe the Dispute drawing Pactal Terror and an artifact. So whatever artifact you draw after you land a Pactal Terror, now, okay, 5 mana, shock, win the game. Right.
This is a top
This
deck.
is the top deck.
This is a top
no,
deck.
that's the MTGO Duress bug.
Yes,
because when
this
you
is
discard,
the script.
yeah, when you discard with Toxide something, immediately
Wow.
your opponent draw the same exact card you discarded. And the biggest rat won the game.
Wow!
So now we are going to see John starting the game, and now
We said it's at a top deck from the deck, and that was a top deck. That card.
Don't promote the top deck.
Wow! Cryptrats is an insane card, a very beautiful design card.
Yeah.
I
Ciao,
love
Raffaele di Casalvieri.
This is so we can discuss the list of the finalists, starting from Mono Black. He played 3 Cryptrats, 3 copies of Cryptrats.
So to be honest, there were a lot of good top decks for Mono Black. So even though John was in a very good spot, he still were in a very dire situation, losing to basically everything.
From the sideboard, there are a lot of emblems.
I'm expecting to see Mono Black bringing in stuff like Duress, if you just want to.
Duress.
Yeah, because you can have 2 ways to play this game. So trying to fight over resources. So
I have a different approach.
Yeah, I know. The other approach is just going over the top with the emblem cards.
Yeah.
And by doing that, this probably would be.
By doing that, you won the match.
Yeah, it's true. In this kind of fair matchup, probably the unfair stuff is the best thing you do.
Yeah, I think if you are able to create an unfair game in a matchup in which both decks are fair, it's the best way. But it depends by the line that the player has in mind, because also Duress is a card that creates completely different game line. Completely different. You are trying to destroy the early game of the opponent, even though Duress is a very bad top deck.
To be honest, Duress on Cleansing Wildfire on Ichor Wellspring is probably the best thing you can do with the card. But you can also take a look at the end of your opponent, discard eventually an removal spell, and then land your Monarch or your Initiative. So anyway, you have a lot of cards you don't really need in the matchup, like Cryptrats, or Shambling Ghast, or even Toxin Analysis. Well, there's Spinning Darkness, and Spinning Darkness doesn't do anything relevant in the matchup. What you are willing to cast Spinning Darkness on Crackling Shaman? You can't kill Refurbished Familiar, because Familiar is black and the card doesn't kill black creatures. You can't even kill the Monarch. You can't kill Thorn of Black Rose.
No.
And if you cast a Spinning Darkness or Reading Chrysalis, what are you really doing?
Yeah.
So I'm not expecting Spinning Darkness in the post-sideboard game. And also Troublemaker Ophi from both sides of the decks, and I think we are seeing Troublemaker Ophi in the post side.
Yeah.
What are you expecting to not see from the Jan side after sideboarding? I guess you don't want to play Kraken Shaman for the same reason you don't want Cryptrats. Well, actually, Cryptrats, yes, it kills both your creatures and your opponent creatures, but it can also be annoying or a bad top deck if you don't really have enough life.
Also, if you are not expecting the initiative, you can side out, snuff out, because the opponent's deck is mono black. So
well, to be honest, the final and whole top 8 is open deck list. So
Yeah.
by seeing your opponent playing the initiative, you can think, okay, my opponent has an initiative, so I want to keep at least one copy of Snuff Out to kill the green creature. I'm not sure about that. It is dependent on whichever game plan they have in the post-cyber game, or whatever approach they prefer. Like makeshift munition is good, it is good because it can deal extra damage to the opponent, but it's also the best way to kill a refurbished familiar, since you are not really wasting resources to kill creatures.
Do you think that can be a good idea to side in some copies of Weather the Storm?
Well, Weather Storm could be in at least one copy irrelevant, because Pactal Terror is clearly Wisdom card, but I think Crypt Incursion does the same thing, but better.
Yes.
Because you are as well countering Blood Fountain by casting Crypt Incursion, and usually in this kind of matchup, you don't really want cards that doesn't really have a text on it, because Weather Storm is just get back some life, while your deck is just trying to fight over the resources. So that's also part of the reason why Duress could be good. So
I agree.
I think we should also go scroll the chat up, because there was a question for both you and me. They asked us which deck we would choose eventually in an event like this one. Maybe
probably in this moment, Jund Wildfire from my side. I played it. Again, Cleansing Wildfire on turn 2. This is an insane play. I learned it while I was playing Jeskai, and
yeah. Instead, from a point of view, I would choose GLEE combo, Golgari, because I like combo decks, and GLEE is both the best combo deck you can play right now, and probably also the best deck.
But my heart wanted to play Dark Jeskai.
No.
My heart, yes.
No, Dark Jeskai, no, thank you.
My little heart, yes.
The other option for me were Gruul Ramp, because I think the deck is well placed in the meta, and eventually Dimir Terror or Mandible Terror. But in my opinion, there's not much any reason to play blue-based decks right now. Well, Terror, to be honest, I had decent results on Magical Line with it, because you can pack a lot of interaction for artifact stuff, Annul, Steel Sabotage, and you can also play big creatures, and you know, if your Chrysalis is just a 4/5 creature, my 5/5 creature is better than your Chrysalis. But anyway, probably Gruul has bigger creatures than Chrysalis. So it plays as well.
So nothing relevant happened until now, and this is the first relevant creature that impact the battlefield.
So
refurbished familiar. We saw you saw many refurbished familiar today and yesterday.
So we are expecting a ban on refurbished familiar.
We cannot say anything. We cannot say anything.
Mirko,
you can say something.
Yeah, I can say everything, because I'm not related at all to the Pauper format panel or whatever. I mean, sometimes people tag me, asking me questions about the ban list, but I say, why are you tagging me? I'm not one.
Wow, this is discard Avenging Hunter, play Writing Chrysalis. This is a huge turn.
Well, there is a good start from the Giant Wildfire side.
Yeah.
First, Cleansing Wildfire, then the Dispute on Ichor Wellspring, and finally Double Threat, while Mono Black did nothing relevant for the first turn beside killing the Chrysalis.
Yeah.
Then we have a Pactal Terror, which is a good card, but maybe not enough. And there is an Emission Return Insight on Drazi Spawn, which is a still fine play. You know, the reason why people like playing Jan is because you can play everything Chrysalis and sacrifice your Eldrazi Spawn for whatever reason you have. tap 2 mana, cast down on the Pactal Terror, and then swing for 2 damage. So I guess
I guess the match is still completely open.
Well, you know, this kind of matchup is just trading off resources until you overcome your opponent with your interaction or with your unfair cards like Avenging Hunter or Torn of Black Rose. So I suppose Mono Black choose to keep because they had Avenging Hunter or interaction and the heal spell bomb, so they choose to keep because they had interactive and anyway they had good cards, but Donfra is more famous for its top deck compared to the top deck of its opponent. I mean, opponent Montana top deck had a Creeper to win game 1, but you were able in this tournament to see how much good is Paolo at drawing cards from the top deck. So
this is a way to cycle a card.
Right. So if there is Toxin, it is very likely Creeper Rats as well in the game post side. And you know, Creeper Rats could be considered a good card in a grindy matchup because it gives you virtually card advantage since you know, mass removals are better than the 1-for-1 removals.
So nothing happened.
Just cycle the toxin analysis, draw a card, and then pass the turn. You know.
Okay.
Mono Black has just 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand.
3. And Giant Wildfire has the 1 turn to try to push this game.
If they have a turn of Black Rose, will be really something relevant. There is no Avenging Hunter in.
Easy.
All right. Deadly Dispute on the Eldrazi Spawn. As you can see, this kind of mirror match is decided by which one of the 2 players has more copies of Deadly Dispute or Eviscerator Insight.
Yeah.
Usually, you want to draw first Deadly Dispute and then later in the game Eviscerator Insight. Why? Because Eviscerator Insight doesn't generate a treasure token, just for that reason. And there's Fanatical Offering. And it does the same thing based on just that, but Jan doesn't play Fanatical Offering. So,
how much do you think that this treasure impact in this kind of deck?
Well, I think the only deck in which the treasure token doesn't really do much relevant is Grixis Affinity, but still in Grixis Affinity, being able to eventually cast cards like Hydroblast by just casting the Dispute is still huge, because decks like Affinity are really weak to cards like Gorilla Shaman. So it happened to me at least a couple of times having an Hydroblast but not having blue untapped sources, and the Dispute gives you that. In decks like Giant Wildfire, and especially in Golgari GLEE or in the Giant GLEE deck, having the treasure token is really relevant. Why? Because you are a deck relying on, you basically have a mono black deck, but with a lot of green spells. You are basically just going mono black for the larger part of the game, but when you are trying to combo off, you are really dependent on your green mana sources. And the mana base of those black dispute decks are really greedy, because they don't really have a lot of dual lands. They are mostly relying on Twisted Landscape, Fetching Forest, and Kelny Garden. But Kelny Garden doesn't play. Kelny Garden doesn't give you black mana, so if you play Kelny Garden,
at least on main deck, it's a colorless land that generate a token. Just to explain to the chat, they used a little shortcut. They didn't create the blood token because Giant Wildfire cycled it immediately. So he played 1 mana extra to discard a land and draw another card. So they didn't forget the trigger. They use it.
So after seeing a top deck of Blood Fountain, there is Writing Chrysalis.
Yeah.
So pushing
this is
the
the
damage.
second Writing Chrysalis, and it's important for Giant Wildfire to keep the advantage on the board state, because in this situation the opponent cannot slam an emblem and try to recover the disadvantage.
Also,
this is a huge card.
Well, it's huge because there's a lot of tokens.
Yes.
They can unblock the Chrysalis without worrying about the troll getting killed, because there's just a couple, there's a spawn, and okay, Paolo is cracking the Nihil Spellbomb to draw 1 card, so they don't have an answer to the Troll of Chasm Doom. They draw basic Mountain, and then now they need to choose between attacking with the Refurbished Familiar or keeping it back to eventually do something else. But as you can expect from Paolo Donfra, he seems like he's going to slam another Writing Chrysalis on the battlefield. So he can attack with the first Writing Chrysalis and then give it enough in power to trade with the Troll of Chasm Doom. All right. So they're pushing the damage on the battlefield. Maybe.
To reply to the chat, I think that the problem with that kind of land is that the swamp and the forest are very, very similar. Look like the same, but I think that the fourth land that we cannot see very well currently, is a forest.
Oh wow, there's some makeshift munitions. That's
but
huge.
we will see in a few moments, I think.
I think at this point of the game would be better to pay 5 mana to kill the Troll of Chasm Doom instead of trading with the...
But you have also to sacrifice 3 are Eldrazi.
You have 3 Eldrazi spawns.
Because you need 1 mana extra, so it's 2 Eldrazi and other 3 cards.
You sacrifice 2 Eldrazi spawn, the Blood Fountain, because there's no reason to keep the Blood Fountain while there is a Nihil Spell on the battlefield, and 2 lands. But you have a lot of lands on the place, so you can just say...
Judge Call?
Judge
for
Call?
what?
Yeah, to understand better which mana tap it to...
Okay.
So,
because we cannot see the fourth land there.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
A lot of judge call in this.
But again, it's
this match.
I think it's for that, but true expert.
Yeah, there's not so many reasons to tap the mana in that way when you have a lot of mana and you are maybe planning to kill your
But again, you can see also from this point of view, we can see that the swamp and the forest, if they are very close,
that's a bunch of trees.
Very similar.
Marzaboi mio figlio.
Are very similar.
Because I recorded a video with Cina Biondo about the Paupergeddon. And there was a comment written by Marzaboy, and he wrote Moretti mio padre.
Ok. Dopo ci porti il judge. Ok. Non posso... Seconda. Credo che siano semplicemente molto simili, ma dovrebbe essere giusto. Tappato giusto?
Dai una bella bacchettata sulle dita.
C'era la foresta, sì.
Sì.
12 terre in gioco, sì.
Ok. Okay. It was correct. It was correct.
I think we should punish our players because they're
We
keeping us here instead of letting us go home. And I think I'd really like to go home, eat my spaghetti because I'm Italian. Yeah.
So all was correct this time. So it's not a problem. They can continue to play.
All right.
So we were discussing about you want to shoot 5 damage on the troll.
Yeah, in my opinion, having 3 creatures on the battlefield is better than having just 2. Also, if they want to kill the Chrysalis, they are paying 4 mana. I mean, 4 lives to cast Snuff
You
out.
just want to close your eyes, shoot the troll, attack with all, and the mats is for the blockers. So.
What they have, another Chrysalis maybe? Hydra? Refurbished Familiar. That's a good play because they can snuff out the creature.
Yeah.
So how huge are the Chrysalis for?
It's a 6/7.
6/7 is enough to... Were they enough? They didn't... Ah no, well, wait, the second Chrysalis just entered the battlefield.
There is no snuff out, otherwise you
well, anyway,
have to play it.
Oh,
entry damage.
It killed itself.
Yes.
All
yes.
Right.
It's like the honored way, like a samurai. So we will have the game 3, the very last match of this incredible
tournament. The very last game of this match, finally. Oh wait, he is playing Kerprat. He can draw a game eventually.
Pausa bagno. Okay.
Mono Black is going into the bathroom.
Yes, it's important. Remember that during a long tournament, you have to drink some water for your mind.
Or drink some loot.
Drink some loot.
One of our sponsor who produces this stuff, I can't really understand. What is it? Is that like a gel? It's not an energy drink.
No, it's a gel. It's a gel.
It's a very unexpected flavored gel.
It's a focus drink.
Focus drink.
Focus drink.
Because you need to focus to drink it.
You need to drink to stay focused. Absolutely. And then remember to go to the bathroom, to the toilet, or every time that you can. Every time that you finish a game, with 10 minutes on the clock, go to the bathroom because it's important.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So Moretti is testing
testing.
In live.
If I'm gonna lose my life at the end of this life, it will be loot the culprit. But if I'm still alive, I need to buy it because it's clearly a safe product.
Or you can now be the best person that you can be.
Okay.
That you can become.
All right.
That you.
So they asking in the chat why there was a judge call. There was a judge call because they weren't sure how Donfrancesco tapped the lands because he's playing Affinity lands, which are
not
basically
Affinity, but unglued, I think.
Yeah, silver bordered set.
I don't remember. Every time I make confusion between unglued and the first one, not the second.
Well, he's playing the first edition.
I don't remember the name.
I think it is not important the name of the set, but
because it's not unstable. Unstable is the third one or the first one. I don't remember, but I really like the second one. So.
I very like the comment of Lindy.
Again, we have an ingot.
Yeah.
An ingot. Thank you. Unglued is the first one, and an inged is the second
And,
one. Thank you.
This is very also an inged comment of Lindy, so very unexpected and comment, a very unexpected answer, a very good and right answer.
So we can use this time to thank again all the sponsors of this event. eBay.
Yeah.
eBay is the first, the main
is
sponsor.
Our huge sponsor. So this event is also available. What you were able to see today and yesterday is also thanks to eBay. But also we have loot, Ultimate Guard.
Yes, that Moretti is testing live. Also Ultimate Guard, our partners, Mezzocello and Friends and Shivan. Of course, Pose MTG is not a sponsor, is the tournament organizer. It's a very great person, also all the staff of Bose MTG that work for the Dungeon Street, that is the shop, and you have to come to the shop in Pisa at least one time during the life, because Pisa was built around the Dungeon Street.
Ah, okay, so instead of having the Leaning Tower of Pisa, you have the Leaning Dungeon Street of Pisa.
Absolutely,
right,
yes.
right.
And also Liga Pauper, we cannot translate. Lega Pauper Italia that did a huge work on the community, that helped during all this year to grow the community. And last but not least, our I don't remember every time the name in English. It's something that our direction, our streaming direction, Quarta Parete, for all the work that everything here is possible thanks to Quarta Parete. So it's incredible. The graphic, the chrysalis that move, everything. So thank you.
We have then our partners, Mezzocello, which is also
for something like one moment, but we have one of the finalists direct from the toilet, and he is playing the final.
Go play your match, I wanna go home.
We're waiting for the other player, not the vote.
Okay, so also the other player.
I didn't go, the other one.
Okay, so you was wise and you go to the toilet.
I wanna go home.
Okay.
Okay, you went to the toilet before.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Okay, that's a problem, you know. Mamma mia. Cioè Paolo è famoso per ritardare le due cose. Ritardare agli appuntamenti e metterci una vita in bagno.
Ci siamo.
Okay, good luck. Good luck.
Okay, we are starting in a few moments. Finally, we have both players.
So someone is rooting not for a player, not for a deck, but for Packdoll. For Packdoll Terror.
Mamma mia. Okay.
So,
I do really
again,
hope,
we have the last match, the very last match of this event.
I really hope that there is no draw due to creep rats. You can draw your game with creep rats, because if you both players have low life or if you have black mana, you can deal enough damage to keep both players at the same time.
Yes.
But the cool...
So we have a chance to watch another game.
It's very sad, but we have the chance to
Come on, draw through creep rat.
You know, to me it happened wants to get a draw, not due to creep rats, but due to Blunder Tournament, which is another card that I think could be better to ban. If you know anyone from the Pauper format panel, I think you should say that to the person from the format panel. But have you ever heard of Pauper format panel?
Sometimes.
Okay.
But from the Pauper format panel point of view, I can say that I can ban the toilet and not make all this time lose during a final. So
you can go into the wilds to to do whatever business you have with your other part of the body.
Okay. So Mono Black is doing also P.Donfrancesco. So this will be a fair final with 6 cards in hand for both players.
Oh, finally. Well, since they talk about Pauper Wave in the chat, I think we should go.
You know Pauper Wave?
What is Pauper Wave? I think you can. Should go to the Pauper website to read the last article I wrote about the ban list, because I am a very good person. I'm a very good writer.
I'm a very good person.
Yeah, no, I'm not a good person, but I'm a good writer. So, no, to be honest, I was very surprised by not seeing any negative comment or any people saying, no, you wrote just down things. I think we should do things in a very different way. So people was very polite, and they also say very very nice things to me for what they wrote. So I'm very happy voting that.
Is this the final? Yes, this is the final, and this is the game 3 of the final.
Both players moved down to 6.
Yeah.
And we are now waiting for Mono Blacks to start first, because they lost game 2. So it is okay.
We can
already 8 p.m. Already over 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to eat at 9 p.m. or later.
And I think that Mono Black is at 6, but Jand is mulligan to 5.
We are sure that the Jand player Tornado is still in the bathroom. Maybe it is. Maybe he started a Discord call and is playing from the toilet seat. Too much loot.
So now P.Donfrancesco is
still shuffling.
is searching for the turn to Wildfire.
Ah, that's true. There's a Duress, Snap Out, Equal Wellspring. Maybe they kept a single land to not go down to 5. Let's see. So, got Duress and Initiative from Mono Black. We weren't able to see any sideboard card from John in the previous game. And that's wait, maybe a Duress? I don't remember.
Land Duress.
Alright, there's a Monarch.
Let's see.
And there is turn to Duress.
Wildfire on turn 2. But if P.Donfrancesco is a very strong player,
he will draw another
cleansing Wildfire.
That's the only possible outcome of this kit. Anyway, Paolo didn't move down to 6, they did move down to 5.
Yes, let's see if the script is real.
Sorry, just got back. How many lands has PDF played? Right now?
No, it was correct.
There were nothing wrong. Okay, it just killed.
So now, cycle a troll.
Okay, they had
land.
They had the Troll of Chasm Doom as a second land.
Let's see.
From the top.
The moment of truth.
Boom.
The moment of truth. No.
Just a tap the land.
Tap and land.
Ooh.
Equal Wellspring.
Play better, Donfra.
Okay, land.
Okay, so after keeping 2 lands.
Now Refurbished Familiar.
Well.
Now the problem is, even if Giant Wildfire moved to 5, if the opponent will not play any creature in this turn, you can simply play another land and slam the Monarch.
Yeah, land the Monarch and hope to draw everything you need. Well, they have both the Monarch and the
This is
Chrysalis.
a problem.
Well, you know, when your deck plays Deadly Dispute, you are fine if your opponent plays the Monarch if you just draw enough copies of Deadly Dispute.
Yeah.
The cool part about Deadly Dispute is that even if you...
He say, go ahead.
Uh-huh. So...
No, not too much. And Monarch.
There is the Monarch. And there's no Refurbished Familiar. So let's see if there is maybe another Monarch from the table side of Mono Black. You know, if there is a Monarch, the singleton copy of Monarch from Mono Black, that would be really cool.
Duress.
Discard
Dispute.
Is... Yeah, you discard Dispute here.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason to... Oh.
Topino.
Yeah, that's
Refurbished Familiar.
Well, now you are forced to discard the Core Wellspring because double Breathing Chrysalis is kind of better compared to the...
But...
Let's see.
But Mono Black has a plan. Because, Writing Chrysalis...
The Mono Black plan is killing all the Giant...
True removal is enough. If you have true removal and...
it's just enough one removal to steal the Monarch, then...
Yes, and then you need another removal to kill the second Writing Chrysalis.
Yeah, but you can wait. To be honest, you can just unblock. And here we go. So we are witnessing someone losing to Monarch in 2025. Well. So Refurbished Familiar is good to steal the emblems.
Look how beautiful is Mono Black. Mono Black Pactol. This will be a deck that probably overcome Giant Wildfire in the next future.
Yeah, I mean, to overcome a Dispute deck, you just need to play another Dispute deck.
Does he have double green for Hydra? No. No, but maybe top deck of Forest, Hydra, go.
4 mana. Or okay, they're sacrificing one Eldrazi spawn because they want to play a black spell. Fountain, okay, that's fine. They can bring back the Monarch and the Chrysalis.
The problem is, in this situation, Blood Fountain is slow.
Well, anyway, I think the biggest problem here is you don't have the Monarch because your opponent top deck a double Refurbished Familiar. So everything you're doing is just slow.
Yes, he can fetch for the second forest, for the second green, but the problem is the timing, because in that turn, that play was strong. One turn after, it's not the same. It's not the same. So, a plant, a very good plant. He has a treasure, the Monarch, a 0/1 that can send message when attack.
They're just very, very better positioned right now.
Yeah.
So there is Writing Chrysalis on the top deck. So even though John is not very well placed right now. I
think that they show the second Writing Chrysalis on that Duress. But
seems like Writing Chrysalis is good at jump block.
Yeah, with four Eldrazi spawn, you can simply sacrifice 3 of them plus black mana and recover and take back 2 creatures from the graveyard. You can take back the Monarch, but in this spot probably Monarch is not the best card.
Well, John was forced to land the Monarch as fast as possible because they also had a Chrysalis in hand, and they were forced to move down to 5. And then he got also a turn 1 Duress on the Cleansing Wildfire, so it was lucky enough to draw the 4th land drop to cast something.
Oh, he take back the Monarch. And you can play in this turn both creature. No.
Well, No, he still needs one mana. Or untapped
he's
mana.
missing of 1 mana. But if you have the land drop, an untapped land drop in this turn, you are able to play Chrysalis and Monarch. The problem is that even with this kind of play, the opponent is still able to steal the Monarch, deal 2 damage, and then untap with the Pactol Terror on the board. And you are at 7 life points. Okay, so no Monarch, no Monarch.
But there is a cast down of Pactol Terror because
down.
they Jund has only 9 life, so they just don't want you to lose to the damage. But still, there is another Rabble spell and another Pactol Terror.
Another Pactol, another damage down to 4.
Seems like Monarch is good in this matchup. But
yes.
It is better when you have it, not your opponent. And I guess at this time, well, it's just mono black being better at removing creatures compared to
if you think that you are losing by your own Monarch.
Yeah.
That you played on an empty battlefield. So it's not. It was huge.
And the game is over.
And
so
mono black Pactol won the Paupergeddon Lecco Winter Edition 2025.
Okay.
This is huge.
Right.
This is incredible. And
you want to talk to the champion?
yes, we want for like 2 minutes an interview with the champion of this event that we saw before, waiting for the opponent that was on the toilet. So
the opponent was faster in the bathroom break, won the game.
Eggplant is cooked.
Okay, so you don't need to ban Greeting Chrysalis because Snuff Out is better. You can just snuff out the Greeting Chrysalis.
Come again, again. So,
it's the little car.
So this is your Pactol.
This is my Pactol Terror, yes. Also known as Robert.
Prego.
All right. So, are you happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy, but also very tired.
Also very tired.
Tired to wait for the opponent in the bathroom break, I guess.
Exhausting.
So it was a moment of break before the final.
Yeah.
The final match.
Yes. Also, third game, I kept a very risky hand. Just 1 land, couple Duras, and
but
paid off.
You already had the Troll of Kazandu in hand? Okay, so you
it.
just back, like game 1.
Yeah.
But in game 3, you were able to recover a game in which the opponent slammed Monarch on turn 4 with an empty board.
Yeah, the Full-Breached Familiar is very strong. It's black creature, so you know Snuff Out doesn't work.
Yeah.
Paolo's deck had 5 answers, 3 cast downs, and a couple of Troublemaker's Wolves. So it's hard for him to kill it. So also it flies, and I had a couple of removals for his Chrysalis. So
nice.
You had a lot of removal spells.
Yeah.
He had a lot of Breathing Chrysalis, but seems like when you can fly over the Spoon, if you have a removal spell for Breathing Chrysalis, that seems enough as a
Yeah, he played like 4, I played like 4 removals, so also, when you have the Monarch and you keep drawing, it's easier than to find a removal.
So why did you choose this deck?
So, I love Pactol Terror, and
you like the micro machine.
Yeah.
The HOTWHEELS.
And I tried a couple of variations of the deck, going from Rakdos Burn to Mono Black.
Okay.
And I saw there was like at least going with playing with STEELFIN, going like more aggro, but it's not my playstyle. Also, that's why I moved out of Burn. And I used to play Gardens. This is something more like it. and I like the fact that you know, it comes on the board much faster because of the Shambling Gas, the refurbished familiar, and also the Pactol Terror is so strong against KULDOTHA or just fairies. You know, it's a 3/4 that blocks all their ninjas and gives you life, so their race is nullified. And I find it like a very strong card. Unfortunately, I could find space only for 3 in the deck. I would love to have the 4th one, but couldn't make it.
Okay, okay. So, to wrap it up, we let you go to have a party or I don't know, what do you want to do with all your glory? All the glory that you won during this event, it's up to you. But
I want to say, I'm from Lega Pauper Pisa. There are two very distinct groups in Lega Pauper Pisa. LPP and DLPP, where D means is for dark. And there are quite a few members that, you know, are like, the LPP is trash. We proved them wrong today. And Pactol, huge card. Someone said, in a month, no one will remember Pactol Ter. Here it is, now.
Nice.
We already named it.
Nice.
Yes.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Congrats for the result.
Vroom, vroom.
And now you have your trophy.
Nice. Bye.
So, come here.
Let's wrap it up, guys.
Yes, again, for the last time, we have to thank you all our sponsors, starting from eBay, Loot, Ultimate Guard, our partner, Mezzocelo and Friends, and Shivan, Boss MTG as the organizer of the whole event, Lega Pauper Italia for the work on the community.
And a really big thanks also to Quarta Parete.
For
all the technical part of the streaming. They were huge and they were amazing for all this weekend. Yeah.
All the team also that work on the Dungeon Street, the team of Boss MTG, and also to the casters.
And thanks also before the cast, thanks to all our followers in the chat to stay with us to all the weekend. We capped we reached the record of
1,200
400
and 400. So thank you very much to everyone.
You were great. We have a lot of news about this Paupergeddon, about the next Paupergeddon, but we will spoil you in the After Geddon, a series of live on Twitch on this channel in the next day with me and the guys. So don't worry, we'll stay tuned. Stay Pauper is always a truth. Yes. So thank you very much to all the casters. Thank you, Alessandro Moretti.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrea Piemonti.
Bye, hello, bye, bye.
Thanks to the huge Hyzen01, aka Mirko Ciavatta. And thanks to me.
And thanks to Alessandro Saponara. So the streaming is at the end of its own life. And again, thank you to everyone. Thanks to all the community that is part of this incredible format that is Pauper.
We love you.
Stay tuned, stay Pauper.
Yup.